Alright. Are we in? There we go. Okay. Sorry. Always gotta double check and make sure stuff is working right first. But there we go. Okay. Hello everyone. And welcome Alliances. Yeah, some of these really old sets have got some really old, or some really weird cards. Cards that you just don't see. And I've said this, I know I've said this before in a previous stream. Cards that you just don't see in, you know, in modern Magic design at all. Well, so a lot of what happened with Ice Age was they were trying to take stuff that was in beta, like Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, and redo it. And you can see some of that relatively easily. You can see things like, for example, you had Brainstorm, and it didn't take them long for, you know, to realize that maybe, just maybe, whoops, Ancestral Recall might have been a bit strong, especially considering the game didn't play out the way they intended it to play out. And by that, what I mean is they had assumed that, you know, somebody would buy like a structure deck, or not a structure deck, a starter deck, which at that point was a random pack of 60 cards. And it had like 2 or 3 rares in it, and like a dozen, maybe a dozen uncommons, and all the rest were commons. And you'd get that, and maybe a couple of booster packs. And the person that had a lot of cards would have, let's see if I can grab a sample. Like a box like this would be considered a lot of Magic cards. They didn't expect it to be as big a blast as it was. And this is a common, you know, a commonly retold story. And so when they had cards that were common, uncommon, rare, they figured that that rarity would mean that, for example, if you had, let's say, Ink of Mishra, they figured you might see one in your entire town. Well, then it turned out that the game exploded. And people weren't picking up a couple of packs like they would with hockey cards. You know, which, realistically speaking, that was what you were comparing it to back then. When I started playing, so here's the fun part. When I started playing, I was on welfare. I was getting, I was not able to easily find a job at that point. And, not even a matter of finding a job that I wanted to do. Finding a job that I was capable of doing was already a problem. And so I was collecting welfare at that point. And this is keep in mind, this is in like, early 90s. This is like 93-ish. And I was getting something like $665 a month from the government. And rent for me at that point, thankfully, was like $300. Depending on when I was living where, but it was generally around $300. And, I could survive on about $40 a month for groceries. I could live on about $75 a month. That's not a thing anymore. Both those numbers are now basically double those numbers nowadays. And yeah. And as far as rent is concerned, probably more than double. Probably closer to triple or more. Rent since COVID has just gone through the roof. And because I don't smoke and I barely drink, and when I say I barely drink, I mean I can make a single I can make a single beer, as an example, last a few hours. Something like vodka or, mud shake will last, won't last. I can go through, I might have one or two mud shakes a night, which is about as strong as beer, but it's a vodka-based drink. And that, I might have one or two a night, and I'm good. I don't need any more. So what I say, don't, like, when I'm in the mood to drink, I don't drink much. And I'm often just not in the mood for it, because it's just, sure, I'll have one. Okay, whatever. Once every couple months, maybe. So, when I've got, $650, let's just round here, $650, and I've spending, $400 a month on essentials. And I didn't have a cell phone because that wasn't that common a thing yet. I had a couple $100 left over a month. At that point, by the time I started playing, a booster box of Revised, which was the most recent base, the most recent core set, we would call it nowadays, was like $75. And, it would be easy for a person in my situation at the time to buy let's say 2 boxes and still have a bunch of leftover money every month. An extra, so that's what, 250. So yeah, I'd still have at least an extra $100 a month to do other stuff. So then when I moved out of town and my file got transferred, that was just at the time when they had done a bunch of cutbacks on the welfare program. And so my rent, thankfully, because of where I was staying, hadn't changed. And the price of food really hadn't changed. But I went from $6.65 down to $5.20, actually to $5.03 at that point. And okay, maybe I had to spend $400 a month on stuff I needed to care about, but that still gave me an extra $100 a month. It took a while before a box went up to $100. And keep in mind, I'm talking Canadian dollars. And at that point, I think the exchange rate was around $1.25 Canadian to a US dollar. So you're looking like a $60 booster box for revised. Anyway, but they realized eventually that, it didn't take them long to realize that some of these cards were a little overpowered. So Ice Age had gone back and taken a look at some of these cards, and they reprinted some of them. They reprinted Counterspell and Dark Ritual and Disenchant and Shatter and Giant Growth, because these were cards that every color should have access to. And this would be a typical line for a while. Every color should have access to a certain suite of cards. Swords of Plowshares would eventually get replaced with Pacifism. But apart from that, a cheap removal spell that didn't care about what kind of creature it hit. And that's still the case now. You take a look at stuff that's in you take a look at the stuff that's in current standard, and white gets what do you call it? Yeah, there you go. You get cards like Get Lost, and there's another one, I think. But you get Lost in it. It is an amazing card because, first of all, it's incredibly flexible. Creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. It's very difficult to have a deck that doesn't play with one of those things. And quite commonly, you're playing with two. So there's that. There's another one too, and I can't remember what it's called. But it's really good at having a cheap creature that doesn't care how big the creature it's dealing with or whatever it is, etc., etc. Just a cheap source of removal. And so, but they would Ice Age turn around and, so instead of Lich, we got Necropotence, which in of itself was incredibly strong. And we had a bunch of takes on the same card. Veteran Bodyguard was replaced with a Keldorn, I believe. Keldorn Royal Guard. Yeah, Keldorn Royal Guard. You know, very similar card. You know, it's just this requires you to tap it, but that's not that big a deal realistically. And so what you'd end up with is you would end up with Ice Age, they turned around and gave us a bunch of, they gave us some actual new cards, and then they gave us a bunch of updates on cards that were from beta. And then this is the first set after that. And Alliances had some interesting things going on with it. Exiling cards seemed to be a big deal. But you were exiling, like, it wasn't, you know, it wasn't like Swords of Plowshares where you exile one of your opponent's creatures, or very rarely exile one of your own creatures. This was like exiling for a cost. And just to bring up the most common card that people think of when they hear Alliances, and especially, you know, they hear Alliances, or they hear pitch spells, or they hear anything like that. Force of Will. You know, it's been called the glue that holds Legacy and Vintage together. You know, because the formats can be as broken as they can, being able to interact on turn one before you even get your first turn, this gives you a chance to actually be able to execute whatever your game plan is. And so, but if you take a look, you are looking at something where, rather than paying this cost, you exile a card as part of its alternate cost. And there was a cycle of those. And then you had things like Royal Herbalist and Seasoned Tactician and a bunch of other cards. You know, Ivory Gargoyle, you could actually pay mana to exile it directly, so you wouldn't end up skipping your draw. You know, there was a decent amount of exiling itself. And we're still in the time, and this is going to last for quite a while, where you either had hate for other colors, or you had cards that somehow interacted with cards of another color. Give me just a sec here. So you know, you had Juniper or Advocate, which would give your green creatures a boost even though it was white. You still had cards that gave protection from a color, or, you know, this one, whenever something black or red gets, you know, becomes tapped, etc., etc. So it was, again, we're talking Magic's early days. This is the Arabian Nights, Antiquities, Legends, the Dark, Fallen Empires. So this is Magic's 7th expansion. The game came out in in summer of '93, and this came out in 1996. In fact, this was June 1995. Why do they say 1996 on them? Weird. Oh, maybe that's... Oh. I bet you that was the print run. Okay, anyway. So yeah, Alliances had a lot of interesting things going on with it. So let's start at the bottom, as we commonly do. Unlikely Alliance. You know, I think it might be the only card that actually mentions the set name. Yeah. So this was a, oh God, they're getting married by looks of things, and the two getting married look like they're not entirely sold on it. But everybody else is like, oh my God, we're so happy. So, 2 to cast. And I guess if you take a look at the, you know, if you look at the card art, in addition to the name, and go from there, the ability makes more sense. So, for two mana to cast, 1 white, 1 other, and the same for its activation cost. Target non-attacking, non-blocking creature gets +0/+2 till end of turn. In other words, target creature that is not currently in combat with something else. Keep in mind, fight, which didn't exist yet, is not combat. It sounds like it. It is not combat. So, you can use this in if you've got it if you've got a bunch of creatures, you know, a bunch of cards that involve fight, you can actually use this in response to you can actually use this in response to go, hey, by the way, I'm going to make sure my creature survives the fight. Okay. Barring, you know, Death Touch and similar abilities. But you can use this as a preemptive pump spell before declaring attackers, or before declaring blockers. You know, you can activate this like I have 3 creatures in play. I'm going to pay 6 mana, and I'm going to give each of them +0/+2 till end of turn. I'll do that during, after attackers are declared, before blockers are declared. So, the time during declare attackers, where after the attackers are declared, people have a chance to play stuff. I'll pump these 3 guys, then I'll block with them, because it only checks to see if they're attacking or blocking when you go to activate it and when the ability resolves. The bonus is not lost if the creature later becomes an attacker or blocker. The limitation is just there to prevent the effect from being used later in an attack. It only has to be not attacking or not blocking when the ability is activated. After that, go nuts. And if you have a card like Doran the Siege Tower and you're building around that, where creatures deal their combat damage based on toughness rather than power, this is a pretty decent pump spell. I would say if you're building a Doran style deck, but more Voltron-y, Unlikely Alliance is probably more useful. Because you only want to be doing this 2 or 3 times a turn. And you activate this twice, now you're dealing an extra 4 damage. 3 times is an extra 6 damage. I would keep my eyes open on this card. If another card comes up that has a similar effect and less restriction, obviously you play that first. But if you need another copy of it, this is still fine. It also helps creatures survive things like, lightning bolt, for example. Or in a more realistic scenario for commander games, chain reaction is one of those cards that I keep bringing up. Chain reaction, 2 red +2. Same cost as I look at this as trying to be Red's Wrath of God. If you assume a 4-player game and each person's got 3 creatures in play, which is not a lot, this is going to deal 12 damage to each creature, because it deals X damage to each creature, where X is the number of creatures on the battlefield. That is a lot of damage in a very... And so 12 damage to each creature for 4 mana. Yeah. And this will help your creatures live through something like that. More likely, I think somebody is likely to play, say, Sweltering Suns, which is 3 damage to each creature. And this, if you're expecting cards like that, or if you're expecting cards like Pestilence, which we've covered before, this will help. So I think it's worth a consideration depending on what style of deck you're building. If you're considering a deck like Doran or Arcades Saboth, where toughness matters, and you're playing white, at least consider it. Royal Herbalist. 1 white for a 1/1 cleric. Pay 2 and exile tap card of your library. You gain 1 life. Now, keep in mind, that's life gain. This is not damage prevention. Now, what are we comparing this to in this setting? We're going to compare it probably to Samite Healer. Samite Healer prevents damage to anything. Yeah, it's 1 white, 1 other for basically the same thing. Also, keep in mind, this is back what this is. You know, we were still doing, for common cards, we were still doing multiple arts. Unlikely Alliances only had the 1 printing. Royal Herbalist. If you're ever using Scryfall, one easy way to find out the rarity of a card is just these stars here. Notice they were black for the Herbalist. They're gray for Unlikely Alliances. Season's Tactician, same thing. And they're gold for Ivory Gargoyle. So the gray ones are uncommon, the gold ones are rare. And at that point, you had more than 1 art for the same. You know, typically commons had more than 1 art, but in alliances it was just 2. So, if we're to compare this to Samite Healer, gaining a life versus preventing damage is roughly the same thing, but only you can gain life. To do the analogous thing to a creature, you'd probably have to put a. You'd have to at least get the creature +1/+1 till end, or +0/+1, probably till end of turn. Maybe you put a +0/+1 counter on it, because back then counters did weird things. But you're only getting half of the effect. So 2 counteracts the tap. Yeah, this feels balanced roughly based on Samite Healer. Giving you something similar to it for a cheaper cost. I could see it, assuming that we assumed that Samite Healer was balanced. Now, this can gain you a lot of life. The problem is the card being, because the exile is part of the cost, and even though it didn't look like it back then, it actually was part of the cost back then. It just, you basically, because if you look at the wording, the original wording, you're being told you have to, if you want to be able to gain a life, you have to exile the top card of your library. Back then it's, removed from game. Removed from game was a bit of a misnomer back then, because stuff that could... There was originally 1 card, and we eventually got a few more, that could get cards that were exiled. You could get, it was basically just Ring of Maruf back then. And we eventually got a few more. And then we got the Wishes, which could get a card that was outside the game. But it was, a card that was removed from game was technically outside the game. But it wasn't, and it could be brought back in. And yeah. Then we got Exile. and made it an in-game zone, and then wishes and similar cards didn't work the way that, because they're no longer outside the game, because the XL is an in-game zone. Just not a zone that most people have easy access to. So I think back in the day this may have been playable, partly due to the fact of not having a lot of other options. I think nowadays you take a look at it and go, eh? Because unless you that being, like, there are times when you want your library to shrink. And so there I can see this as more of a, I want to manipulate the top of my deck. If I have, let's say, Sensei's Dividing Top, and I don't like any of the 3 top cards in my deck at all for the current situation. Like, maybe I've got, like, 15 lands in play, and my next 3 draws are all lands. I can use this to get rid of the top 3 cards. I'll pay 6 mana, but then I exile the top 3 cards. I gain 3 life in the process, which in this case is a side benefit. So at this point, you're looking at what is exiling the top card of your library worth to you. If you want to do something really silly and you are playing Azorius and you have a way to generate infinite mana, there's at least 2 cards that I can think of that let you win if you try and draw from an empty deck. And one that, in response to its triggered ability, lets you win if the number of cards remaining in your deck is lower than your devotion of blue, i.e. Thassa's Oracle. And one that gets bigger if you try and draw from an empty deck. Instead, it gets bigger. So in decks like those, having a way to exile the top card of your deck is not necessarily a bad thing. And 2 is relatively cheap to be able to do it. It's, it still invokes some, cost, but not much. So depending on what kind of options we end up finding later, this might be an option in a deck that cares about shrinking its deck size. Or just getting rid of, oh, that's what I've got coming up? I'll get rid of them. Seasoned Tactician, who, and it's probably mostly the beret, but he reminds me of Jamie Heineman from Mythbusters. And when was Mythbusters on? Mythbusters. Oh, 2003. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. You didn't exist yet, so if they came across Jamie, it would have been somewhere completely different, like But that being said, 3 mana for a 1/3, 3 mana, and exiling the top 4 cards of your library. The next time a sorcerer of your choice will deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. Pardon me. And that's a little costlier. It also means that you have to have 4 cards specifically. That being said, Royal Herbalist is 2 mana and exiling 1 card. Seasoned Tactician, for 1 more mana, you exile 4 cards. Hello, Marty. Now, are you an actual person or are you a bot? Because a lot of people that come in here, I've noticed, are bots. How you doing? Okay, good. Yeah, a lot of time I'll be doing the entire stream and I'll see one individual show up and it's like, hey, by the way, if you want blah, go to this link. And it's like, no, go away. Pretty good. I am currently going through the cards in alliances. Which is Magic's 6th expansion, I think. Yeah, 6th expansion. Finding out what cards that people don't really play for whatever reason might actually be playable somewhere and just people forget about them. And I was playing Magic at this time, so I remember a lot of these cards. This is what happens when you're old. When I do play, I have been known to play Titan Quest occasionally, though I haven't done that in a while. I also play Master of Orion 2, which is, like, I'll be honest, I like a lot of really, really old games. And Masters of Orion 2 is actually a game that if you go to a site like Play Classic Games, I think is what it's called. Play Classic Games. Yeah, if you go to like playclassic.games, you can find a bunch of games that are like, you know, old PC games or old, games for old consoles. And it's one of those games that you can just turn around and you can play on there. I actually went and have, because I didn't know about this set at the time, I actually went and got Masters of Orion 2 on my Steam library. Those pretty much are the only things I actually play on stream. Yeah, Sims. I remember Sims being like before there was like the idea of like Sims as a genre. There was just like one. You really didn't see city builder games. Although this is also back when you could actually, Baldur's Gate 3, right? I'm Canadian. Baldur's Gate 3 is based on Dungeons and Dragons. In the In the 80s, Leeds. So, UK. Good Lord, where's Leeds? I am trying to remember where that is. I don't know my UK geography very well. Maps. Oh, up by Manchester. And I think this is one of those situations where I might have to apologize for saying that. Depending on your opinion of that. Yeah, we tend to have that thing between Toronto and Ottawa, especially when it comes to sports. You know, for reference, let's make this a bit smaller. There. Here's Toronto. Here's Ottawa. You know, capital of my province, or if you think in American terms, and I'm not saying you're American, I understand that. But I don't think the UK breaks things down the same way Canada and the US do in that context. Yeah. Americans would say state, we say province. Same thing, basically. So this is the capital of my province, and then this is the capital of the country. And there's always rivalries. And I'm pretty sure you guys have the same kind of rivalries for things like football. And then you guys are... Yeah. And there's the distance in comparison between Manchester and Leeds. Customer for tweets. I appreciate that. I have another Twitch streamer that I have done. Like, I commonly visit his channel, and so the background image that you see for my stream right now, that's something he did. And so I appreciate the offer, but I would rather go with somebody let's see if I can do this. It's this one, I think. Yeah. Oh gods. But yeah, this gray outline thing. That's something he came up with because he's also been playing Magic a very long time, and so he was doing it based on, you know, he also did it based, because if you look at my username, it is a card name from back in the old days. And so the border around my stream is there to, you know, elicit this kind of feel to it. Okay, I might look later. I don't promise anything. And I'll be honest, I probably won't use any, you know, I probably won't do it because it's not a thing I am big into. It's not a thing I really worry that much about. And I have a few people that I know that are willing to just, oh, hey, oh yeah, here you go. And like, I know a lot of people that are doing stuff like that. They'd like to get reimbursed somehow, and I can't exactly afford to do that sort of thing at this point. So that's, also part of the problem. So, I appreciate what you're trying to do, and I appreciate the fact that you're actually going out and saying, hey, by the way, no, this actually is me. So I hope you can find more people to look into it for you. I am the wrong person to ask at this point. I'll put it that way. So where was I? Right. But yeah. So as I was saying, seasoned tactician, no, you actually, it's only one extra mana and you exile 4 cards. So if that is the thing that you're into because of cards like Thassa's Oracle or what's the card? MTG Library. There we are. Yeah, Ormos Archive Keeper. Just simply gets bigger for trying to draw. You've already ravaged your library, and this is just going to get bigger instead. So, an effect like that, this allows you to push down to that point that much faster. And so maybe that's an effect that you want. Ivory Gargoyle, 5 mana for a 2/2 flyer, and I always thought this was weird. It's like 5 mana for, who would pay 5 mana for a 2/2? Because 5 mana at that point, we already had Sarah Angel for a slightly harder cost. Was 2 white plus 3 rather than 1 white plus 4, but you got a 4/4 flying vigilance. So maybe just a 4/4 flyer. And then when this dies, you return to play for free, but you skip your next draw step. And then you can pay 5 mana, which is incidentally the same as its mana cost, to exile it. So why would you have a card? Why would you exile your own creature? And the thing is, it's exile. It's not exile and return to play. It's just get rid of it altogether. But when it dies, it does come back for free. You just skip drawing a card. Skipping drawing a card is not as big a cost as you think, because being able to draw extra cards is really easy. And if you ever worry about, like, this can give you protection against mill effects, for example. This plus some kind of sack outlet, like Ashnod's Altar, is a consistent, not drawing cards. So if you're concerned about a mill strategy, your two ways around dealing with a mill strategy are, one, having an effect like Kozilek or Ulamog, which says when it's put in your graveyard for Mayware, shuffle it back in. Or, there's Gaia's Blessing that does something similar, etc., etc. Or skipping drawing cards. Now here's the other thing too. This is skipping your draw step. This doesn't tell you not to draw cards. It just skips your draw step. Oh, that's an interesting anti-self-mill strategy. Font of Mythos. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws 2 additional cards. Most cards that say, on each player's turn, they draw more cards. Font of Mythos, Howling Mine, Dictate of Krufix? No, Dictate of... color go blue. Krufix. Okay. Dictate of Krufix. All these kinds of cards, they all happen on the draw step. Well, if you want a couple of cards in your deck to stop you from, wow. So if you want to mill out your opponent without actually milling them, still have ways to draw cards, like, Archivist, as an example. I'm not saying you should run Archivist. I'm just saying, if you are planning this concept, this style of deck, this and Solitary Confinement, which also says skip your draw step. Here's ways for you to draw 1 card at a time. Or, maybe a couple of cards at a time. Or something. If you want a way to prevent yourself from losing, basically if you want a way to mill out everybody else, this would work to stop you from losing to the same thing. This would also let you, and if you really need to start drawing cards again, you have a way to get past that. So there is a way to actually make use of it. Wild Esther. And which I think, either printing has got really nice artwork. But 3 mana for a 1/1 flying first strike, which is I think we may have already had or would be soon to have a 1/1 flying vigilance for 2 mana. I wonder. ID equal white, power equal 1, toughness equal 1, vigilance, date before 1998. Oh! Would take until stronghold. Are you kidding me? Blue got it first in Zephyr Falcon in Legends. Black would get it next with triggered first strike in the next set that we'll be covering. Then Mirage for blue again. And Stronghold will get our first white one. Interesting. So flying, and that was flying and vigilance. First strike. Okay, based on that, you know what? On a 1/1 creature, I can see first strike being more important. I can see first strike being more important than and the other thing is this ability never made sense to me. Well, I shouldn't say it doesn't make, like, it's an ability I can process, but more a matter of why did they word it this way? 2 white, give it +2/+0 till end of turn. Could they not have just said white +1/+0 till end of turn? It would have been the exact same thing. And then you cannot spend more than 2. Okay, fine. Still have the same restriction. Just make it white yeah. But yeah, I could see this, and the thing is, like nowadays, this is type bird. Back then, it was type. The creature type was actually Esther. This is back when we didn't have as cohesive a list of creature types. You want birds, like back then, you would have, eagles and Esthers and falcons and, like falcon itself, I think, was a vaguely supported creature type. But playing Birds of Paradise in the same deck wouldn't, it wouldn't get support. They eventually turned around and said, hey, by the way, let's just, I think it was around 8th edition-ish. So early 2000s, if memory serves me right, when they did the great creature type update, and they just merged a bunch of stuff together, and you had Sisters of the Flame, which was from the dark, and it was summon sisters because you're summoning Sisters of the Flame. It made sense. I think I like the dark printing slightly better, and I like the actual dark printing better, and it's not the black border versus white border. It's like, I think it's saturation is the word I'm looking for. Anyway, that's a different story. But she eventually became a human shaman. What's an ester? It's a bird. It just says they're big birds. It doesn't. I'm not seeing much about them. Okay. But yeah, it's a bird. It's a big bird. I suppose if they're like the same size as a rock, let's say, it could make sense. But yeah, I think in modern Magic you can do better. Although if you are trying to, alright, let's see what you can actually get. Mana value equals 3. Flying. Possibly this. And First Strike and Death Touch is a really, really brutal combo. I think Sanctuary Raptor is trying to be an updated Wild Esther. They both have flying. When it attacks, if you control 3 or more tokens, it gets +2/+0. And First Strike till end of turn. So this triggered ability is encompassing everything after flying in one shot. That is interesting. I might play the Raptor first, but the thing is, anything that has flying on First Strike, what if we take out the restriction of it being a bird? Toughness greater than 0. And then sort by color. This gets one or the other. This gets flying, First Strike, and banding. This gets flying, First Strike straight up. This is your optimal one, in my opinion, but it's like 125 US these days. Oh. For a slightly easier cost, it's a 2-1. This is almost a Thunder Spirit. Wow. Okay. This gets banning instead of pumping. Yeah. If you're looking at what... Yeah. There aren't a lot of good options for you to... If you're looking for a cheap creature that's got flying in first strike, Wild Esther is actually not that bad. How about less than 3? Oh, Battlefield Raptor. Flying in first strike. Yeah, there you go. Sort by color. Sarah Disciple is probably your closest version of it. Yeah. Okay. Juniper Order Advocate. This is basically like Castle. The weird thing is, like, Castle back then was okay. This is arguably, this has the possibility of being better because, I mean, while it only affects your green creatures rather than all your creatures, like, this is one of those cards that you put in a deck where it's like you're playing green and splashing white. By the way, I think I was today years old when I realized that no, it's the guy on the left that's the advocate, not the lady on the right. And all I had to do was look at the creature type. And that would have done it. Even like the printed card, Summon Knight. The guy on the left is quite obviously a knight. But yeah, what this is trying to do is cards like, I think, like, not Keldorn Sky Knight, Keldorn, like Keldorn Elite Guard. An effect like this. But this is just so much better than an effect like that. Yeah. If you're playing a deck that's heavily green and essentially splashing the white, or you have cards, even if they're white cards, that can generate green tokens. Citizen's Crowbar. You make a green-white citizen. Halo Fountain. You create green-white citizen. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures, you make that many green and white citizens. This lets you remove counters to create green and white citizens. This is just in Streets of New Capenna, which is the first set I could think of where the tokens were relevantly here, green, white. Which means they do qualify as being green, and therefore they would get the pump. So, I think if you're building around that kind of theme, so you could build a mono white deck where you create green tokens. Actually, ID equal white, O create, O green. Let's see if that's enough. The opponent gets it. When it dies, you make them. When it enters, you make them. Exile, oh, whatever, and and 95% of the time, get a green token. Blow up a thing, get a green token. Make a bunch of green tokens, make green, you get green tokens, you pop the counters to get green tokens, okay. And this, you can sacrifice lands to get Sand Warrior tokens. Okay. And that's 13 cards. That's enough to get started. That's actually enough to get started on an idea. So you could build around that, which would be hilarious. Yeah, it's a token strategy. All my tokens just happen to be, green. Okay. Keldor Home Guard. I always liked this art. At the end of combat, if this creature attacked or blocked this combat, put -0/-1 counter on this creature. So this guy will slowly shrink and bring out 0/1 deserter tokens, which is not a word you see very often. What? Oh. So you're the... Oh. Yeah. There is one card. Like, it's actually... Is it literally the only card that brings out deserters? That's hilarious. I think nowadays they might be cowards. Oh, that's funny. So if you've got something like Solemnity out, he could never get the counter, but you still make the token. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Okay. I mean, they're only 0/1s, but all you have to do is either attack or block. And if you've got Eliminate in play, it's like, okay, I did the thing. I get a free token out of it. Sworn Defender. 2 white, 2 other for 1/3 human knight, which really sounds weird. So, this looks convoluted, but basically, if if the Sworn Defender is up against something else and you pay the 1, do you pay the 1? You change Sworn Defender's power and toughness to be just enough so that, barring shenanigans, Sworn Defender and the other creature both survive combat. I.e., if it's up against a 4/4, this becomes a 3/5. Just enough to not kill the other creature. And just enough to not die to the other creature. I don't know the style of deck that you want this against. Although I will point out that combining it with something, giving this, and to be fair, if you give anything Death Touch and Trample, it's a bad day. If you give this Death Touch and Trample and they block with their biggest creature, and I'm like, okay, Death Touch, Trample. It takes 1 and dies. The rest carries over. And because my toughness changed to be just big enough to survive against you, she doesn't die. Yeah. I think if I want an interesting creature for a Pillow Fort deck, this is the kind of creature to put into a Pillow Fort deck. If I want, because this will always, I want this creature to have 3 specific abilities. I want it to have Reach, I want it to have Horsemanship, and I want it to have Shadow. That should be enough. And notice the fact that it says it changes its power and its toughness. Not base power and base toughness, just power and toughness. In C, D, effects that modify power and toughness. Changes from counters. Realistically, counters are going to apply on top and not much else. Oh, effects that modify power and toughness but don't set. Okay, so effects like Giant Growth will still work. Counters will still work. And then stuff that swaps around, but that's a rare thing. Noble Steeds. Noble Steeds is one of these cards that's, I'm like, this has to see more play. And Rebecca Gay's done some amazing art over the years. I like both of them. And I think I would want this one in general, but this is like the kind that I almost want it as like the wall hanging. So, yeah. And this is a common. So, of course, it gets two different artworks. 1 white, 2 other, enchantment. 1 white, 1 other, colon. Target creature gains first strike till end of turn. Said before and I'll say it again. Remember, this doesn't have to be your own creature. And, you know, and this is like, I'm pretty sure I picked up a copy of this card for my mono white common stack, and I forgot to put it in. And let's just pull up the list real quick. This one. Visual spoiler. This is the one where I turn around and make a bunch of bodies. You know, one card makes at least 2 bodies. You know. So here's a quarter of the deck, you know, right here that's going, hey, by the way, make a bunch of creatures. And then some pump effects and removal. Some stuff that triggers on stuff entering. A bit of card draw and some other stuff. And in here, I really should have. In fact, I might cut out one of these guys. I might cut out... I might cut out the marble diamond and put in noble steeds, because like, and keep in mind, most of these tokens are just going to be 1/1s. But if you suddenly got some kind of pump effect, like like especially charismatic vanguard, you know, you activate that, you know, or steadfast unicorn, you know, either you activate one of those and you ACC, you know, Ramosian Rally, i.e. you tap the creature instead of paying the 4 mana. And then you give your guys first strike. That's just mean. And again, this is a card I grabbed for that deck, and I forgot to put it in. So that is a change I'm going to have to make. 2 mana, give any creature first strike till end of turn. If you think you might end up, if you think you, if you think you're likely to activate it at least 3 times in a turn cycle, and you're not restricting yourself in terms of rarity, i.e. you're not playing commons only like my mono white list that I showed a moment ago, you should probably play an effect like Akroma's Memorial. And even a lot of decks, an effect like, I want to say it's Valor? Yeah, Valor. Valor in general is going to be better. You're playing white, having a plains should be easy. Creatures you control have first strike. The only thing that you've got to keep your eyes out open for is Valor being in your graveyard. If you're playing with a card like Valor, have a way to get this card back to your hand and to play something. Because somebody is going to graveyard removal you and give you a bad time. That being said, Noble Steeds is one of those cards you can use politically. Oh, your creature's going to die. I can help it live. Yeah. Worth, again, worth looking into. Depending on the kind of decks you build, it might be worth a consideration. Carrier Pigeons. What's his name? Richard from MTG Goldfish apparently has a list of like all the cantripping creatures somewhere. Nope, it's not this one. Okay. Another thing I can find quickly and easily. That being said, if you're looking for a creature that draws a card, actually, mana value, actually no, sort by color. Oh wow, there's only one white card. But if you shift over to blue, which is the more common color for this, for one less mana, you draw a card. You draw the card right away, and it's got an extra point of power. This is 4 mana. That's a 1/3 for the same cost. I mean, to be fair, we're looking at, white here, or blue rather. 2/2. Oh, Gravelighter. That's just wrong. You've been beat out by an artifact creature. 4 mana for a 1/1 flyer, slow trip. 3 mana for a 1/1 flyer, cantrip. Skyscanner came out in M19. Now, to be fair, that's 2018, and this is like 1996, so it's over 20 years difference. But yeah, don't play Carrier Pigeons if you don't have to. If you need an effect like this, there's better ways to draw cards in white than having to worry about flickering Carrier Pigeons. Scars of the Veteran. We've covered a card like this before. I think it was Sacred Boon. prevent 3 damage, put +1 counter on it for each damage prevented this way. And that only affected creatures. This, just like Force of Will, gives you the ability to pitch a card. You just don't have to pay life for this one, which would make sense because you're preventing damage. Prevent up to 7 damage. At the beginning of the next end step, put +0/+1 counter on it for each damage prevented this way. Assuming that damage was prevented to a creature. I would say, if you're considering Sacred Boon, you want this first. And again, this is like another one of those cards that you might want to consider for a Toughness Matters deck, considering at the end of turn it gets +0/+1 counters. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you prevent 7 damage in a Toughness Matters deck, you're essentially giving it an additional 7 power and 7 toughness, because it still has to die to... yeah. If you do this to, let's say, a 1/5, and you prevent 7 damage, well, that means as long as it's not taking more than 11 damage, you're still good. That is going to be, instead of a 1/5, it's going to turn around and become, at the end of turn, and become a 1/12. But if you're playing Doran or something similar, no, that's not a 1/12. It's dealing based on 12. If you're considering a card that has an effect at all, like Sacred Boon, play this first. Royal Decree. Oh, this is funny. Did I or did I not put you in? Whoops, wrong one. White. I do not remember if I put you in. And I don't think I did. No, it would have gone here. So Royal Decree is another card that can go into my mono white burn deck. And because it basically says, oh look, you're tapping a swamp, mountain, black permanent, or red permanent. Get pinged. You'll notice there still is some cumulative upkeep. They expected cumulative upkeep to be a mechanic that would last them for a while. It lasted a few sets, and then they kind of phased it out. But this is one of those cards where it's like, you know, have that out for a couple of turns. And just, hey, look, you're tapping, you know, when you've got Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth in there. Oh, look, you know, burninate your opponent. You know, you're tapping land for mana. That's nice. Actually, you know what? I might take out Stern Judge, because Stern Judge does life loss. And I'm trying to deal damage. Royal Decree might be the better option here. So yeah, again, if you're trying to build if you're, if you want to build a burn deck, let's, Darien King of Kildor, something of that nature. Yeah, that will burn for a lot. Now there's only 20 cards in each color, so I might as well just zip through the rest of them. Errand of Duty just gives you a 1/1 banding knight token, but it's an instant, and since it only costs 2, again, your friend Isochron Scepter shows up, which basically means you can make. So here's the question. Raise the Alarm will give you 2 1/1 tokens for 2 mana. Errand of Duty will give you 1 1/1 token, but the token has banding. So which do you play, or do you play both? And which do you really want on an Isochron Scepter? And I think I would be okay playing both. I am more okay casting Raise the Alarm and having Errand of Duty on an Isochron Scepter. That's how I would want to do it. And just spitting out tokens every turn, just here's another 1/1 white token, and it's got banning. And suddenly adding up with like 5 or 6 creatures that are all 1/1s with banding. And your opponent going, so how am I supposed to get through that? Okay, so they attack with like an 8/8. Okay, I'll assign all 8 damage to this thing. Wait, what? Yeah, you don't know how banding works? Yeah. Sustaining Spirit. Sustaining Spirit is a card that you don't see. Again, this is not an effect that you see much of. But if this is basically what Worship does. Damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. Compare Worship. Damage that would reduce your life total to 1. Total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. It is the exact same effect. If you want an additional Worship effect, the only thing is this will, because the cumulative upkeep, this will only last for a few turns. You don't play this on like turn 2 or turn 3. You're going to wait a few turns before you even consider playing this. I would probably not expect to try to cast this till like turn 6 or so, which should keep me alive for at least 3 or 4 turns. Because, turn 6, okay, let's say I've got 4 mana. So the next upkeep, I would spend 2. And at that point, I possibly draw my 5th land. And turn 7, I would have to pay 4. And turn 8, I might have had a 6th source that I could play. Or, again, cumulative upkeep. Cumulative upkeep, the way it works, because it didn't used to, the way it works is just simply you put an age counter on whatever, and then you sacrifice it unless you pay the upkeep cost for each age counter on it. Again, you play with Solemnity, it can't get counters put on it. You play with just say Heart of Oceans, it eats the counters. You play with, where are they? You play with an effect like Spinal Parasite or Ferropede, those will eat counters. So you have options on how to play it. And it's an Angel Spirit, so Angel decks are going to want it, Spirit decks are going to want an effect like this. You're probably looking at an effect like Worship or Gideon. Is it Gideon of the Trials? Yeah, Gideon of the Trials. You're probably looking at one of those effects first. But it's still a really good card. You just have to be able to keep your eyes open on that cumulative upkeep. And again, there are other cards that have a similar effect. So this is probably, I would generally assume you probably don't want more than 2 or 3, and this might end up being like the 4th on the list. Hold on a sec here. There. If you are looking for more copies of this effect, though, this is still good. Kildorn Escort. It's a 2/3 with banding for 4 mana. I think that if you are generally looking for a creature with banding, you probably want them to be smaller creatures because you want them for banding. And you want them to band with creatures that generally have a bigger butt. So 1/1, 2/2 with banding, okay, fine. You probably aren't looking for 4 mana for a 2/3. Inheritance. Again, this is a card, in this case, I picked this up for my mono white multi-combo deck, which is, I picked that up for this thing. And again, let me just give you the link in the chat here. And again, that will get you to this page with all my links. And I had that picked up for this deck. And this is whenever a creature dies, you may pay 3. If you do, draw a card. And I end up not putting it in partly because it didn't really combo with anything per se. I do have ways to generate infinite mana, and I do have ways to I do have ways to generate infinite mana. I do have ways to sacrifice creatures for value. Crookland Ironworks, Shnod's Altar, etc. But I didn't end up putting it in. And I think that partly came from, where are you here? That partly came from this, where I'm stealing from people's ability to draw cards. Almost Collector. Yeah, because like Alms Collector plus Font of Mythos, you know, they're trying to draw 2 cards. Like a Font of Mythos in play with an Alms Collector in play means in 1 turn cycle, I draw 2 additional cards. You draw 1 and I draw 1. So 1 and 3, 2 and 4, 3 and 6. I have basically drawn almost an entirely new hand just from those 2, and my opponents have drawn one additional card each. And this, here's the thing. This is the reason I'm playing Font of Mythos in this deck and not Howling Mine, because this says if you would draw 2 or more cards. This says 2. Howling Mine is like your Howling Mine is like you only drawing 1 more at a time. But if I wasn't playing with, you know, if I wasn't playing effects like that, then yeah, I would probably be running Inheritance instead. And I know I had picked up the card specifically for that deck. It's still a decent card, and you can draw. And keep in mind, it's whenever a creature dies, not whenever a creature you control dies. Martyrdom. You may 3 mana, instant. Until end of turn, you may redirect to target creature you control any amount of damage. And oh dear. Yeah, Mark Poole did the art for both versions. And in the one that's currently the main focus on the screen, he's defending the other 2. And in the one on the right, he's died. But saved the other 2. Anywho, yeah, Martyrdom. Yeah, you combine that with like any effect like Phyrexian Vindicator. Basically, this is like if you go back to do I have, yeah, if you go and look at a card like Guilty Conscience or Pariah Shield, you know, you want an effect like that. If you want an additional effect like that, I mean, it is an instant, so you can suddenly surprise somebody and go, oh, cool. I'm going to redirect all that damage here. Wait, what? But I'm going to redirect it all here. To creature, planeswalker, or player. Until end of turn, you may redirect to target creature you control any amount of damage. I think this is probably eventually going to end up getting errated to include battles, because battles also take damage. It's a card to ask about. Yeah, but if you... The problem is there's enough effects that do something like that already, so it's unlikely that you're going to want that. Reinforcements. Reinforcements is basically, I think the black version is misinformation. You take three creature three creature cards from your graveyard and put them back on top of your deck. It is an instant, which is thankful. You know, that is a useful thing. This could be one of those cards. Actually, this could be one of those cards that you play to stop. You know, hey, by the way, you're going to eat my graveyard. Oh, okay, well, in response, I do this. Because chances are there's three cards you want to put back on top. Are they creature cards? That's the big question. If you're playing white, they probably are. If you're playing other colors, maybe not. If you're playing mono white, they're probably creatures. And, you know, this is one of your ways to get Valor, for example, back somewhere accessible in response to somebody going, hey, by the way, I'm going to eat your graveyard. Nom. Exile. Exile started off with Swords of Plowshares. Still made it cheap, you know, because 3 is still reasonable. It's not crazy. It's still a cheap instant, and this is obviously where we get the name of the Exile Zone from. You know, because the first word of the text of Exile is exile. Target non-white attacking creature. So it can only hit a creature that's attacking. It does not have to be attacking you. And here's the thing. If you look at how combat happens, there's 5 steps. There's beginning of combat, declare attackers, what was it? Yeah. Declare attackers, declare blockers, combat damage, and end of combat. It is still an attacking creature until you leave the end of combat step. So you can wait until combat damage has been done. And then go, okay, cool. Now I'm going to exile the creature. And Swords of Plowshares gives the person that controls the creature the boost based on toughness, I believe. Swords to Plowshares. Oh, based on power. So Swords does it based on power. Actually, based on the name, that makes sense because you're turning swords. You're taking their combat capability. Hey, your goal. Yeah. And so you gain life based on the creature's toughness instead. Yeah, Exile? Exile is one of those cards that I think really needs to see... Well, the thing is, this is the second most played white card from Alliances according to EDHREC. So if you need another Swords of Plowshares, Path to Exile, etc. If you need another effect like that, exile is fine. The only problem is it'll hit only about half the creatures, because white is a relatively commonly played color, at least in addition with other colors, i.e. it's sometimes played on its own, but I think it's more common that it's played in, you know, like Kalia, for example, or Edgar Markov, or, you know, other decks that are more than one color that happen to involve white. So it's probably only going to affect half the decks. I do wonder if Exile's art was meant... I mean, maybe. I mean, alternatively, this is, you know, where, you know, this is the path, because being exiled means you're not allowed back where you're from again, i.e. theoretically speaking, and I'm only using this these names because they're names people recognize. If Trump ever got exiled from the US, that means he'd have to leave the States and never be allowed to come back again. So this might be the, you know, the person who has been exiled. You know, you don't see them, but you see their journey to some far off land. You know, that's what I'm thinking. You're not seeing the individual that was exiled, you're seeing where they're going. I know, things that make you go, It's still a really good card, and the thing is, you're going to gain life, and not the person that, you know, not the person that controls the creature. So there are times when that is actually better than Swords of Plowshares. Reprisal. The most commonly played card. The most commonly played white card from Alliances. 2 mana for a, you know, like a 2 mana instant that just, oh look, how big are you? Cool. Die. Small creatures, don't have to worry. Bigger creatures, die. Alright. Next up, blue. Incidentally, I love that the fact that the set abbreviation for alliances when they went to 3 letters is now all. Because if you're doing any sort of programming or something of that nature and you see set, you know, set colon all or set equal all, a lot of people, their first impression is like, wait, that's just all the sets? No, not in this case. Storm Elemental. Again, this is one of those, you know, like it's 6 mana for a 3/4 flyer, which you probably should only be paying about 4 mana. 5 maybe. But we are talking alliances. We are talking an ancient set. We are talking costs weren't... It was a little questionable on how much stuff should cost. But pay a blue and exile the top card of your library to do one of 2 things. Tap target creature with flying, which is actually a really, really cool ability. Or, if the exile card is a snowland, you know, so Snow-Covered Island or Dark Depths or, you know, what have you. This creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. We're going to assume it hits like half the time. Well, probably a third of the time. So, you are playing Commander, 100-card deck, and Storm Elemental. You only have a single copy of it. Okay. It is... So, first of all, blue can manipulate the top of its deck very easily. So, finding cards that you're okay to get rid of is very easy at that point. In fact, Brainstorm was in the previous set, and then the set before that had Conchhorn. So, even, you know, if I had thought about it and I'd if I knew then what I know now, ... manipulate the top of my deck, find cards that I want to get rid of. I'm paying 6 mana for this, so I probably don't need to be drawing extra lands. You know, and again, you're exiling the top card of your library. Yep, combo with Divine Top. When I was doing white, there's, you know, a couple of the least commonly played cards in white. You know, Royal Herbalist and Seasoned Tactician. Yeah. If you're looking for an effect like that in white, I would probably play Seasoned Tactician first because it's one more, but instead of exiling the top card, you exile the top 4. I mean, oh yeah, the Royal Herbalist, yeah. Oh, maybe. But blue has got so much easier way to manipulate the top of your deck and give you payoffs for it. Anything, you know, you've got Laboratory Maniac and I think it's Jace, was it Jace Wielder Mysteries? You've got Thassa's Oracle, you've got Ormos or Osmos or whatever his name is. That's the legendary Sphinx that if you try drawing from an empty deck gets bigger instead. So, you know, that makes things relatively easy in order, you know, if you want to pay off for having an empty deck, blue is where you should be looking at in general, I think. And so this gives you a way to, you know, this gives you ways to do that. So I think nowadays it's actually better than it used to be, but you would have to build around it. Suffocation. So, is something red dealt damage to you? This is 2 mana to do Suffocation. Suffocation probably saw some play back in the day in sideboards. Because don't forget, blue actually had Sunburn available. It didn't have a lot, but it had some. You know, you had Psionic Blast, you had Mind Bomb was out by then. You had Tim's Prodigal Sorcerer and variants thereof. So, you had some options. Give me a sec here. My door keeps trying to swing open on me as soon as there's like any sort of... There. Nope, that's not going to work. Ugh. There. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. For whatever reason, because I never actually put a proper lock on my door since I bought this place. As soon as there's like any sort of air draft, it tries to like just push the door open a bit. So I'm like, okay, I should do something about that. Anyway, so, but that being said, red was the color of burn. Red had lightning bolt, and by this point it had chain lightning and incinerate. You know, just to get started. And so I could see this being thrown into a sideboard. You know, if I'm playing a blue burn deck and you're playing a red burn deck and you go chain lightning you, okay, end of turn, you can take 4. I'm going to draw another card, so I don't even lose a card. Yeah. The thing is, in Commander, I find this is much less likely. Like if you're playing something vaguely along the lines of CEDH, I could see it. But as far as a regular Commander card is concerned, you'd be having to play against cards like Earthquake, which don't see a lot of play. Because part of the problem too is it has to be a red instant or sorcery. So that makes it... Now, you can get around the red part by playing with an effect like Painter's Servant. You know. You can get around that by playing a card like this, and suddenly everything becomes red. But you can't. But it still has to be an instant or sorcery that would deal damage to you. So I don't know. Maybe if you combine it with something like you know, maybe if you redirect, change it to martyrdom. Yeah, that wouldn't be enough. It would be, you'd have to go through a couple of hoops to make suffocation worthwhile. This red armor, on the other hand, this is a card, I don't even remember if I thought about this. Because if I go back to my mono blue commons deck, oh, no, no. Because Cunning is basically there to be giant growth. Essence Flare, I could have played Viscerid Armor. I could have played Viscerid Armor instead of Essence Flare. It would have been a small power boost, but it would get +1 toughness. And it wouldn't be shrinking every turn. This is basically there to be a giant growth that only lasts the turn. Essence Flare or Unstable Mutation, I think I might want one of them instead. Like keep one of those. And the other thing about Viscerid Armor is I can always turn around and go, okay, well, I have this on, I have this on my Muldrifter right now. Well, my Muldrifter is going to die to whatever. Bounce it back to my hand. Okay. And now I'll cast it on, on my Wretched Griff. Or what have you. So Viscerid Armor, even though it doesn't draw cards per se, it does give you card advantage because it does give you like you're not spending another card to pump. You're getting the card back and just replaying the same card. So yeah, there's not a lot of times when you're going to want a card like Viscerid Armor, but those times when you do want an aura that pumps that you can get back, and you're playing blue and not white. I think this is better than most people give it credit for. Browse. So, talking earlier about wanting to be able to, eat your own library. This is one of those cards, and it has great folklore, and I am afraid to find out if A equal B and B equals C and C equal D, then do not get a 200 proofreading. Quotes theorem. Folklore is just weird. I'm not saying his art is bad. I'm saying it's weird. It is entertaining though. But yeah, Browse. Yeah, you and me both. Browse is one of those cards where, again, you are partly playing it to eat your library. You're going to be eating 4 at a time. Now, that being said, are you playing with the ideal kind of deck, in my opinion, would run, surprise, surprise, it would either run, whatchamacallit, Isochron's. So, ideally speaking, you want to play Bant. No, go away. Whoops. Go away. You want to play Bant. You want to run Isochron Scepter and an effect like Soul Foundry. Because then you can play on Isochron Scepter, you can run Pull from Eternity, and green gives you Rift Sweeper. Both of which can get a card that was exiled and give it back to you. Rift Sweeper takes the card and shuffles it back in the library. And Pull from Eternity takes it and puts it back in the owner's graveyard, which makes it a lot easier to get it back again. Hilariously, Pull from Eternity does really funny shenanigans with cards that have flashback. But if you're playing with those two cards and then you run Browse, okay. You know, you could end up drawing, 2 or 3 cards a turn that way. Sure, it might be, mana intensive because you might be looking at, Isochron Scepter, this is going to cost 2 to be able to do Pull from Eternity. Plus getting it back to your hand or whatever. But Browse you can make work. Phantasmosphere. Phantasmosphere basically has cumulative upkeep, except that instead of putting an H counter on it, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. God, no! No, please! Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it keeps growing. It's just going to keep getting bigger. And yeah, again, Yargo, you're quite right. This can be, like, a lot of the cards that people look at, it's like, why would you do this? Politics. And Commander is a game where politics is a thing that can quite easily happen unless you decide to do that, one episode of Commander Clash where they could not politic anything. Yeah. Oh, sure. But I mean, I could probably get away with throwing this in my mono blue ramp deck. Because that is a deck where I've had, like this deck. And I'll give you the shortcut link again. If you go there, that brings you to this page. And you take a look at where I've got Thadadel. Click on that. That'll bring you to this. And I have so much ramp in this deck. I've got like 19 or 20 basic islands. And because of the way this deck is designed, it's designed to act like it's a green deck. So I've got creatures that tap for mana. Or, stuff that like Solemn Simulacrum and Scampering Surveyor that fetch lands out of my deck. Stuff to ramp into. A handful of cards that are there just to get me like 1 shot extra mana at some point. A bunch of cards to dig for lands. Landfall triggers, etc., etc. Endless Evil is there basically to throw on something like Solemn Simulacrum. Horrors, whatever, don't care. I want another hollow. And I have like 19 islands in this deck. And I've had games where I've had all 19 in play. And I'm not even like trying. But in a situation like that, then you turn around and go, hey, by the way, Phantasmosphere, yeah, this is going to last a few turns. And the thing is, a lot of cards like that it's going to be like, 2 blue plus X, let's say, to cast it. And you get an XX, you get a 0/0 flyer with X+1/+1 counters on, or something of that nature. And this turns around and says, no, it only costs you 2 mana. You only get a 0/1, but every upkeep you get a +1 counter on it. You just have to pay every turn for the number. But if you're sitting at like 8 mana, let's say, and you cast this, it's going to start growing. Yeah, it's going to be more mana intensive every turn. But at that point, you're like, yeah, I can keep this around for like 4 or 5 turns. No big deal. Okay, well, then you're attacking for like, let's say you keep it around for 5 turns. You could have swung for 15 with that already. And then, hilariously, if you find a way to eat those counters before it goes to your opponent, and there's always ways to eat the counters. There's always ways to eat the counters. Yeah. Viscera Drone. Again, this is one of those cards that if you want to throw it into like a mono black, into a mono blue deck, run Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth, which you can legally do that. And I'm going to keep mentioning this probably every episode for a while. Because the way color identity works, where are you? Yavimaya Cradle of Growth does not have green in a cost. It doesn't have a green mana symbol anywhere on its text. Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth, same idea. Therefore, they are considered colorless cards as far as color identity is concerned. Therefore, they can go into any deck. So then you go and add Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth to a mono blue deck, and you go tap, sack a creature and a land to destroy target non-artifact creature, and it can't be regenerated. Most creatures you're going to care about are not artifact creatures. Let's be realistic here. They're not artifact creatures. So, what you can do is, so this suddenly gives you, and if you're playing, you also then have the option of playing some kind of token strategy, which blue isn't really known for, but it is a thing that you can do. Best one that comes to mind off the top of my head is Wall of Kelp, which is literally pay to tap it. It'll come out the next set, i.e. this is Alliances we're doing tonight. Homelands is next week. This will come out in terms of discussion next week. 2 mana and tap it. Make a 0/1 token. Okay, fine. So 2 blue and tap 2 creatures and sack a land. Destroy target non-artifact creature. That's actually not bad when you are looking at the fact that blue does not get creature removal. Spot removal, like straight up spot removal that blue gets, is really hard to come by. And I'm not talking about bounce. And then if you decide you want to turn all your lands into snow, make them all snow-covered islands, and you have Urborg out, and then you can blow up artifact creatures too. But yeah, if you want to, if you are at all like me in this context, and you want to be, and you like the idea of playing with cards that have abilities and they're in a color that is not known for having that ability. So, you know, white doesn't draw cards well, as a general rule, up until up until the last 5 years or so. You know, green is not known for first strike. You know, blue being able to blow up creatures consistently, like especially consistently, stuff like that. Or green with counter spells, you know, etc., etc. Giving, you know, mono black group hug. Then yeah, this card is going to be right up your alley and the sort of card that you should be looking into. Can you do this cheaper and more efficiently in other colors? Sure. This is blue. Also, depending on what you're sacrificing, you know, getting the land back might be the hard part. You probably want a card like, you probably want to be doing like Scare Tiller plus Crucible of Worlds, so you can actually get ahead in lands, you know, or to where everybody else would be. Getting the creature back, there are creatures that don't mind, you know, when they die. Oh look, it's in my graveyard. I can replay it from my graveyard, or when it dies, it goes back to my hand, or when it dies, this, that, whatever. And so this ability to, you know, sack a creature, it's not always a drawback. Plus, some of them, when they die, they do certain things, like Cathodian. When it dies, you get 3 colorless mana. So, it's a consideration. Yeah, okay. Benthic Explorers. Benthic Explorers was on my list for my mono blue ramp deck, and I eventually cut it. I basically cut it because I was trying to know what it's like when you're building a deck and you want to add a card and you need to cut something and you don't know what to cut. Yeah, this ended up being one of those cuts. 4 mana for a 2/4. You tap it and untap one of your opponent's lands to get a mana the land that you untapped can generate. So realistically, this is more or less looking at, you know, tapping it and untapping an opponent's land for, you know, to get a colorless mana. On a 2/4 for 4, which is okay, except for the fact that it's, you don't want to be paying 4 mana for basically Llanowar Elves. You don't pay 4 mana for a Llanowar Elves effect. And I had enough other stuff that I cut it. It's not, if you're building mono blue ramp, take a look at this list. Use this as a starting point. If you are not interested in ramp spells, i.e., and it's in there to get mana, not for the rest of its ability. Mana Drain. High Tide is in there. What else is there? Iceberg is in there. If you're not interested in cards like that and you want more mana creatures, then yeah, Benthic Explorers is probably still fine. I think I'd have about 5 slots that I could cut. Soldevi Sage. 2 mana for 1/1. Tap it, sack 2 lands to draw 3 cards and discard 1. So, you are sacrificing 2 lands and discarding a card. So, you're losing 3 cards to draw 3 cards. So you're not getting ahead in you're staying card neutral. But this is one of those like really late game cards, or one of those cards where you use its ability because you're in a pinch. I could consider. I think I did consider throwing this into my mono blue common stack. Take me down to Cantrip City. I think I did consider that. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yes and no, because you also got to remember, this is a tap ability to draw 3 cards. That is very much a blue thing. It's just you wouldn't be sacrificing lands nowadays. Well, no, maybe. I could see a world where you're still sacrificing lands for it. I could see a setting where that could actually be a thing. But how do you get a tap ability on a 1/1 creature that says draw 3 then discard 1? Basically, Thirst for Knowledge. You would either have a very large activation ability, activation costs like 4 mana and tap it, or you have to sacrifice something else. You sacrifice something else, yeah. This might be the most blue way to do it. This might make more sense in black nowadays. But for blue to get this, yeah, I totally buy it. And again, this is a common. I think I would be okay throwing a copy of this deck into my mono blue common stack. I would be more okay putting it in there, I should say, if it wasn't for the fact that I cut back a bit on lands. If I was running like 38-ish lands like I normally do, I think I'd be okay running it. But because I am only running, I think it's 34 lands, then yeah, I think basically this is, if I built the deck differently, I would be okay running it. Also, and I wouldn't run this in I wouldn't run this in my other mono blue deck because it wants to. Well, no, I could run this in mono. Well, no, I can't run this in my other mono blue deck because it's trying to pretend it's not blue, and this is too blue in ability. Okay, maybe see you after dinner, Yargle? It is Yargle. I have come to bargle. But yeah, if I had designed either of those decks differently, then yeah, so W Sage. And if you're playing Simic, and you're playing with cards that let you replay lands from the graveyard or what have you, then, and playing cards that let you have extra land drops, then yeah, so Devi Sage suddenly goes, gets much better. You combine that with landfall abilities, and sure, Spiny Starfish. One of the few cards in blue that can actually regenerate. There's not a lot. This might even be the best one. 3 mana for 0/1. Blue to regenerate. At the beginning of each end, so basically you go, oh, by the way, did you regenerate this turn? Cool. Make a 0/1 Starfish. Oh wow! For each time it regenerated this turn. So if you had to activate its regeneration multiple times because multiple things were going to try and kill it, like multiple effects or whatever, we're going to try and kill it. Have fun. Probably should see more, I'm not going to say it should see more play. If you are at all interested in a token strategy and you want a creature that's hard to kill, this is a hard one to find ability. Again, this is one of those. If you're looking for something vaguely along the lines of Drudge Skeletons, consider Spiny Starfish. However, you have Ghost Ship, which is a 2/4 flyer that regenerates for triple blue that came out in the dark. I think I like the original art better here. Yeah, that's just 25 and the list gave you this one. I'm not saying I think this is bad. I'm saying I think I prefer this one. But that could also be because, that's the one I remember. Spiny Starfish. And then Sea Troll, which we'll cover next week, can only regenerate if it ends up... has it ended up in combat against something blue? I would play. So Sea Troll is at the bottom of the list. Ghost Ship is best in terms of the actual creature, but it's triple blue to regenerate. This is a much smaller creature. but it's only a single blue and it can create more. I think if I'm looking for the fact that it's a creature, I want Ghost Ship. If I'm looking for the regeneration, I'll take Spiny Starfish. And then number 2 would be the other one. Library of Latinum. Library of Latinum is... So, I have... As I've mentioned before, said before and I'll say it again, working on a giant list of decks, go down to here. Okay, so ignore line number 1. I am looking at 42 decks, and then these guys are maybes. I might want to do something with them as well. So that's 44 minus 1 is 43. This is one for every color and color combination, and one for every monocolored and allied colored pair that's commons only, and colorless that's commons only. So that's 32 plus 11 is 43 decks. I'm eventually going to get there. And what you're... where are we here? Oh, yes. And then one of the decks that's going to be in question is this one, which is the non-black one. And non-black is going to take one of those things that you always hear people say you should never do X. And I'm going to make a deck that does X. And in this case, the general rule of thumb is you don't give your opponents choices if you want to play something optimally. Now, we're not talking don't give them choices as I need to blow up a creature. You're the only one that has creatures that I have any interest in blowing up. Which one do you want me to blow up? We're not talking stuff like that. We're talking stuff like, well, I'm going to target that creature. Either it's going to take 5 point, either it's going to take a bunch of damage, or I don't know, maybe you can take the damage instead. It's going to take 3 unless you want to take 5 instead. Effects like that. Or I'd like to wrath the board. I'm going to pay 3 mana. I'd like to wrath the board. If somebody wants to stop the board from being wiped, they can take 6 damage instead. So effects like that, are the sort of thing that I'm going to be looking at for the non-black deck. And I'm constantly going to be giving my opponents options on which route do you want to take. Library of Latinum falls into that. I pay 5 mana. I pay 5 mana now. I choose one of my opponents and say, here's a question for you. Do you want to let me draw 3 cards? Or do you want me to search for, or do you want me to search up any card? And again, you can use that politically, and you can have it be, a 5 mana tutor regularly, which sounds like a lot, and it kind of is, but A, blue doesn't really get the ability to search for any card. You know, that's the big thing to keep in mind. The only card I can think of that lets you search for any card is Noble Benefactors, but that gives it to, you know, that when it, I think it's when it dies, everybody gets that ability. ID. ID, not ID, format type 1, because I hate. Right, Archmage Ascension, once you've got enough quest counters on it, is a tutor instead of drawing a card. Library of Latinum is the one we're talking about. Long-term plans lets you put it third from the top. Mask of the Mimic only lets you search for something that's in play with the same name as a creature that's in play. This lets you search for a card that, you know, with certain restrictions. This search for a card with certain restrictions, card with certain restrictions, card with certain restrictions, certain restrictions, certain restrictions. So really the only cards, there's only 3 ways in mono blue specifically, not counting artifacts, etc. There's only 3 ways in mono blue that let you search for any card. And then Noble Benefactor on top of that. When it dies, each player can search. Archmage Ascension, you have to go through some tricks, and then card draw becomes tutoring. Long-term plans puts it third from the top, which you can get back later this turn. Maybe the next turn. Library of Latinum, yeah, so 4 cards realistically. Although Mask of the Mimic, if you're going and playing a card like Persistent Petitioners, you sack a Petitioner in response to it dying to something else to get another one. But yeah, you want to be able to tutor up any card. I think this is by the point when they realized that Demonic Tutor was too much and it should have cost more. And I think this might have been one of their fixes. So yeah, and then switching it to another color, obviously, because, you know, any color back then, any color could get any ability if it was flavored right. But yeah, Library of Latinum, again, I think it's reasonable to assume you can turn this into a 5-mana tutor regularly, depending on how the game is playing out. Foresight. This is one of the reasons why I turned around and when I did the search, I said, hey, remove the word exile, because you had cards like this. Search for 3 cards, exile, then shuffle, and then draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. If you could throw this on, well, Panoptic Mirror is banned, but you do have Elite Arcanist. Oh no, Elite Arcanist only does instants. How do you get sorceries? I don't think there's a way to get sorceries, per se. Okay, you'll have to find a way to recur this somehow, because any way to do it that I can think of It's not legal in Commander. That being said, if you can do this regularly, and then we start looking at the discussion with Storm Elemental and so forth, and you slowly shrink down your deck and slowly... The other thing is Foresight. You can start, because it searches for any 3 lands, you can exile, for example. Cool, I don't need any more lands for the rest of the game. Start exiling your lands. And then start drawing more actual... what's the word I'm looking for? More action. That's the word I'm looking for. More cards that actually do things. Title control. Do you want to give... You're a blue mage. Do you want to give other people the ability to counter stuff? Title control. 2 blue, 1 for an enchantment with cumulative upkeep of 2. So it's only going to last probably 3 or 4 turns. Unless, again, you can do something about the counter on it. Not that difficult. Interesting. If you put an age counter on something else, it doesn't automatically get cumulative upkeep. It just has an age counter on it. Huh. Anyway. Anybody, if, oh wow. This might actually be worth playing because green is a commonly played color at Commander. Oh no. I just realized. This gives anybody the ability to counter red or green for paying 2 mana or 2 life. Yes, I know what that says, but I'm just realizing what that actually means. And what that means is that you, like, anybody can counter, you know, Hellkite Overlord or, you know, whatever, you know, natural of, Sylvan Awakening or whatever for just, you know, for free by paying 2 life. And green is a very common mono color to play, and green gets a lot of play in combination with other colors. I would say that green and black are probably the 2 colors that are most likely to be played as mono, and the 2 colors most likely to be played in addition to other colors. I would say, I would presume that at least 2/3, probably 3/4 of decks that people play are green and or black. Red, further down the list. Red most commonly played in combination with other colors. Specific decks like goblins want to be mono red, but in general it's going to be in combination with other colors. But giving any deck the ability to just say, no, stop that, to a green deck, and it's not just a person that controls the enchantment. That's kind of silly. That's like if you took Life Force or Death Grip and gave it to anybody and broadened. Wow, yeah. That being said, red and green also have the most cards that say they can't be countered. So you are definitely going to be a target if you do that. I probably wouldn't play that as a result, but that's me. Oh yes, Stormcrow. The bird, the myth, the legend. Stormcrow. 1/2 flying for 2 mana. At common. There was, I mean, it's a decent, like, it's, back then it was fine. It's a step up over Squire, which isn't saying much, because white had Squire only like 3 sets or whatever earlier, and it was 1 white, 1 other for 1/2. This is better because it flies, but flying is actually a lot better. Flying is actually really strong. It's probably in, I would say, out of the mechanics that you see on a regular basis, I would say flying is easily in the top 10, probably in the top 5, maybe the top 3. But this was also going up against things like Flying Men, which for 1 less mana was the difference of 1 less toughness. You're paying an extra mana for an extra point of toughness, and that's it. That was part of the reason why Stormcrow was considered so bad back in the day. If it wasn't for Flying Men, it probably would have got an occasional pass. But yeah, it's the best reason to play Stormcrow is if you can get somebody to allow you to play Crowstorm, and then you collect a bunch of Stormcrows as tokens for Crowstorm. Awesome Presents. One of the earliest cards that tries to make something unblockable. Anybody that wants to block it has to pay 3 per blocker. Compare Brainwash. Enchant creature can't attack unless its controller pays 3. This is like, this can't be blocked unless you want to pay 3 per blocker. This is actually, like, if you want a cheap unblockable card, this is actually really good. I don't know if you can get unblockable for less than that. Oh, okay. Aqueous form? Aqueous form. Yeah. After that, yeah, Aqueous form, and then Awesome Presence would be like your second best one for 1 mana unblockable, as far as I'm concerned. Because Cloak of Invisibility gives it phasing, which means it only exists every other turn. And can't be blocked except by walls. See, the discussion I keep bringing up about, hey, by the way, wall is a creature type, etc., etc. And Rite of Passage only works on small creatures. So, yeah. Awesome Presence is actually reasonable. False Demise. So, if you can find the most hilarious way to play with False Demise is if you can find a way somehow, let's say, lay the line of anticipation, to cast it as an instant. But even without that, throw False Demise on a creature, on a big creature, on a creature that's making people go, that's going to be a problem. Okay. The creature dies, False Demise triggers, it comes back into play under your control. It is a blue card that crosses reanimation with control magic. Because it's not just the creature comes back into play. No, it comes back into play under your control. This is one of those cards that people completely forget even exists. Even people that have played a long time, like myself, unless I'm looking for something weird, and I often am, it's like, oh my god, I forgot about that. So, False Demise, there's also Fool's Demise. Which is a similar effect. It's 2 extra mana. But when Fool's Demise goes to the graveyard, you get it back to your hand as well. So, if you have False Demise, like, it's basically False Demise for an extra 2 mana that can recur itself as well. Yeah, return that card to the battlefield under your control. Notice I'm going back and forth, and this line here is not changing at all. It is the exact same text. So, yeah, you should play this more. If your deck wants to steal cards in fun and interesting ways, play more False Demise. Diminishing Returns. Diminishing Returns is okay in Commander, partly due to the fact that you're playing, a 100 card format. It's basically Time Twister. Although if you can play Time Twister, and that would either be because you have one you're willing to play. View all prints. Okay, do not, this is not an accurate price. There's no way an alpha version of Time Twister goes for 15 cents. When you consider that the euro price is 18 grand. So multiply this by 2.5. Actually, yeah. And even the Collector's edition versions are like 750 to 800. The 30th anniversary printing is, 900. And that's basically a official proxy. Multiplied by 4. Yeah, I would assume this one would be around, also around $3,000, and this one would be around 7 or 8,000, and this is probably more realistically around 20. That being said, if you have a Time Twister and you're willing to throw it into a deck, or people are allowing you to proxy it, you play that first. It's basically the same as this for 1 blue less, without this middle line. Oh. Each player chooses to draw any number of cards from 0 to 7. Oh. This says draw 7. This says draws up to 7. You can choose to draw 0. I just realized that. Again, I was today years old when, yeah, you can actually cast Time Twister and choose to draw no cards. Most people won't, but there are circumstances where you may decide you want to choose, you want to draw less than 7 cards. Cool. Yeah. Again, so much exiling in this set, so this is a theme you're going to commonly see in this set. That being said, it's at least worth a consideration. You are looking at 4 mana for a Time Twister effect. Exiling 10 cards is probably fine. It's better if your deck is designed in such a way that you can get them back, but I'd say it's fine. It screws over a lot of decks too. Oh yeah, Platinum's Legacy. 2 mana, shuffle a card from your hand back into your deck to draw 2 cards on the next upkeep. So you spend this card and a card from your hand to draw 2. This is basically Thrill of Possibility in blue. But Thrill of Possibility says you draw the cards now. This makes you draw them next turn. However, Thrill of Possibility, you discard the card. This shuffles it back in. I think there's. I think it's still playable. It being an instant means, and there's cards I'm going to continually bring up, and Isochron Scepter is one of them, and that's not just tonight. That's going to be a regular thing. Unfortunately, you can only have one Isochron Scepter per deck. That being said, this is also a common. I might need to grab a copy of this for Cantrip City. So if I really need to draw lands, I can pay 2 mana and shuffle, say, a 5-drop back into my deck at the end of my opponent's turn to try and draw 2 to try and draw more lands. Thought Lash. Again, back to exiling cards. When a player doesn't pay this enchantment's cumulative upkeep, that player exiles all cards from their library. So basically, here's the thing. Those cards I was talking about, like Laboratory Maniac and the like, this is basically 4 mana. You either do this infinitely, and then you cast Thassa's Oracle. Or you have that, or, you do this, and then in response to the upkeep trigger, you flash in Thassa's Oracle somehow. The easier way is cast this, cast Thassa's Oracle, in response to the Oracle trigger, do this. Win. If you're playing to combo win, yeah, you play that. Force of Will, we all know about Force of Will. I even mentioned it earlier this stream. Here's the story though. When this card came out, I thought it was a bad card. Because think about it from the perspective of somebody who has never played competitive Magic. Very much a casual kitchen table player. And they had seen Counterspell, or even if you say Cancel, which nobody should ever play with Cancel. For the same mana cost, for the same rarity, there are much better cards than Cancel, even in current standard. You see this, and let's compare it to Counterspell for a moment. Because, to be fair, that was the card that existed. That was the card that existed when, that was the Counterspell that people played. That or Mana Drain. But Mana Drain, this is back when Mana Burn was a thing, so you had to be a little more careful. But 2 blue, instant, counter target spell. No big deal. 2 blue plus 3, so roughly double the cost. Counter target spell. Or pay life and exile a blue card. So, the newbies, like myself at the time, were like, why would I pay 5 mana to counter a spell, or pitch this card, pitch another card on top of that, and lose life on top of that, just to stop something from... So I'm basically losing 2 cards and a life just to stop something from going through. What? Why? Why would I? The answer to that is the fact that A, you're playing blue, and blue draws a lot of cards. Okay? So that's the first thing to note. B, this gives you a way to stop a spell from being, stop a spell from resolving when you don't have any resources available to be able to cast a counter spell in the first place. So, if I don't have 2 blue mana up, I can't cast counter spell. If I haven't had my first turn yet, I can't cast Counterspell. I can, however, cast Force of Will. Sure, I may lose a second card and pay a life. But this still gives me an opportunity to, to do what my deck is trying to do. And have a chance of doing something. It also gives you a chance if you're playing certain kinds of decks, like if somebody's going, Wrath of God, and you go, no. I've tapped out to cast creatures, and, well, no, stop that. And then there's Arcane Denial. And Arcane Denial is the most commonly played blue card in Commander. And it gets played more in Commander than Force of Will, which is from the same set, because it does something specific. A, it's easier to cast than Counterspell. Only requiring a single blue. It's 2 mana, but only requires a single blue. B, it'll draw you a card on the next turn, so it replaces itself. C, it's less feel bad than other counter spells, because even though their spell may be stopped, they get to draw more cards on the next turn. Not their next turn, the next turn that comes around. So if I'm countering this person's spell on this person's turn, when this person starts their turn, on their upkeep, this guy's going to turn around and go, oh cool, I can draw cards. And they can draw 0, 1, or 2. Which is a big deal. Suddenly being able to go, well, I countered your spell, but at least you get 2 more cards out of it. Sometimes that helps compensate for the feel bad of getting your spell stopped. Sometimes that's actually enough. So, it is a big deal. Don't need to say anything about it, needing to see more play. Oh yes, Keeper Tressorhorn. Now that we're on black, Keeper Tressorhorn. The big reason to run Keeper Tressorhorn is if in your deck that cares about life loss instead of damage. That's really the only reason to play Keeper Tressorhorn, because 6 mana, 6/6, and making them lose 2 life. You would rather this be just a 6 mana, 6/6 with no abilities. Let's be honest. But here's the fun thing. It doesn't deal combat damage. This does bypass fog effects. They're still going to take 2. And this happens after somebody's decide whether or not they're blocking. But before combat damage happens. So you can actually play this in a deck with fogs and just keep pinging somebody for 2 every turn and not care. Krogan Plague. So Krovakin Plague is weird. So it's 3 mana for an aura. Can't enchant a wall. Again, the typical, hey, by the way, you're playing with walls. You're playing with cards that have all creature type, yada, yada, yada. Draw a card on the next turn's upkeep. Tap enchant creature. The aura, Krovakin Plague, deals the damage to any target. And then you get a -0/-1 counter on the enchant creature. So, again, this is one of those cards where I want to play with Solemnity or some way to eat the counters, etc. Oh, what's that fun card? Oh, free transfer. Move all counters from up to 1. Mutilated Cultist would do it. Sun Cleanser, okay, in addition to Solemnity, cute. Thief of Blood. Yeah, I could do that. Do it in black and maybe splash blue. Krovakin Plague. Cool. Ping, 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 ping. Yeah, and hilariously, like I said, it's the plague that's dealing the damage. It's not the creature. Usually an effect like this grants the ability to the creature. Like it'll say, tap enchant creature deals Arcane Teachings. Enchant creature gets +2/+2. Incidentally, it looked like this back in the day. And has taps, deals 1 damage to target creature or player. This doesn't give it to the creature. The aura deals damage. So that's adorable. Fevered Strength. Probably wouldn't recommend it in general. Because for an effect like this, you usually want something like Howl from Beyond, or you want, what do you call it? I can see it. But like there's the red spell that gives all creatures +2/+0 to end a turn or whatever. And it'll be around the same cost. Actually, is there anything at 3? There should be something at 3. Really? What about as a sorcery? Really? Okay, so there's 2 sorceries that give them +2/+0. Dark Triumph and Scare Tactics. Yeah, I would play Dark Triumph first. But yeah. Fevered Strength. The only reason I play Fevered Strength is the A, it targets, which is sometimes relevant. Or B, you're drawing a card, but there's you're playing black, you want to draw cards. There's a billion ways to draw cards. Frax and Boon. Frax and Boon was always weird. It's a pump spell that, it's half pump spell and half removal spell, depending on what you need, when. It's just enough to be main deckable. You can always, like, you enchant. You're playing black, so chances are you probably have black creatures but you can occasionally turn around and go, oh, your general's a 2/2? Cool. Kill it. What? Yeah, kill it. And because it's minus, it's not being destroyed, it's not being this, that, whatever, it gets past indestructible effects. But you can do, the problem is, like, this is a pump spell when you want it to be a pump spell, and a removal spell of sorts when you want it to be a removal spell of sorts. And it's costed as though it was one, or as you could use it for either, which makes sense. But you generally want one or the other. If you want a flexible card, it's fine. There are worse options. Oh, Stronghold Spy. Okay. So Stronghold Spy doesn't look great, but it's hilarious because all you have to do is hit somebody once and its effect lasts basically for the rest of the game. It's a 4 mana 2/4 that if it attacks and isn't blocked, you can choose to say, okay, don't take combat damage from it. But you have to play with your hand revealed until this thing leaves. You hit everybody once, and you get to see every card that everybody gets to see every card that everyone else draws, except for you. You get to still play with your hand hidden. Yeah. I have no problem playing this in like a rogue strategy, i.e., creature type rogue. Because being able to play and have full information on what everybody else is doing and not having to give up any of your own is great. You can see the kind of cards that they're drawing and then decide whether or not it's worth playing that extra creature. Oh, you have this in your hand. Maybe I should hold back a counter spell. Oh, you have this in your hand. I'll make sure I hold back this removal spell so when you go to cast it, I can deal with it, etc. The amount of planning that you can do by forcing somebody to play with their hand revealed is just obscene. People should play this more. Stench of Decay. Two black, one other. Non-artifact creatures get -1/-1 till end of turn. It is going to kill anything that's small You know, all small creatures just turn around and go, okay, done, bye. You're playing with sapperlings, you're playing goblins, you're playing anything that's known for being a small cheap creature dies. But you can build around this too, because it does not hit artifact creatures. So you can play cards like, say, Gingerbread, or let's just do a quick. Let's do EDA track. Oh yeah, Esper Sentinel will live. Lives 3 battles first. Like, all this stuff is stuff that will just, like, Steel Overseer. Being able to just go, okay, I lived through it, and the next turn I start making my stuff bigger. You know, your Manameres, your Gingerbroods, your Universal Automaton. Stuffy Doll lives and doesn't care. You know, Walking Atlas lives and doesnesn't care. Phyrexian Revoker really needs to see more play. Deals damage equal to its parry to each opponent. That's hilarious. You know, Hex Parasite lives and doesn't care. Pillapala lives and doesn't care. Like, you can do a lot with a card like Stench of Decay and just not care. Insidious Bookworms. The funny thing about Insidious Bookworms is there's not a lot of ways to make somebody discard at instant speed. This is a dice trigger. So you're going to play this, to a sack outlet. And then just go, hey, by the way, discard a card at random. And the scariest thing that you can probably do to a blue mage, apart from saying, my spells can't be countered. Incidentally, I have a deck that I'm building that does not care about that. I've mentioned it before. It is clearly a type 3 point, a bracket 3.5 to 4 deck. Probably a bracket 4. Even though I don't think it has any game changers in it, is clearly a bracket 3.5 to 4. Yeah, probably the next scariest thing to do is say discard cards at random. Which means they don't get to choose what cards they're discarding. So the easiest thing for them to do is shuffle their hand, lay it all out, grab a die, roll the die, and go, okay, I'm discarding that one. Yeah, it's kind of scary. And yeah, because it triggers when it dies. You're playing black. You're not playing cards like this Viscera or Woe Strider or Carrion Feeder, or stuff that has basically sacking a creature as a cost to do a thing. If you're playing a deck like that, especially if you've got some way to recur them, Junk Troller, for example, or what's the new one? Is it 3/3 Mascot I'm thinking of? No, not 3/3 Mascot. Park Farm Harvester. This thing. 3 mana for 2/3 that's all creature types and has reach. And for 2 mana, put a card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. Really, really good. You play that, and just keep recurring your, just keep getting the bookworms back every so often. And it gets really, really dumb because every so often you're going to be like, oh yeah, pitch another card. Oh yeah, by the way, pitch another card. And you're playing black, so chances are good you've got a way to shuffle something. Feast or Famine. This is one of those cards that's going to generally be I'm going to, you're going to put this in a deck assuming that you're making a 2/2 zombie token that every so often you're going to be like, no, I need a removal spell instead. Krovikan Horror. Krovikan Horror was one of the earliest cards, probably the second or third card, that had a way to come back every turn. If you are looking to build around recurring creatures regularly, like creatures that don't stay dead, if you're looking at something along the lines of Nether Shadow, anything vaguely along that line, Krovikan Horror you should be looking at. Plus, speaking of sack outlets, this allows you to sack a creature to deal a damage to any target, which is absolutely silly. As long as so Black's history of having creatures that are willing to be sacrificed, it's a long and storied history. I mean, like I said, even Beta gave you Nether Shadow, which might not look like a lot, but it was a starting point. It was a creature that could keep coming back. So this was, hey, I'll sack Nether Shadow to deal a point of damage to something. Sack a couple more creatures. Next turn, Nether Shadow comes back. Generate, or you've got token generation you can play with. You've got creatures that when they die make tokens. You've got creatures that when they come into play make tokens. So, and you can even play this fairly if you really want. And all you need, the funny thing is, to get this, to recur this, all that needs to happen is that, when this dies, there's another creature right on top of it. Now, I know I'm going to hear a lot of you go, wait, what do you mean if there's a creature? So I'll just reorganize my graveyard? No. Here's the deal. The rules basically say that if you're playing with cards of a certain, if you're playing in a format that allows cards of a certain age or older, you cannot reorganize your graveyard. It has to stay in the order it's actually in. Let's see if I can find it really quickly. In formats involving cards, only cards from Urza Saga and later, players may organize. Players may change the order of their graveyards at any time. The set Stronghold has the last cards that care about graveyard order. Urza Saga is the set following that. Tempest, Stronghold, Exodus. Yep. So, in any format that only includes later sets, players may change the order of the graveyard. The most common format where players cannot change the graveyard's order are Legacy and Vintage. Okay. So it's in the MTR. Let me see if that's still... MTR. Magic Tournament Rules. Download. 3:15. Three. This is in the Magic Tournament rules as of December 16th, 2024. So about 3 months ago. So, in formats involving only cards from Urza Saga and later. Hold on a sec here. I don't know why. I'm getting an itch. I don't know, maybe it's an insidious bookworm, who knows. Players may change the order of their graveyard at any time. So, if you're playing modern or anything smaller, you're fine. If you're playing anything that allows really old cards, then you cannot change your graveyard. This is a piece of... So this means in Commander, you have your graveyard laid out a certain way. You cannot move it around. Like you can... You can't actually... You know, unless an effect tells you otherwise, you can't do anything with it. Now, does that matter? Most of the time, no. But we're looking at a card from Alliances, and this has not been reprinted in paper, and you have to keep the cards. This is why, you know, that rule exists. Because of effects like this and Nether Spirit or Nether Shadow, which care about what cards are where with respect to itself in the graveyard. Now, that's Magic tournament rules. If you're sitting at the kitchen table, most people aren't going to care. But if you're playing at some kind of event and, you know, and you're playing... And keep in mind, it mentions, you know, the thing I looked at before mentions Legacy and Vintage. Those aren't the only formats that allow, you know, cards that are incredible, like really old, like 25 plus years old. It's just those are the most common ones where tournaments are involved. Pauper follows this. Pauper has to follow the same rule. You're playing in a Pauper event, you cannot reorganize your graveyard. You can actually get the judge called on you for that. Now, if it's oh, I didn't know, here's a warning. Don't reorganize. You're playing with something that allows cards that are 25 plus years old. Don't reorganize your graveyard. Because cards will occasionally come up that care. That being said, yeah, if you're playing a deck that cares about, you know, if you have this in your graveyard, and then, whatchamacallit, Nether Shadow on top, and then 3 creatures on top of that, stack the triggers so you get this back to your hand first, then return your Nether Shadow to play. Fatal Lore. So Fatal Lore is like the black flip side kind of Legacy of Latinum. It's easier to cast, and either you're drawing 3 cards or you're blowing up 2 of their creatures, but they get to draw 3 cards. I see the most common kind of deck that this is going to get thrown in is one where the opponent drawing cards is a bad day. Nekusar comes to mind. You know, Nekusar the Mind Razor. Whenever an opponent draws a card, it deals 1 damage to that player. You do enough of that ability, and it's, you know, they're not going to want it. They're going to just turn around and go, it's okay, you can draw the 3 cards. If you're not playing a card like that, Okay, so the way this works is you choose the opponent and they choose which of these two happen. So that's the choice of mode. And then you choose whether or not, and then you choose your, if they choose this mode, you choose up to 2 target creatures. Then the spell finishes going on the stack. Once you pay costs and everything else. Then it'll be able to resolve and do its thing. You can choose 0 creatures. You could actually be nice to them and say, I'm going to choose 0 targets. You can keep whatever creatures you have. And let them draw 3 cards. But it says up to 3 cards. You draw 3. They could choose to draw. They could choose to draw 0. So, yeah. If I'm looking for a black card draw spell, if I want something that's sometimes removal and sometimes card draw, if I'm looking for a black card that gives me multiple options on how to play it, I should be looking at Fatal Lore. I will be right back. I have to make a side trip. Please hold. Okay. I am back. Alright, where did I leave off? Yeah, so Fatal Lore, like I was saying before my body said, hey, by the way, you gotta do a thing. Yeah. Fatal Lore, basically, if I want a so it's basically target player draws 3 cards, but somebody might lose a couple of creatures in the process. But I don't get to choose who draws 3. My opponent does. Okay. I mean, if you're willing to play the kind of deck that says, hey, by the way, somebody else gets the options, which this deck isn't going to be able to. I don't know if I'm going to have a home for it, but we'll see what happens. It doesn't mean it's not worth playing. It's just you're going to have to keep your eyes open on who's drawing the cards. Dystopia. Again, we're still in the years of people playing with cards. People playing with cards that hate on that hate on specific colors. And so black doesn't like white or green. And at the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices a green or white permanent of their choice. You could do this in a mono black deck and just not care. Cumulative upkeep, pay a life. I will point out that is going to get very expensive very quickly. Think about how much life you lose from the One Ring. Which, because most people that play with the One Ring don't just tap it a couple of times and be like, okay, I'm good. No, they're going to tap it like every turn and draw more cards and more cards and more cards. But they're going to take damage from it every turn. Sorry, life loss. Same thing. I mean, yes, but no, but whatever. Let's say you use the One Ring 5 times. Assuming no shenanigans and assuming you use it each turn or each turn cycle. First first upkeep you'll take 1. Like first relevant upkeep, you'll take 1. Then you'll take 2. Then you'll take 3. Then you take 4. Then you take 5. That's 15 damage. Dystopia is going to do the same thing to you. It is going to deal you 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5, if you keep it around for that long. So in 6 turns, you'll have lost 15 life. And it keeps getting bigger. So what you need to do is, there's a few ways to go around this. One, you play probably playing white, so you can recur this. Because then you get to play with cards like Sun Titan and Oromancer and other stuff that can get you a 3-mana enchantment back to your, back either to your hand or into play or what have you. At which point you can, keep it around for if you keep it around for 3 turns, you've lost 6, and then you bring it back out. So that's actually 4 turns. Well, something like that. And then you do it again, and but every turn, every 3 or 4 turns, you'd be like, okay, I'll bring it back now. Okay, I'll bring it back now. Okay, I'll bring it back now. And you'll just... Now, unfortunately, they don't sacrifice the number, permanents equal the number of counters on it. But... what you're going to want to do as well for something like this is you're also going to want an effect like Knight of Soul's Betrayal. And the reason for that is, making sure that all the random tokens die. Nice Sapperling token you've got comes into play dead. So between those two, this is going to start getting rid of the bigger stuff. And Knight of Soul's Betrayal is going to get rid of all the smaller stuff. So, but white and green can weather that storm. White especially can weather that storm fairly easily because it has the Glorious Anthem style effects. Green has less of that, but green tends to play with bigger creatures. But green's also going to turn around and say, well, my creatures are bigger, but that means I've got bigger stuff to lose. So Dystopia is probably going to hurt green more than it's going to hurt white. Limdual's Highguard. So if you take Dread Skeleton, give it an extra point of power and first strike. Dread Skeleton, I think, was just a single black to regenerate, wasn't it? Yeah. 1 black, 1 other. Oh yeah, and that's the proper artwork. 1 black, 1 other, and black to regenerate. So you're paying an extra black in its mana cost and extra mana to regenerate for an extra point of power and first strike. I think that's actually about right. Based on Dread Skeletons being considered balanced, which does not feel out of line either. Limdual's Highguard just might be right. If you're playing Skeleton Tribal, a 2 power first striking skeleton is actually pretty good. For 3 mana, okay, yeah, that's actually not completely unreasonable. And then there's not a lot of skeleton synergy, but there is some. It's probably fine. Disease Vermin. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, put an infection counter on it. Bring it for upkeep. Deals X damage to target opponent previously. Oh, this is the Wretched. But weird. Oh no, not the Wretched. The Fallen? The Fallen. Deals 1 damage to each opponent. So this hits everybody it's already hit for 1. This hits a target for X, where X is number of counters on. So, if I'm playing with this card, I'm playing with Proliferation, because you want to proliferate the rats. You want to play Proliferate, and you want to play with multiple upkeeps, which means you do not want to play with cards that have got cumulative upkeep, because that's just going to be a headache. Although, you could do that if you've got a way to, again, if you've got a way to eat the counters. Which, if you're playing black, is not completely an unreasonable thing. So, but this is going to burn an 8. Deals 1 damage to a single opponent for each. Yeah. This is also going to want to have like multiple combats. So the ideal situation is you're playing a deck that allows multiple combats, so you're probably playing red. Proliferates. You don't need anything specific for that. Blue would be nice, but not necessary. And the ability to manipulate counters, which black really... You could do this in Rakdos. You could do this in Rakdos. I could see that. I could see that being a thing. Misinformation. Oh, yes. Misinformation is kind of like it's reinforcements was 1 white. Take 3 creatures from your graveyard, put them back on top of your deck. Misinformation takes 3 cards from an opponent's graveyard, but any cards, and puts them back on top of their deck. This is very easily like a time stretch against one player, just forcing them to redraw the same 3 cards. I would. I mean, again, you can use this politically, but don't rely on. If you're going to build a deck for Commander, build a deck with an idea in mind, and don't assume that you're going to be able to use any particular card in a political manner. It's not a bad idea to have cards in there that you know can be used that way, but don't assume it. I would not put misinformation in a deck with the assumption that I could use it to shore up an alliance. I think I am more likely to play this card with the assumption that, oh, you're playing some really strong graveyard synergies. Let's take these 3 cards and put them on top of your deck so you cannot make use of, like, if my opponent has got like Living Death in, on the stack. In response, I cast Misinformation to take their 3 best threats, put them on top of their deck, so they have to find another way to get them back into the graveyard to reanimate. I think that's the sensible way to play this, and I think Misinformation should be. I think people should build their decks on the assumption that somebody at the table is going to have some kind of graveyard synergies. I think it is a bad idea to assume that in any random group of 4, somebody is not playing with some kind of graveyard synergies. Because even my mono green control deck, this thing here, I've got 3 pieces of graveyard removal. I've also got Mulgraph, Monstrosity, and Reincarnation to make sure I get stuff back into play. And Elixir of Immortality to make sure, and Balagad Recovery to make sure I get stuff back. So I got 4 things, like 2 here are specifically to get stuff back into play, and then 2 more cards to make sure I can still get other stuff back. If you do not build based on the assumption that somebody's going to recur something from their graveyard, that's a problem. Casting of Bones. Casting of Bones is kind of weird. It's you're going to spend this card, and then you're going to discard a card, but you get to draw 3. The creature that dies may be one of yours, but it may not. But this is good. I think this is the kind of card that assume somebody's playing some kind of Wrath effect. And that can be Chain Reaction or Starve Extinction or an effect like that. It could be Mutilate, it could be Wrath of God. Something who's going to turn around and say, get all creatures, goodbye, hit the graveyard. Assume somebody's going to have something of that nature. Throw Casting of Bones on a creature that you're going to want somebody to kill. And it might be you, and it might be somebody else. If you've got a sacrificial creature, great. You can throw it there. And the worst that's going to happen if it's on your own creature is you're going to give up 3 cards. The creature, the Casting of Bones, and the card you discard. To draw 3 cards, which is not terrible for 3 mana. If it's on one of your opponent's creatures, then you're only giving up 2, which is even better. So you throw it on an opponent's creatures that we're going to have to get rid of that, aren't we? Yeah, we're going to have to get rid of that. But you need to make sure the creature dies. So you want to stop an effect like Swords to Plowshares. you want to stop an effect like Cyclonic Rift. But if the creature gets sacrificed, due to Cursed Marauder or Fleshbag Marauder, or, gets, where somebody murders it or terminates it, or, damnation or what have you, cool. The creatures end up in the grave. So make sure it's not on something that's indestructible. Well, ideally not indestructible. But yeah, it's certainly playable. It is a draw 3. It's a delayed draw 3 for 3 mana. But it's fine. Swamp Mosquito. So my 5-color deck. 3 tickets to the zoo, please. Essica God of the Tree. Because her backside is actually a 5 mana enchant, a 5-color enchantment. So she is a 5-color general. I have that here. The premise of this deck is I have something like 50 cards in this deck that are animals. They're lions and tigers and bears and scorpions and snakes and antelope and whatever else that I could find. Is it a creature type that could exist here on Earth? Yes? Cool. Dinosaurs were fair game because they did exist at one point. Mammoths, as a result, fair game. Could not be something that suggested some sort of intelligence. So I think I was willing to take Wilson. I think his name is Wilson. Yeah. Wilson, or if I'm Grizzly. Vigilance, Reach, Trample, Ward 2. Vigilance just means he's being perceptive. Reach just, in some cases, simply means he's big. Trample, okay, he can run stuff over. Okay, and Ward 2, some kind of evasive ability. Can't be countered. Same idea as Ward 2 in that context. But really doesn't say... nothing there really... The only thing that stops me from playing Wilson in a deck like that is he's a bear warrior. And then suddenly I go, crap, because to me, warrior implies training. We are not, and I don't mean, training a dog to, to come when you call. I mean, training a person to wear armor, sort of thing, or wield a weapon, or what have you. I see warrior. I see no. He's got a class to him. No. Cannot do that. Literally, if it wasn't for that, Wilson would have been okay. But yeah, so I have spiders in here. I have dogs. I have dinosaurs. I've got goats. I've got a handful of zoo staff. You're a wolf. You care about wolves. And I got 3 that this is to give my stuff, eventually get my stuff indestructible. This eventually gives my stuff indestructible. This is here, this is a creature, give my stuff haste. And even my ramp type stuff is all animal based. But, whoops, if you go back here, I've had 6 cards that do poison stuff. And one of them is Swamp Mosquito. Well, didn't we just have Swamp Mosquito here? Yeah, we got Swamp Mosquito here. I have 6 cards in that deck that give poison counters. And I think I might have a bit... Yeah, I've got at least 1 card that proliferates. So yeah, I do have the ability to poison somebody out. And somebody's not going to be happy about that. I'm like, meh. And the great thing about this is, sure, it's got 0 power. When it attacks and isn't blocked, the defending player gets a poison counter. As soon as somebody goes, okay, I'm not blocking this, I'm laying it through. As soon as that happens and it goes on to the next step, the next part of the combat step, they're like, oh, cool, get poisoned before combat damage happens. Yeah. By the way, did I mention that's also common? Yeah, have fun with that. Ritual of the Machine. Ritual of the Machine needs to see more play, period. 4 mana, sorcery, additional cost, sack a creature. Gain control of target non-artifact, non-black creature. Now that'll rule out probably a third of the creatures that people actually play. However, if it's not black and it's not an artifact, by the way, stuff that has devoid, A, usually is not an artifact, B, has no color identity. Sorry, has a color identity, but is not considered to be a given color. So, for example, what are you called? Writhing Chrysalis, which is seeing a fair amount of play in both standard and modern right now. It has a red-green color identity. But as far as cards that say, hey, by the way, are you red or are you green are concerned, no. And because we're talking Eldrazi, it's not an artifact. So Ritual of the Machine can steal somebody's, Writhing Chrysalis that has somehow ended up with like 6 +1/+1 counters on it and be like, oh cool, thanks, yoink. By the way, it's also got reach. Incidental reach, no big deal. Yeah, needs to see more play. Contagion. Basically the same cost as Force of Will. Paying 1 life and exiling a black card instead of paying its cost. Distribute 2 -2/-1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures. So you can throw them on the same... So something... You're having to deal with 2 counters. Both of which are -2/-1. But you're handing out 2 counters. So they're either both going to the same creature or they're going to 2 separate creatures. Where are you going to send them? This is an effect I'm a little happy. I'm a little bit better paying 5 mana for this. compared to Counterspell, or not Counterspell, Force of Will. Really don't want to pay 5 mana for Force of Will. But Contagion, I'm a little more okay with that. Because it feels like a 3 or 4 mana spell. Usually this is usually make one thing much smaller, kill one small thing. Sometimes it's kill 2 small things. And sometimes it's make this one big thing not nearly the threat it used to be. Like if Grizzlebrand was still legal, which it's not, hasn't been for a while, if memory serves me right. Yeah, not legal. But if it was, instead of having a 7/7 flying lifelink where you pay 7 life to draw 7 cards, -4/-2, it's now a 3/5. That's kind of a drop. Especially when it's, the lifelink is to keep the, paying 7 life to draw 7 cards ability active. Yeah, it's kind of a lot. A creature getting -4/-2 just kind of hurts. And then Soldeviadnate. Soldeviadnate, I feel like I've talked to in a previous episode. I think I have. This is basically Priest of Yawgmoth, but better. Because you can sack artifact creatures as well. You're a 1/2, right? Yeah, Priest of Yawgmoth. Tap, sack an artifact. Add black equal to the sacrificed artifact's mana value. Yeah. This is literally the exact same card, except you can also sacrifice a black creature. At which point you're looking at cards like Gurmag Angler, which you could easily cast for 1, sack it to the Adnate for 7, and go, cool. Now that I've got 7 black, what do I want to do? The answer to that is yes. So that's black. Red. Storm Shaman. Storm Shaman is actually pretty decent. It's a 0/4 fire breathing, which looks a little bit odd, but it's a 0/4 fire breathing. You average that out to like a 2/2 fire breathing. For 3 mana, yeah, that feels about right. And unlike an effect like Dragon Whelp, which it's an extra red for an extra point of toughness, i.e. a 2/3 instead of a 2/2. Because, like I said, I'm averaging this out. Dragon Whelp says you can use it 3 times, but you can use it 3 times easily. But if you try and use it more than 3 times, you sacrifice it at the end of turn, I think it is. Storm Shaman, don't care. Doesn't have flying and starts off, sure, it's a 0/4, which means you have to pay a red to deal damage. But also that 4 toughness means it survives a lot of things. You're probably playing this in a heavily red deck. Oh. I wonder. No, I don't currently have a home for that, but I could conceive a home for it easily enough. Yeah. Perfectly fine card. It just looks odd that it just looks odd that it gets, you know, it's a 0/4. But I think it was designed that way so it would survive an effect like Lightning Bolt. Which means if somebody wanted to blow it up, they actually had to put in actual effort or go to a second color. Enslaved Scout. The problem with Enslaved Scout is it's already a goblin. Wait, what? Goblin King already gave goblins Mountain Walk. Other goblins get +1/+1 and have Mountain Walk. If you are interested in playing goblins, you get an effect like Goblin King, and this is irrelevant. Now, it does help that it doesn't need Goblin King to get Mountain Walk. But I mean, I think there's also a 2/2 Mountain Walk. Mana value equals 3. Type Goblin. Oh, Mountain Walk. Yeah, Goblin Spelunkers. Literally the exact same size, the exact same cost, and had Mountain Walk. You didn't have to activate it, and it was already a goblin. So now the difference is you go from a Goblin Scout to a Goblin Warrior. Most of the time, that doesn't make any difference. Oh, by the way, they're both commons, which is a shame. Enslaved Scout got power crept, but it already was kind of meh because people that had an interest in it were already playing Goblin King, and so you didn't need this. So any 2/2 goblin damn it. God damn it. That being said, Fairchild's Crusader. Again, the typical problem with, doing something against a given creature type. Mirror Entity and Universal Automaton and Faceless Haven and all that jazz. So many creatures that people already play can block this without having to actually out and out say, hey, by the way, I'm a wall. People are going to miss that because suddenly, hey, by the way, I'm all creature types, thus I'm also a wall, yada yada yada. That being said, so the problem with Varchild's Crusader is it's really one of those cards that you want to throw a bunch of stuff on it and attack and activate it to push through those last few points of damage. Hilariously, if you can find a way to give this thing Infect or Toxic, Actually, no. Infect is what you would want specifically. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, a quick creature gets +2/+2 and has infect. Corrupted Conscience. So you really want Phyresis and Grafted Exoskeleton. You might throw Corrupted Conscience in this case on your own creature to give it infect. Glistening Oil, maybe. But this is one of those ones where it's like, throw some. This is a great thing to throw auras and equipment, basically to Voltron up this creature. Oh, wow. If I did a deck like Pauper Commander, but I used a card like this as my general, maybe. Chaos Harlequin. Back in the day, this general starting point for building a deck was 20 lands, 20 creatures, 20 spells. It was simple, it was easy, it was straightforward. Based on that, a third of the time, your next card would be a land. 2 red, 2 other for a 2/4. Red, exile top card of your library. If that card is a land card, this gets -4/-0 to end a turn. Otherwise, this creature gets +2/+0 to end a turn. Which means, on average, you pay 3 red, you exile 3 cards, and it works out 0. Because one's going to be land, 2 others are going to be non-land. So, the 2 non-lands are going to be +4/+0. -4, -0. So +4 and -4 cancel out. Which really means that if you want this thing to get ahead, you need to be able to manipulate the top of your deck. Now, Modern Magic, you're generally looking around 38 lands and 62 other cards. So, at least. So if I do, let's go based on my assumption, because my personal starting point is 38 lands. Equals 0.38 times 4. Actually, and then equal 38 is 62 times 2. That's right? No, 38 61. So that means your average hit, it's actually going to, instead of being a 2.4, it's going to be a 1.7. So really what this wants to be Alright, let's see here. So, equal 99 minus this. Equal this times minus 4. And then equal this times 2 so if we go 38 so if this is 33, at 33 lands it works out even. So at 25, you're going half a point up per hit on average. You really want it to be like a full point. 20, 18, 17, 16. There. That means that for Chaos Harlequin to work out to, on average, give you +1, you are looking at running only 16 lands. If you're okay going to half, you're looking around 25 lands. And if you're looking at a quarter, you're looking at 29 lands. So, in other words, for without any sort of manipulation, on average, if you want Chaos Harlequin to be worth playing, assuming its ability is relevant, you aren't running much in terms of lands. You are running, 29 lands, roughly. 28, well, we'll say 28 lands. 28 lands gives you a 0.3 on average. Yeah. Now, are there flavor reasons to run it? Sure. It's a jester. It is creature type human with no class. No comment. Is a Rabinowitz deck feasible? Probably not. One, two. Sandstone Needle. World Bottling Kit. Yeah, Rabinowitz is not a feasible artist to base around an entire deck off of. You'd have to go at least 2 artists because you need somebody to create enough land. Yeah. Baldovian Warmakers. 3/3 with haste and rampage 1 for 5 mana. Actually decent. You know, which might sound a bit weird, but actually decent. I think nowadays you might get a 4/4 with haste, but this also has rampage, which is an ability that people completely, you know, rampage on, like, what? Rampage on a creature, like, give this thing death touch? And just, okay, I'll deal 1 each here, guys. Okay. You're playing Barbarian Tribal? At least consider it. Veteran's Voice. There are multiple reasons to consider this card. Veteran's Voice, the #1 spot I like Veteran's Voice is because of this. Because Scare Tiller says, whenever Scare Tiller, or whenever this creature, depending on the wording you're looking at, becomes tapped, choose 1. And Veteran's Voice says, tap enchant creature. Target creature other than creature tapped this way, you know, basically another target creature, gets +2/+1 till end of turn. So this is like a pump spell that you're throwing on an effect like Scare Tiller, which asks, hey, was I tapped? You know, cards that have inspired, for example. You know, let's see something that's interesting. Oh yeah, King Makar the Cursed. Well, you put Veteran's Voice on King Makar, and now you tap it to give something a boost. And then when you untap it on your untap step, you exile a creature and make a gold token. You know. You know, you do have options on how to do it. Daring Thief. Whenever it becomes untapped, you may exchange control of target non-land permanent you control, and target permanent opponent controls that shares a card type with it. Here, I'll give you this token. You give me your big beefy creature. Thank you. You know, anything that cares about being, you know, Annie Flash the Veteran, whenever she becomes tapped, like, sort by color. You're playing red. Golem Medics, whenever it becomes tapped, 1 damage to a target. plus you're giving another creature +2/+1. Whenever this becomes tapped, discard card to draw a card. Whenever this becomes tapped, discard a card or draw a card. Whenever this becomes tapped, 1 damage to each opponent. Immerstorm Predator. Whenever it becomes tapped, exile a card from a graveyard and put a +1 counter on this. Whenever this becomes tapped, get something +X/+X for X's number of basic land types, which is going to be probably at least +2/+2 realistically. Target creature can't block this turn, etc., etc. So there's enough uses for Veteran's Voice that people should play that more. Bolduvian Horde. Bolduvian Horde is one of those cards that back in the day we thought it was going to be really good, because we thought this was going to be like the second coming of Jazam Jin. Which is, 2 black, 2 other for 5/5 that deals 1 damage to whoever, each turn. This is basically the same cost, except, in red. Same size. When it enters, sacrifice unless you discard a card at random. Okay, cool. Pitch a card. I have a 5/5 and my life total is not going to change. I just lost a random card. People don't like playing around the fact that they get a discarded at random. We thought this was going to be really good and really powerful, and then nobody played it. If you can get around, if you can get around playing the random, it's a 4 mana 5/5. If somebody's playing, if somebody, could also be you, is playing with Torpor Orb effects. Which might mean you're also playing white. Torpor Orb itself is colorless. There's, I think, a couple of abilities that let you counter a triggered ability in colorless, I think. But generally, you're going to be playing... You're probably also playing white, because white's got at least 3 cards. Took Honor Guard. That say, hey, creatures entering don't cause abilities to trigger. There's also something or other, Sunwing, and there's one that says counter it unless its controller pays 2. Yeah. But if you're doing that, you might be able to find better, but maybe not. Again, if you're playing Barbarians, it's definitely worth a look. Rogue Sky Captain. Rogue Sky Captain is kind of hilarious. So this kind of has cumulative upkeep of 2. It's a 3/4 flyer with cumulative upkeep 2. But if you choose not to pay the upkeep, instead of sacrificing it, you just take all the counters off and give it to somebody else. You can easily build decks around passing stuff around to other people. And then you can play cards in those decks that turn around and say, hey, by the way, I'm going to take them back now. A 3/4 flyer in red for 3 mana from Alliances is really good. Again, the other easy way to bypass this is either A, manipulating the counters, or B, just skip your upkeep. What's the wording? Is it Eon Hub I want? Yeah, players skip their upkeep steps. Sort by color. Oh, and skip. Draw, main combat. No. Okay, so it's just Eon Hub. Okay. But yeah, there's ways around dealing with Rogue Sky Captain. And for that you get a 3-mana 3/4 flyer, and maybe an interesting way to build the deck. It's also a human rogue mercenary. Mercenary is not a creature type that gets enough support, I don't think. Wait a sec. Okay, I spelled it wrong. Shoot the sheriff. Mercenaries are outlaws. Destroy target non-outlaw creature. Assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks are outlaws. Everyone else is fair game. Yeah. So maybe you consider throwing it in an outlaw deck. Guerrilla Tactics. Guerrilla Tactics is actually pretty good in a typical constructed format, like your typical 60 card 4 of environment. It's the sort of card that you want to throw in your sideboard. If you're playing against people that make you discard, you probably want like 2 or 3 of these in your sideboard. Well, actually no. You could probably get away with playing 4. It's at least 2 mana for 2 damage to a target, which is, it's not exciting, but it's okay. But if somebody makes you discard this, like Liliana the Veil, you discard this and suddenly deal 4 damage to any target, which will probably kill Liliana, amongst other things. So, the problem is, in Commander, an effect that makes people discard, unless they're making you... So first of all, a 40 life format, so burn is not that good. B, an effect that makes you discard is more than likely some kind of Time Twister / Wheel of Fortune effect. Or, at least Burning Inquiry, i.e., and which means it's happening to everybody. It's not that good in Commander. It's okay, but it's just not that good. Omen of Fire. Oh, Omen of Fire. Oh, man. 2 blue, 3 other instant. Return all islands to their owner's hands. Now with Harbinger of the Seas out, that is just silly. Because Harbinger, you play this in your own deck, and Harbinger of the Seas, it's like, cool. return all non-basic lands plus all islands, all basic islands to their owner's hands. Then each player sacks a plains or white permanent of their choice for each white permanent they control. If somebody's playing mono white, this cripples them hard. And the problem with playing mono white is you're generally already having to play, catch up ramp as opposed to actual ramp. You're looking at cards like land tax. You're looking at cards like Archaeomancer's map. You're looking at cards like White Plume Adventurer, stuff like that will only fetch lands if you're behind in lands compared to at least one other person. And then if you're playing a token strategy, you're probably just going to sack all your tokens, realistically. Which means you'll be left with your lands and not much else. But then if you've got, say, a Glorious Anthem effect out, it's like, well, I'm probably now sacking a plains to keep my Glorious Anthem out. And you basically don't want any more lands in play than somebody has. You don't want any more lands in play than you have permanents that you're not willing to sacrifice. Yeah, this is a pretty brutal card. I wouldn't recommend playing this. If you're looking at something like CEDH, go ahead. This is not kitchen table friendly at all. This is like, yeah, I'm going to cast, I'm going to have a bunch of stuff in play that doesn't care about dying. Maybe I get a benefit when it dies. And I'm going to play Painter's Servant and name white. And then I'm going to cast this in response to a counter spell, maybe. And go, hey, by the way, thunk. And just, yeah. But kitchen table? No. Death Spark. 1 red, instant. 1 to any target. At the beginning of your upkeep, if this is in your graveyard with a creature card directly on top of it, you can pay 1 to bring Death Spark back to your hand. This is not a bad card. This is one of those interesting cards that's like, this is like Flame Jab. If you want another Flame Jab effect specifically, Death Spark plus some way to manipulate your graveyard. I.e., if the next card on top is, let's say, Firebolt. Okay, I'll flashback Firebolt. And then having cards like Scavenging Ooze to, eat cards in your graveyard or whatever. So that eventually you end up with a creature card directly on top of Death Spark. This can work. It requires effort, but it can work. Soldier of Fortune. So Soldier of Fortune has got 2 different ways you can play it. One, you can play it fairly. You're looking at the top of your deck. Let's say you've got, Sensei's Divining Top, and you're like, I do not like how my deck is looking. you pay a red, you shuffle your deck. Okay, now maybe you've got better options. The other option is to penalize somebody for shuffling their deck. And this is the only card, as far as I'm aware, that forces a player to shuffle their deck. Because cards that make people shuffle are usually search. But making somebody search tends to be voluntary. So, as an example, let's go for Ghost Quarter. Tap, sacrifice this land. Destroy target land. Lantern of Insight. Yeah, fair comment. Patty, absolutely fair comment. It is a rare, no pun intended, because I know this is an uncommon. It is a rare effect that actually forces somebody to shuffle. Because most effects that make people shuffle turn around and say they may search their library for a thing. So if they do search, they have to shuffle, but they don't have to search in the first place. That being said, Lantern Control in Commander I'm presuming that's a CEDH list of some sort. Do you have a list in mind? Because I'll be honest, I don't really pay attention to CEDH because I don't think of Commander as a competitive format, but there are people that do. Or they look at Commander as it has the potential to be competitive. Is more a meme optimized strat. Okay, fair. If you've got a link to either one, go ahead and put in the chat because now I'm curious. Because Lantern Control isn't a list that you normally think of. It's not a link that you normally think of for even for Modern, which is the big place people normally go to for that. Emery. Clock of Omens gives you untap. Crystal Skull. What are you? You're a Manarok. Okay. Mirror and Spy. Whenever you cast an artifact spell. Oh boy. I know what you do. You untap artifacts. Wedding Jar. Expel. Bounce top. Okay, so that's going to put... Clones. These are going to be for copying artifacts primarily. I presume. Target artifact. Yep, these are going to be for copying artifacts. Counter spells. Any good counter spell that's worth playing. Yep. Bizarre Baghdad. I am going to presume this is not a paper list. I'm going to presume you do this on like Magic Online or something like that because Bizarre Baghdad is going to be expensive AF otherwise. Jataxian Probe, Narset, Seagate Wreckage. Seagate Wreckage, which one are you? Right, that one. Yeah, Although, so far from what I've seen, that's probably like the one card that I see so far that would be prohibitively expensive for paper. Yep, your various baubles, hand telepathy. Yep, Field of Dreams. I have a friend that has a Field of Dreams, and unfortunately unfortunately it's severely beat up. Lantern. Right, so you can actually watch the top. Yeah, it is. I don't remember how he got it, but it was in terrible shape. Okay, yep. Cyclonic Rift, Temporal Mastery, Ensnaring Bridge, Meekstone Propaganda. Do you find this is enough protection? Like, apart from like your counter spells and stuff, do you find this is enough? Ramp, Artificer class. You have Artificer class listed here twice. Do you realize that? You've got one under clones and one under ramp. LED. Yeah, LED is another. Yeah. It's a duplicate tag. Oh. I see what you... Okay. So, yeah. I tend to use deck stats, and it allows me to... Let's see if I can find it good. Because I am very, very much a casual player. But what I like to do is, for example, let's go the mono blue ramp deck. And then I'll go visual spoiler because that's a little more fun for me. You know, here's my commander, and then I have my own tags for cards that do various things. Yeah, the problem with that Adele is when I brewed up the list initially, when I came up with the original idea, she was the only general that at all made sense. There's better options nowadays. I would probably put Cosima into the command zone instead. Let's see if yeah, I would probably make Cosima my general instead, and then find something else to put in instead of for a landfall trigger. And if you're curious about what I have, let's there. If you go to that link, that will send you straight to this page, at which point you can click and take a look. But none of these are these are all casual decks. You know, these are all just Hello Zero. Now, is that an actual person, or is that a... Because that username almost looks like it could be a bot. But yeah, Volcanic Eruption isn't there just put to hate on red. I also have a... Where are you? I also have an Unstable Frontier in there. So I can turn, in a pinch, I can turn one of my own lands into a mountain. And then I can target, worst case scenario, I target one land. Hopefully I'm targeting a couple lands and affecting the board a little more evenly and a little more fairly that way. Sure. Do you have a... Oh, just try telling it to reload. Where's Lathril? She's Golgari. Yeah, just hit try to recover deck and it should come up. That happens often enough. Yeah, if you don't know about that, it won't. But yeah, I end up with I took a look at some like this particular, no, not this deck, my mono green commons only deck, which I just finally finished physically building. I just got to get sleeves for it now. I took a look at some other lists, like a common Pauper Commander deck, and I used that as like a conceptual skeleton. And I think I used that as the starting point for this. But with Lathril being a 4-drop, I think I went 1, 2, and 3, and then I skipped. Oh no, I do have some 4. But I don't have as many 4s as I would otherwise because my general is a 4-drop. If you compare that to the mono green one, I've only got like a couple of 5-drops because Master Chef and then, because Faceless One rather. Having Master Chef and Faceless One out, because this deck, even my general's common. Yeah, Zero, like I was saying, if you have a list or something, like if you have something that you can show as a starting point, that makes things a lot easier when you're asking for recommendations. I know what it was. It was Boros. It was Boros. I did that. Anax and Cymede, or as I like to call them, Anthrax and Cyanide. I skipped the 1-drops. I went straight to 2. And, I have 2s here, and I can go straight to 4 because Anax and Cymede are my primary 3. And I wanted stuff that had more power and ideally toughness. I wanted them to be at least as big as their mana cost. Whatever you have to post it at, I mean, I can make do. I personally prefer deck stats, but the number one reason I use deck stats is you never have to sign up for an account to be able to use it. If I don't have to make another account for another site that I may or may not at some point use, I am much happier with that. Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of like, and then if you take a look down, like, so here's the thing. My intention with this list, up to here, I want one deck for every color and color combination, one deck for every monocolor, colorless included, and allied color scheme that's commons only. So this is why I end up with 43 lists, because 32 for one for every color and color combination, 5 allied, 5 colors, and 1 colorless. So that's an 11 more. That brings me to 43 decks. Oh, and since you have some interest in like a CEDH list, scroll down to the band. Yeah, take a look at this list. This is probably my meanest deck, and I would say it's probably on the new bracket scale. It's probably a 3.5 to 4. Most of my decks are not like that. You know, I like my Yes, well, I didn't want this deck to be low powered. I wanted this to be, you know, oh, you're going to be like the Tulane deck is the, oh, you're going to be that guy? Then I'm bringing this out. If people are just playing decks to have fun and somebody happens to go bonkers and win, okay, it's a thing that happens. If the rest of the table is playing like 1s and 2s and you're playing like a 4, I'm bringing out Tulane, because this is my deck to turn around and slow. Because if you take a look, I have 5 counter spells that exile the spell. So here's a way to stop the counter spell without countering it. 5 to return the spell back to owner's hand. So there's 10 ways to stop a spell without countering it. 23 that let me draw cards for it. 2 more that just end the turn. So now I've got 12 spells that don't... Oh, it's uncounterable? That's nice. 3 that can counter basically anything. Well, actually... yeah. 3 cards to get extra untaps to go with my Tulane. 14 bodies 14 bodies whose job is to counter spells. So, Mystic Snake and all that jazz. And then the mana base. And if I could find a way to throw counter spells into my mana base, I would. But as I said, this is the deck that I pull out when I'm like, I have to be that guy, because somebody else at the table is going to be... I'm looking and they're playing a deck that's like, yeah. Alright, what do we got here? Copy link. Paste and go. Oh yeah. Alright. Errors? What errors? Oh. Creatures you control have prowess. Once you attack, exile. Cute. Okay. Is there... Nah, you don't have a way to do that. Okay. Shrug. Okay, Arcane Signet, Borrow Blade. Yeah, Borrow Blade is cute. Blade of Bracers, as long as it's a human or angel. I'm going to presume you're mostly dealing with humans. Create a blood token. Soul Ring, Swiftfoot Boots, Sword of Feast and Famine. Whenever another artifact or creature dies, put a... That thing's cute. The One Ring. Yeah, probably the most expensive card in your deck. Oh yeah. So, yeah, Sink in a Stupor. Yeah, it didn't exist when I originally made the deck list. Yeah. Keep in mind, EDH Rec, the best thing for EDH Rec is, in my opinion, using that as a starting point. It depends on what you're trying to do. I don't like using EDH Rec as just... There are people that I know that can take the time and would be perfectly fine just sketching out a deck list and going, hey, I want this kind of card, I want that kind of card, etc., etc. But instead they just copy paste, here's the general I want to play, here's the 99 most commonly played cards, okay, I'll buy this. I'm like, that just gets you a bunch of cards. That doesn't necessarily give you synergy between your cards. Wait, if it's got prowess as a triggered ability. Oh, that's cute. So, Stormcatch Mentor plus the Narset you give, the Narset that you have, means you get like double prowess triggers. Yeah. Yep. So, for reference, there's a couple cards. I haven't finished looking through them all yet, but there's a couple of cards that I personally enjoy playing in... Like, when I play decks of certain colors, there's certain cards that I really like. Most of which are common, and that... So, that list of decks that I showed you earlier, when I started working on the ones that were going to be commons only, the first color I went for was mono red, because my thought was if I can do it in mono red, I can do it in anything. I then added on, I don't want to be having to kill creatures with damage. I want to be able to go, that's a nice creature you got. Should be a shame as something, made it get blowed up and not care how big it was. So, those are probably the two cards that I would most likely recommend to somebody if I don't see something of that nature on the list. Those two both happen to be common. They're like a quarter or something like that. They deal with so many different types of threats. I want to counterspell my opponent's bigger impact cards and steal them with commander effect. Do you want to literally counterspell them? I.e., counterspell, force of will, dismiss, stuff like that. If I'm looking for counterspells, one thing, you know what? I think you do. Oh. So you specifically want a lot of counterspells. Straight target now. Don't you it this turn. Clones bolstering your creatures. Just make sure any of the cards I could make. Mana Tithe. Do you pay the one? Yep. Yeah, you ideally want to wheel when your hand is relatively low. Mill would work well. Fascinate? Fascination? Fascination, I think, is the card I'm thinking of. Yeah. Generate, like, 8 mana and go, hey, by the way, thunk. What is that card that's in standard right now? The date greater than 2022, I think. No, greater than 2020 anyway. Tag removal ID equal white and value less than 3. Okay. Bovine intervention is actually pretty decent. Yeah. Somebody's got to learn these kids. Uh, Cooped Up is actually not awful. Bovine Intervention. Declaration and Stone might actually not be a bad idea because it's not unreasonable. At some point, you're going to end up coming across somebody who's playing saplings or goblins or whatever, and just you hit one token, you hit all tokens of the same type basically. And if you're hitting tokens, they don't get any clue tokens out of it. The worst case scenario, it's okay, I exile that creature, you get a token, you get a clue token out of it. But Declaration in Stone is decent. Divine Gambit is iffy. Fateful Absence is really good. Get Lost is great. One thing I really like when I'm looking for cards is flexibility. I don't want to have to rely on, it has to be this kind of card for me to be able to affect it. Which is why I really like cards like, Get Lost, because creature, enchantment, or planeswalker for 2 mana. I don't see any creatures I want to blow up, but I don't want you having that Jace go ultimate next turn. No. Planar Disruption is really strong. Hilariously, you can throw Planar Disruption on an artifact land, and suddenly they can't tap it for mana. Hey, let's play mono white land destruction. Wait, what? Requisition Raid might be worth a consideration depending on the kind of deck that you're building. I saw a few cards that did something about +1/+1 counters, so it might be worth a consideration. Unwanted Remake is also if you're looking for another card along lines of Path to Exile, i.e. a 1-mana removal spell that can hit any creature. Unwanted Remake is actually decent. And that's just stuff that came out in the last 5 years. You can find more options. What was that card? Thraben Charm is also really, really good. You want a card that has multiple options on how you can use it. Thraben Charm is really strong. You've got, say, 3 creatures in play. Thraben Charm turns around and goes, okay, I'll deal 6 damage to that. Or blow up an enchantment. Or, yeah, you're getting out of hand. I can put more stuff in your graveyard later that I want to play with. Go away. Kill the graveyard. But yeah, but yeah, Patty is very, very right in how, like, because countering their stuff is one way to do it. Milling is another way to do it. Those are probably the 2 biggest ways of getting stuff into their graveyard so that you can make use of it. Exile target non-creature, non-land. You also need to make sure that Narset is going to be big enough. Because the pause of play and feels like over half the time, the target of any spell played will be someone's commander. Oh. And yeah, in other words, somebody's targeting, it's not, you're targeting, creature X that's on the board. It's like, yeah, your commander's getting hit. And again, you can, there's more than one way to handle that as well. You can build, to protect the commander, which is never a bad thing. Or you can build to have other threats. Like if I go to my, mono red not commons deck, it's based around Squee Goblin Nabob. I want to throw a bunch of auras onto him and attack with him. But I've also got 5 other creatures that, okay, well, if enchanting Squee is not really an option, maybe I enchant Champion of the Flame, maybe I chant Thrangolem, etc. instead. Yep. And I mean, you could be proactive and reactive at the same time in that context. Stuff could have flash. So it the deck I just showed off is trying to throw a bunch of auras onto one creature. But the idea of having, more than one, because ideally you don't want Narset to be the only threat. Even if you're building around Narset, you don't want her to be the only threat that your deck has to offer. One card category that I really enjoy is cards that can shut down a general without getting it off the board. And Kenra's Transformation is a good example. enchanted creature loses all abilities, and now it's a 3/3 elk. It complete. If I cast that on Narset, you're now looking to go and either get rid of the aura, or get rid of your own Narset and then recast it. So, if you have more than one threat available, i.e. more than just Narset, it means people have to turn around and spread their, they have to try and decide, well, am I going to neutralize Narset, or am I going to neutralize something else? If it's just exile based removal, okay, fine, you just set to the command zone, you recast it a couple turns later. It's annoying, but you just get it later. Photron and counter spells matters. Yeah. I also feel like Monastery Mentor would be, like, regardless of how it's done, Monastery Mentor would actually be good for a deck like this. Let's see if that actually helped at all. Yeah, this is much better. Sorting it by categories, that helps a lot. Lithoform engine, is that the one I'm thinking of? Cappy? Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, Darksteel Mutation is another kind of card of the sort of idea that I like. Because a lot of I would probably say most commanders that people play have to be on the battlefield to have any actual effect on the game. And, whether that's a relatively small janky thing like my Squee Goblin Nabob deck, or, or Chulane untapping, making me, giving me the ability to reuse my counterspelling creatures or whatever. They have to be in play to do something. Darksteel Mutation just turns around and says, okay, that's nice. You're a 0/1 with no abilities. Oh, sorry, you have Indestructible, but you don't do anything else. And that is going to mess up a lot of strategies in and of it. Like, if they are building around your commander, like, if I'm building a deck around a commander, and you turn around Darksteel Mutation, my commander, I'm like, well, crap. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And people don't like spending Swords to Plowshares or Path to Exile or whatever on killing their own commander. And because Darksteel Mutation gives Indestructible, other removal like Terminate won't do anything. It will try and it will fail because your commander's, the commander is indestructible. Because Darksteel Mutation says so. Oh yeah. Yeah, people forget. I was watching an MTG Goldfish video yesterday. And Seth was going through some recent... Well, he was going through the most popular Twitch clips from, people streaming whatever on Twitch. And one particular pro player had found a way to use First Strike. My opponent's creature has First Strike. Using First Strike against them and get a 2-for-1 out of it. So if you're... The thing is, the way things are designed nowadays, Zero, is you don't have to necessarily use counter spells per se. You can. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm building a deck like that. But you don't have to run counter spells per se. You can run cards that give your creature ward, for example. And I think you already have some of that. But what's the one that's like Swiftfoot Boots but gives ward? Lava Spur Boots. Lava Spur Boots, you can always throw, because all those ward triggers will stack. Yep. Run them both. How much protection do you want to give your general? Oops. Armed Guard Familiar gives ward. Brotherhood Regalia. Chains of Custody is a removal spell and protection. This will pump your creature in a, I know I saw some +1/+1 counter stuff. This will also work. Gives ward. Lava Spur Boots, Leather Armor, both give ward. Plate armor. Plate armor would actually be pretty decent because that's +3/+3. That's a lot. Has ward 1, can't be blocked at its name and creature type by the last chosen name and creature type. That's hilarious. Sheltered by Ghosts. Again, removal that another removal spell that will protect your creature. Flying and Ward 4. Ward 4 is very close to having hexproof. And especially if you start stacking some of these wards on. And then +1/+1 for each order and equipment attached to it. Yeah. This is okay. Depends on how much ward you want to go. But like Winged Boots, Sheltered by Ghosts, Chains of Custody, that's already a reasonable starting point. You know, 2 pieces of removal. And, hey, by the way, also flying. OTAG. Oh, creature, not creatures. EDH rank. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mithril Coat, the upgraded frickin' what was it? Cauldra piece. I think it was the Shield of Cauldra. But yeah, I will point out that starting by EDH rank just says these are the most commonly played ones. They're not necessarily the best ones. Patty is right for having, you know, you have a good starting point. But, you know, Swiftfoot Boots is better than Lightning Grease. You know, but Lava Spur Boots is going to be relatively low on the list because it's still pretty new. But yeah, let me throw this as a link in the chat for you. But yeah, ID : Jeskai will do the same thing as ID less than or equal to Jeskai. But yeah, it is a good starting point. Also, Boros Charm. Don't sleep on Boros Charm. You know, the big thing you want Boros Charm for, realistically, is this mode in most cases. Hitting a Planeswalker for 4 is never a bad use. Having somebody go Wrath of God and you turn around and say, okay, everybody but me. And then target creature getting double strike. Hey, guess what? Did I accidentally one-shot you? Aww. Yeah. Boros Charm, if you are looking for a instant that is good for protecting your stuff, Boros Charm is really, really good. Deflecting Charm or Deflecting Swat? No, Deflecting Palm, probably. Yeah. Also known as Talk to the Hand. Yeah, something tries to deal damage to you, you go, no, you can take it instead. I will be slightly sad if this does not come back in what's it called, Dragonstorm? The next trip to Tarkir. This should be in that set. But yeah, Teferi's Protection. Oh well. I guess Standard is just gonna have to suck it up. But it would. I mean, it's a lot of play the last time in Standard too, and it's like you're going back to Karakir. How can you not bring that back? Although I am amused and bemused by the fact that we have a Storm Scale Scion. Yeah, these three cards here, these three white cards are going to be really good. But the question is, how much protection do you actually want / need for your deck? Because you could, the problem is, you could have like 37 pieces of protection and then 38 lands, and that's like, well, what are your other 25 cards? Okay, one's your general. What are you doing with the rest of your deck? Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's silly. Displacer Kitten. Commander's Plate is actually really good in a deck like Jeskai because it has protection from black and from green, which doesn't sound like a lot in and of itself until you realize that black and green, I feel like probably 3/4 of decks that people actually play are either have black and or green. Protection from green means no fight spells. Protection from black means, you know, half the legitimate spot removal just can't touch me. You know, Assassin's Trophy, Assassin's Trophy, whatchamacallit, all the various murder and similar variants. You just, okay, shrug. I mean, if you really want to be silly, you throw a few of the Sword of X and Y in there. You say that. Years ago, before I'd actually paid any attention to Commander, back when it was still EDH, and I don't think it had even made it onto Magic Online yet. There was somebody I used to chat with online a lot, and he and I would talk vintage. And we end up playing up a couple of games on Cockatrice every so often, and one particular game. Now, he had disposable income. I was like, I don't have much to work with at all, so I'm trying to play decks that I can actually build. And Oath of Druids at that point was the kind of deck you could build on a budget and actually still do okay in an actual powered vintage environment. especially if you're playing like 10 proxies, you proxy up, some of your big expensive cards and go from there. So I'm taking a look at what he's doing. And I had told him in a previous discussion that he should make sure he has some actual legitimate spot removal in his deck. Not just bounce, but actual spot removal. And we were playing a game, and I oathed up Iona's Shield of Emeria. Comes into play, you name a color. Your opponents cannot cast spells of that color. So I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking about it. And then finally my brain goes, think about who you're playing against. Wait a sec. So I named blue. This is relevant for two things. I let him assemble the Time Vault Voltaic Key combo, which basically gives him infinite turns. I let him assemble that. Okay. I let him assemble that. His primary win condition was this thing, as I like to call it, Sphinxochroma, which is, amongst other things, blue. His primary source of removal, I believe, was this, which is blue. I had named the one color that stopped him from getting through with a win condition and stopped any form of removal. He had to pass the turn back, and I'd be like, cool. I'll wait till I oath up. Yeah. Hello, Aku. Is that an Aku, or is there two of you there, or is there an Aku and an Aku, or? Yeah, I just and that's why I told him you should play something that's something else, so you can actually deal with these threats. And he's like, that's fine, it's fine. No. Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm in Canada. He's from the Netherlands. I could hear his face palm from across the ocean. No, I've been playing a very, very long time, but I'm very much a casual player. I very much like to I like to relax, have a good time, see how things. I mean, if you take a look at I'll bring it up again. That tiny URL link will bring you up to this list of commander decks that I'm slowly working on putting together. Yeah, Zero. I tend to stream most Tuesday evenings. It is almost 12:30 here, like 12:30 a.m. here. I can take a look Uh, I can't promise I can make amazing suggestions, but I can take a look and see if there's anything I would recommend. Um, I yeah, I like I said, I'm very much a kitchen table player. So if a lot of the decks that I tend to do are just they keep that in. Oh yeah, alliances. Oh my god, alliances. The one thing I noticed about a colorless storm deck, or my super synergistic toolbox psychological pillow fort, super synergistic toolbox psychological pillow fort control deck. I mean, the answer to that is yes. Colorless Storm, Colorless Storm. If you're building it in Vintage, would be a lot easier because you've got Lotus and the Moxen to help set to help get you started. You can only play one of each, but you can still play them. But yeah, how do you? Oh, you're gonna end up winning with frickin' the 50 damage thing, Etherflux Reservoir. You're probably gonna win with Etherflux Reservoir. You have some red for the win cons. Oh, okay. And see, I have two colorless decks that I'm working on. Actually, the second one that's listed here. If it says, if it's got a Y in this column, it is finally put together, and this one can now be put together as a Y because I got the rest of that come in today. Copy link. Paste and go. Colorless Storm with some red. Hairgust. When you cast this, you may exile your hand. If you do, draw 3 cards. That's cute. Wait, what? Oh, cute. Okay, Anger, Ingress Marauders, Artisan of Kozilek, Atsushi, Burgi, Canoptics. I don't remember the spider. When on another non-token artifact creature or vehicle. Oh, okay. Artifact creatures draw cards. Cool. Circuit Mender. Are you the one that's... Oh, Circuit Mender's the one of those mini Solemn Simulacrum. Group, type, and type in tags. Okay. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, I don't use Mox Field myself. I tend to use deck stats instead. Whoops, that's the wrong one. This one. Yeah. This is my mono brown colorless control deck. Yeah, if you go to that tiny URL link that I've... Are you still in here or no? Yes. Yeah, if you go there, it'll go to that spreadsheet, and then you can click there. And that is just a colorless control deck. Lands, Reno. 11 mountains. That's actually, I'm not complaining. 11 mountains is a lot. Planar Nexus. You're the one that gives. Oh, you have Rangeling? You have almost Rangeling. Okay. Yep. Arizona Kozilek, Atsushi, Circumventer, Clockwork Fox. I love Clockwork Fox. Clockwork Fox is so good in so many decks. Now, to be fair, a lot of the decks that I'm doing are commons only, but Clockwork Fox being able to get actually get you ahead in cards. I think you mean interactable. I think that's yeah. But Clockwork Fox being one of the few cards that can actually get you ahead in mana or in cards is actually really nice. Clone Show, Filigree Familiar. Yeah, I love a good anything that's along the lines of Solemn Simulacrum. Friendly Teddy, what do you do? Oh yeah, when it dies, someone draws a card. Oh yeah, that thing. What's the other one that's like that? Oh, there it is, Rune Servitor. Hoarding Dragon. Search for an artifact. When it dies, you can put it in hand. Imperial Recruiter, Junk Diver. Your three Kozileks. Which one is this one? This is the new one. When you cast it, up to 2 players manifest from their hands. Obviously, you're going to be one of them. Other colorless creatures you control get +3/+2. That's cool. Matter Reshaper, Mirror Retriever, Ruin Grinder. When it dies, nice. Rune Servitor. Sandstone Oracle does what again? Oh yeah, you draw cards equal to, yeah, Scrap Trawlers. Yeah, Solemn, Treasure Keeper. This... Oh, Treasure Keeper basically has some... what will it be? When it dies, discover 3, I guess? Cloud Key Foundry, Hazard's Monument. I will... Okay, so Hazard's Monument, keep in mind that it's only going to reduce the colorless cost. Or the, it's only going to reduce red spells. But the discarding is going to affect everyone. And this can go into non-red decks. What you might want to consider is seeing if any of the other monuments, even if you can't use their mana reduction, if the other ability would still be useful for you. I'm not saying they will, I'm not saying they won't. I'm just saying, at least consider it. At least take a... Okay, you did look. Alright. Planar Gate. Oh my god. How much are you? You don't say. Oh. How do you get a foil Planar Gate? I want to know that. Anger, Arena of Glory. Yep, Crashing Drawbridge. Yeah, Crashing Drawbridge is really good. What's the other one? Crashing Drawbridge was played in Pauper, and then they finally replaced it. Format popper. Date greater than 2023. Oh, out of haste. Nope. No. Tuk Tuk Robofort. That's the one I'm thinking of. Tuk Tuk Robofort is the one that you might want that one instead. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you do have some cards in here that require red to cast. You know, like Atsushi, for example. Yeah, that's... No, but it's got a red, color identity because it's of Emerge. I only have the best red cat. Okay, that's up to you. There's no wrong answer to decide how to do it. So the thing is, if with Emerge, if you sacrifice, let's say, Terror of the Peaks, you know, you're reducing, and you're trying to use it to cast Harrogast. You're reducing that 6 red by 3 red. Unless I'm misreading that, and I don't think I am. Let me just... Colored mana components of Merge. Oh! I remember it being otherwise. I must be misremembering. I apologize. To be fair, it's been a really long time since I've had to concern myself with Emerge at all. Like, the last time it was in Standard. So, that's been a few years. So I apologize. Suchi Cave Guard? Really? You don't lose this mana. Can you get... Oh yeah, I was thinking about Lithoform Engine earlier. An effect like Lithoform Engine would not be terrible. That dice trigger, that is not a mana ability. It would be, in general. The biggest concern with Empty versus Stormscale Scion is 6 mana. You're looking at an extra red +1. Oh, or Radiant Lotus. Radiant Lotus is the other thing. Depending on what you're trying to do, you know, sacking a Cathodian to Radiant Lotus would be like, okay, here's 3 mana because I sacrificed it, and here's 3 mana from it dying. Yeah. Where are you? Storm Scale Scion. I think if you could... I get your point. I don't know if I necessarily agree. You could play a card like this as well. Which, granted, it's 5 mana now and 5 mana later, or 10 mana all at once. However, that does search up any card you want. That being said, if you're looking for that, if you have the mana to spare, there's, well, again, 5 mana now, 5 mana next turn. Also, the kind of cards you're playing, you've got 7 cards here that will reduce by 1. You're trying not to tutor. Okay. I mean, like, you know, fair comment. I would really, a deck like this, and Patty might agree with me on this. I would really like to see some kind of Wheel of Fortune effect. Okay, sort by color. You don't want... I will point out some of the ones that are, you know, some of the ones that you can get are, you don't have to run colored mana for it. Memory Jar would be good. Memory Jar is a basically a one shot. Yugen would not be terrible, actually. Kozilek the Great Distortion. Are you in here? Yes. Yeah, you've got all 3 Kozileks. Whenever you cast a spell, Aetherflux Conduit might also be worth considering. You know, you are playing a Storm deck equal to the amount of mana spent to cast a spell. So if you cast a 3 mana spell, you get 3 energy. Ruin Grinder also is an artifact creature. Yeah. When you cast this, you may exile your hand if you draw 3 cards. What does the crime novelist do when you sack an artifact? Oh, that's adorable. Lifeline? At the end of turn. Damn. Sort by color. $40, $50 would be $55, which would be 10 or 11. I think it's 10. 1, 3, 6, 10, 15, 21, 28, 36, 45, 55. 10. Aria of Flame, assuming nobody gains more than 5 extra life, you can cast 10 instants or sorceries and kill the table. Oh, sorry. You'd kill one person. Okay. Whenever you cast... Blister Spit Gremlin. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, how much of this stuff is not creatures? Not a lot. This is heavily creature based. This is mostly lands and creatures, isn't it? Yeah. You have 3. You have 15 cards that are not lands or creatures. See, otherwise I would suggest a card like Blister Spit Gremlin, because that could just start combo killing your Burning Vengeance. Would be from Flame Jab. Coruscation Mage would work in a deck like that, but not this one. Whenever you cast a red permanent spell, Defiler of Instinct. Yeah, I realize that I'm trying to... Let's rule those out. That'll make things a little easier. Embersmith. Enters, make a haste. Incidentally, Furious Assault, I like that. Also, there's a card called Onslaught, which I always find is hilarious. Not saying you should necessarily play that, but, you know, casting like 4 or 5 creatures and just tapping down your opponent's biggest stuff. Oh. Patty, you suggested something like Glimpse the Unthinkable. Or, sorry, Glimpse of Nature. Leyline of Lightning. I mean, it doesn't draw cards, but it does ping, which is kind of what you're trying to do. Or what the deck is trying to do, I should say. Mind Moil. Wonder if Mind Moil might help here. Moonveil Regent. You mentioned that earlier. Whenever you cast a spell, yeah, Moonveil Regent doesn't look like it fits. Oh, there's Onslaught. Whenever you cast a spell from exile. Removal creatures in colorless. Let's see if I had anything that was visual spoilers. Spot removal. Meteor Golem. Yeah. Yeah. Sawblade Scamp. Whenever you cast a creature spell mana fire 5 or greater. Season of the Bold, maybe. Molten Nursery, are you in there or not? Nah. Oh yeah, Shrine of Burning Rage. The shrines I always like because they don't require you to play that color. Give me just a moment here. I'm trying to see if I can find anything else that's... Nah, okay. Didn't see anything else. Okay. Right. That's where I left off. World Slayer. Copy link. Paste and go. What's wrong with World Slayer? Like it's not on the list of whatchamacallits. Like it's not banned in the format, and it's... No, it's not. Where are you seeing this? Okay, hold on a sec here. No mass land denial. Oh, okay. So, the question... I mean, alternatively, you take the gloves off, and you make it a 4. Argentum armor? No, that Argentum armor should be fine because that's targeted. Argentum armor. Yeah, Argentum armor is targeted. So that should be fine, because that's, in that context, that's no worse than, you know, pillage or creeping mold or whatever. Which one are you thinking of? Like, do you remember what it does? So what's this one trying to do? Need something to end the game. Once I stopped everyone else from winning. Yeah, my biggest problem with the type-in tags is they tend to, like, multi-tag things. So, like, things will be listed as more than one thing. And I'm finding that a little awkward. Yeah, that's a me thing. That's not saying you did it. Like, if it makes sense for you, great. But I'm also looking to see, like, you know, because part of my brain is also going, hey, by the way, he's running X number of cards. Like, I was looking at a list that Patty posted earlier. Oh yeah, Blightsteel will work. And doesn't count as any of these. No, but when I'm streaming, it's easier on I stream on desktop. Streaming off of a phone is just weird. Oh yeah, that thing is dangerous. Where are you here? Not the spoiler. Oh yeah, Ulamog's Dreadsire is actually pretty decent. Because just going tap, every time you tap it, making, making another 10/10 token is just yum. Yeah. I mean, I think if you feel this deck is here. Oh my god, why do you keep moving like that? Yeah. I think Ulamog the Infinite Gyre, you'd be okay. I think Ulamog the Defiler, you'd probably have because you attack one person and their entire board goes. you know, at which point that qualifies as not just mass land denial. Why not? Okay. I will point out it doesn't have a restriction on when you can cast it. So you can actually do that in response to the shuffle trigger. Oh, time sieve. Okay. Years ago. Years ago, I was talking to another online friend of mine about, about Magic, sub formats. Think of like, you start off with Commander, and then you've got like Brawl, which is like Commander, but only a subsection of it, or like Commander, but Oathbreaker, which is the same thing, but just a smaller, so on and so forth. And I had one that was one letter legacy, where every card apart from your 5 typical basic lands, every other card in your deck had to start off with the same letter. T had a nice little infinite turn combo of only 2 cards. I think this is the right one. Come here. Yeah. If you're doing that, you cannot do that in bracket 3. But if you assume the deck that you're trying to build, yeah, fair. But yeah, you brought up time sieve. I'm like, oh, you could do this. Sack them all, take an extra turn, replay the assembly. Next turn, send the assembly back to hand, make 5 Thopters, sack them to time sieve, keep going. You are unmirrored and besieged. Oh my god, you're actually legal and modern. I'm not saying you'd be good, but you're legal and modern. That's hilarious. Uh, yeah, that would be mass land denial. How would that not be? World Slayer says you destroy all permanents other than it. That includes land. Okay. It the thing is, there's nothing here that, like, they're saying late game 2-card infinite combos are fine. Yeah, I would say no, because sure, it's a 2-card combo, but it's a 2-card combo that's blowing up everybody's land. In this case, but yours, because, well, here's the thing. If you don't have Avacyn in there, it's still mass land denial. The only difference between having Avacyn or not having Avacyn is whether your lands get blown up or not. But that's the only difference. It doesn't matter whether or not you... Yeah. Because you got to remember, 1, 2, and 3 are looking at casual players. Players who want to get together and have fun. You know, where it's not a matter of who wins that's important. It's a matter of the playing the game and everything else. 4 is when you... I would disagree. I would, like, it does not, World Slayer does not belong in 1 at all. Four is decks that are strong but not competitive. World Slayer, I would not consider a janky card. You know, because the other thing is, if you're building around if you have World Slayer in your deck, you're building around the fact that you have World Slayer in your deck. You know, like, this is where you have your Achroma plus World Slayer combo. I would say Narset plus Teferi's Puzzle Box. Honestly, you have to take a look at these and not assume this is everything. You also have to take a look at the feel of the deck. If I look at a lot of my decks, they're probably in the 2 to 3 range. If I look at Tulane, even though I don't think there's a single game changer in the list, I probably put it as a 3.5 to 4, because its entire job is to stop people from playing the game. You know, if I don't want you to do a thing, you are not doing it. If the deck is designed to stop people from having fun, then I say it doesn't belong anywhere in the first three. Here's the question. Are we talking fun for you, or are you talking fun for the table? You have to take a look at what these categories are aimed towards. If you are playing a deck that is designed to stop me from being able to play the game, and it doesn't belong in 1, and it doesn't belong in 2. Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of decks don't have a specific win con. You know, that's the other thing to keep in mind. A lot of decks don't have a specific card or card combination or whatever that's like, oh, this is how I win the game. You know, I take a look at my co-select, you know, my colorless control deck, and it's I have a handful of creatures that I'm beating down with, or I might have, I don't think I put it in here, I might have Decimator, Web plus Carn's Bastion. All right. Good night, Patty. Not necessarily. Yeah, okay, I do have Decimator Web in here. If I'm not beating down with, like, janky creatures, then my win condition is basically Decimator Web. You know, but yeah, like, if somebody is playing a deck that is designed to stop people from being able to play Magic, it doesn't belong in 1, it doesn't belong in 2. It is I'm not but yes, I do, but I'm saying not every deck has to have, you know, a small suite of cards that are, this is my win con. You can, but it's not a necessity. Does that make sense? Like, there's nothing in how to build a deck that says you have to play X number of win cons. You know, I used to play Vintage back in the day. You know, Oath of Druids was a commonly, which is fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there are people that do enjoy that. And so when you're looking at the bracket system, this is part of where it comes into play. I think 1, 2, and 3 are all the kind of no. Strong disagree. And again, this is probably a thing between personal opinion and how how we feel about the format. To me, 1, 2, and 3 are all brackets that it's more about the gameplay and, what makes for a good game than who wins, who loses, and everything else. The biggest difference between 4 and 5 is that 5 is designed with, basically, take the deck building ideas for 4. Which one? This one? Okay. Scroll back to the top. Alright. Four board wipes seems fine. Decent amount of card draw. Quit package. Wait, who's your general again? Raph. Oh, stuff has flash. Excel. The simulation, I guess, is adorable. Sort of Eden Cossacks. Oh, that's going to be cheap. So Excalibur is kind of like another, what do you call it? Colossus Hammer. Quadra Complete, Lightning Grease, Methra Code, Robe of the Archmagi, whatever. Are you expecting to load everything onto your general? Okay. Lands, I'm not going to worry too much about what specific lands you have. Protection. Excalibur is... Oh, that's interesting. It can only be equipped to a legendary creature with its own ability. I haven't looked. Have you got something like Brass Squire in here? Yeah, I'm just thinking about the possibility that you might want to do something like equip Excalibur to Hullbreak Horror, let's say. you know, bring it from like a from a 7-8 to like a 17-8. Okay, so you do have something of that nature. Like I said, I hadn't looked yet. Yep. um, yeah, being tempted will do that. Okay, you do have both halves. Okay. Oh, there you are, Stonehewer Giant. And put it into play. Okay, so I will point out that Stonehewer will only work once the art, like for what we were just talking about, will only work when the when the equipment is still in your deck. Brass Squire, once the equipment is in play, will allow you to attach it to something else. So okay. Oh, stuff you can tutor up with Enlightened Tutor. Wow. You have a lot of targets for that. Screw it. Where are you here? Search for a legendary creature card. Okay. Yeah, you've got like 16? Am I reading that? Yeah, 16. You've got 16 legends. Plus your general. You should be fine for that. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Which I get. I think this deck will probably be fine in 3. I don't see anything that jumps out at me saying, hey, by the way, this is going to be a problem. Yeah. Nothing jumps out at... The One Ring is basically, protection and card draw. Yeah. Oh, well, it's honestly it's less good for Flash. Because you gain protection from everything till your next turn. So you cast it on your turn, and it's until your next turn that it's good. Yeah. I mean, it's debatable. Yeah. Um the other way around it. There was a rogue I was looking at earlier, and I don't remember why. Whoops. Oh yeah, Stronghold Spy. Not saying you should play this. However, no, I get that. But take a look at what it does. When it hits a player, they have to play with their hand, rather than dealing combat damage that turn. They have to play with their hand revealed until the spy is gotten rid of. So, I'm not saying you should play Stronghold Spy specifically, but this can let you see what. Sure, they don't take 2 this turn. They don't take 2 this turn. They don't take 2 this turn. But now you get to watch what everybody is drawing, what everybody already had in their hand, the whole 9 yards, until the spy disappears, which allows you to play, and you still get to keep your hand private. You want a way to plan around what your opponents are doing and what they've got available and stuff. An effect like this, again, I'm not saying you should play the spy per se, but an effect like this can do so much for your ability to plan around what your opponents are trying to do. You want to be able to go, okay, when is a good time to play card X? An effect like this, or Glasses of Versa, or anything of that nature at all. So it's an idea, and it gives you, it gives you more maneuverability to the idea of, well, I want to be able to cast stuff. I want to be able to cast stuff on your turn. Is this still a good time to cast this? Again, it's worth at least considering a card of that with that kind of effect. You know. And this is do you care about your graveyard? You care about your graveyard basically just for the triad. answer. Your opponents play with their hands revealed. Yeah. Yeah, Lion Sash would be good. Sure. Sure. Telepathy would not be bad to be able to play with. Yeah, I don't know if there is. Oh, I don't know if there is another. There. There we go. Raven's warning. You seem to have a decent number of flyers. Raven's warning might not be terrible. Oh, Vendilion Clique. Vendilion Clique being a creature, you can. There's a few ways to deal with that. If you've got some recurring creature generator like Soul Foundry. Soul Foundry of Vendilion Clique and just keep going with it. Tashar. Whenever you cast a historic spell, return target creature card. Yeah. Yeah. Tashar, Vendilion Clique, and a way to sack Vendilion Clique. Clamp would probably be fine. How big are your creatures? If you have Elish Norn in play, stuff lives. Yeah. I think Skull Clamp would be fine in this deck. Like, it's not a, you know, it's you're not playing a Cheerios deck. You're playing a, you know, you would be playing Skull Clamp more fairly than a lot of people would be. I think Skull Clamp would be fine here. Night of the Doctor. Six mana. Versus Vanquish? Free. Vanquish is very easily going to be a 2 mana spell. That is the big thing you gotta consider. Vanquish is like each player has like in a 4-player game, if each player's got 1 or 2 creatures in play, it's a 2 mana spell. Would you rather have that, or would you rather have something that you know is going to be 6 mana that will reanimate something for you? I am of the impression that apart from the Triad, your graveyard basically doesn't matter. I don't really remember seeing anything in here that actually cares about your graveyard at all. So if somebody were to go, rest in peace, be like, well, that means I can't do anything with a Triad until the Elspeth Conquers Death. Yeah, to sure. Yeah. Yeah, somebody drops rest in peace and be like, okay. That being said, if you are looking at, I mean, you're playing blue. Dealing with activated abilities is easy. Okay. That's any graveyard, including yours. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's a way to exile Like, basically looking at, what do you call it? A card like Rest in Peace that won't affect you. What do you say? If a creature an opponent would die, yeah. That's more like what I'm thinking of. Go away. I think Pithing Needle in general is better for 60 card formats. Because you're, yeah, it won't stop anybody from casting stuff. Once they've already activated the ability, it's too late to stop it with an effect like Pithing Needle. Because the ability has already been activated at that point. It's already on the stack. The problem is, like, what are you specifically trying to stop? And right, but if they're trying to if they're trying to cycle Tranquil Thicket as an example, that is an activated ability. You go Pithing Needle, naming Tranquil Thicket. Oops. Okay, the thing is, once the player has already activated your lock, yeah, if they've already activated your lock, Pithing Needle won't stop it. And again, this is one of those cards that it needs to be in play to, for it to do its thing. So, you might be one of those cards where you might want to be looking at a way to shut it off without getting rid of it. Something along the lines of the Kenris transformations and Darksteel mutation that you mentioned earlier, for example. An effect like that would be good. I don't know. I'm not aware of one, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. Yugen's Nexus. Yeah. Stone seems really good. Um... Immovable Rod. Immovable Rod works. Yeah, Immovable Rod. I mean, it's either protection or it's removal, depending on how you look at it. I would probably consider it removal. So the question is, do you have... there's removal. Either key to the vault. I don't... Oh, it's a key to the vault. It looks at the top. You look at the top. Look at that, make cards. Oh, yeah, key to the vault's gonna be good. It deals combat damage to a player. Look at the top. You may exile for the rest. I will point out that the key gives you the ability to cast the non-land card right then and there. Which technically means during combat still. Which means you could cast, I don't know, Teferi's Time Raveler. After combat damage has been, after combat damage has happened, before end of combat, and go, hey, by the way, you guys aren't reacting to anything I do for the rest of the turn now. Or, anything else that looks like it. You shouldn't be able to cast that. Guess what? I'm casting this now. That would be... honestly, that would be hard for me to tell. I'm going to go do it this way. Just because it'll... whenever... You've played this a few times, though. Or at least Goldfish it a few times, I presume. Is there anything that you don't like in it? I think is the better question. Yeah, Is there anything in it that you don't like? You think you have too much protection. Then if you think you have too much protection, like, they're generally going to be... Alright, let's go back to the categories again. What do you have for protection? You have 21 cards you've got listed under protection. I think you probably have... I think... No. No, the first card I would be looking at cut in under protection would be Linvala. Linvala, or maybe the Metamorph, but probably more than likely Linvala. Teferi's protection is like, you know, I mean, that's half of the One Ring, and you know, even if the One Ring was only half as good, it's still, you know, it's still really strong. Linvala, you're not going to get it. Linvala is just a 3/3 flyer that already does something that half of what you're, like a bunch of the rest of the, like, here's the thing, Indestructible will already cover probably 90% of what Linvala needs. Yeah, you can loop a lot of things with Tashar. That's the other thing. The other thing that you could cut is Myrel. Because the thing about Myrel is it stops people from casting stuff on your turn, but your deck wants to play on other people's turns and not really on yours. So Myrel's ability is much less relevant. Yeah, but I mean, you've got other stuff that can also do that. You've got Illustrious Wanderglyph, for example, that can make dudes. You know. If you've got anything with Fabricate or a similar ability. You know. Or any kind of reanimation or bring stuff back to hand or you know. You know, you have the Eternal Wanderer to make dudes. Like I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying I don't think it's a thing that it's a thing I would be less concerned about. You know. You could also replace... Oh. Shurikai Genesis Engine. Also makes stuff. You could also replace something that's in your mana base as like Castle Vantris. Is it Vantris? No. The white one. Vantris Garenbrig. What the hell is white? Oh. You know the card I'm talking about, though. Locked Wayne. No, Linden doesn't help. God damn it. Yeah. Ardenvale. There we are. Whenever you cast an artifact or creature spell using mana produced by this, create a gnome soldier. Thousand Moon Smithy, maybe. Yeah. Founder of the consoles. Oh. Oh no, you're blue. Oh. Golden Guardian. Golden Guardian would do a thing. And you just start spinning out 4/4 golems. Mirrex makes artifact creatures. Where's your lands? Hey, you don't have Mirrex in there. I mean, you have a lot of lanes that aren't legendary. Also, how are you for doing for lanes with a land type? Like a basic land type. Hallowed Fountain, Irrigated Farmland, Meticulous Archive. One Plains, one Island. 5. Yeah, I see that. 1. 2. But only 2 fetches. No, 3 fetches. I'm reading that right? Only 3 fetches? Yeah. That's probably fine. Yeah, like I said, what's your plane cycler? Oh, the Angel of Ruins. Yeah, the problem is as soon as somebody starts, Path or Winds of Abandon or anything along that line, Ghost Quarter, etc., you're going to start running out of trouble. I would rather do that sooner than later. Where are we here? Type. Lands. Like any land that comes into play tapped and doesn't really do anything else. Like Glacial Fortress, I would probably cut for something else for another dual land. Mystic Gate. You're looking at this to have your lands come into play untapped as much as you can. Yeah. Verge is good. Also, incidentally, I think it's Abandoned Campground or whatever it's called. Yeah. That actually might be worth a consideration because at some point somebody's going to get low enough. You don't think so? Are you running? I don't like Exotic Orchard here because it's relying on somebody to... Really? Personally, I don't like Skycloud Expanse. As a signet, sure. As a filter land, I've never really liked Skycloud Expanse as that site. I've never really liked that cycle. I honestly, over Sky, personal opinion, yeah, personal opinion, I would rather have a land that comes in a play tapped than a land from this cycle. How does it play like 3 color when you're running 2? I mean, because honestly, if I was that worried about not having the right colors and wanting the lands to come and play tapped, but do you have anything that actually cares about colorless mana specifically? You know, the number one card I can ever think of is like Eldrazi, Eldrazi Displacer. But I don't remember seeing that in here. Yeah, I don't see anything in here that cares about colorless mana. Unless I'm missing something, which is possible. Sure. Sure, which is fine. But I'm saying, like, you don't have anything that requires colorless in its cost. Yeah, but if you're filtering mana at that, like, if you're doing that, I would rather, if you're worried about filtering your colorless mana into colored, then, I mean, personally, I would rather play a Shimmering Grotto style land. Yeah. I just don't see it being good enough for what you need. Besides, you have enough lands that come into play untapped, that having another land that comes into play tapped and does something useful for you would be a better option. At least that's my opinion. I mean, there's those, or lands that what's that? Oh, you don't get that. This is an allied colored cycle. I was gonna say the campus, but you're not playing. You're playing Azorius. There's the storage land, which you can build up. There's Celestial Colonnade, which you can attack with. Again, the Verge eventually. Lonely Arayo is okay. Archive, you've got Nimbus Maze you could end up using. Prov, Restless Anchorage is fine. Yeah, it's just whether or not you care about your land getting blown up or not. Study is an option. Temple of Enlightenment, I don't remember seeing that. What's Minas Tirith? Yeah, Minas Tirith would be fine. You know, or something similar to that. What's the... This is LGR. What does Rivendell do? Rivendell would also be good. Like, if you're considering Minas Tirith, Rivendell would also be worth consideration. Sure. I mean, there's always options. Considering how high your mana values tend to go, I would probably, and you know, you've played this deck for a while, so you would know better. I would personally probably cut a couple of rocks for a couple more lands. But that's me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You have 13 mana rocks. You know. Sure. I would rather have enough. I'd rather have enough lands to start casting my stuff to begin with. Yeah. What's his name? Gavin Verhey has more than a couple of times said that having more land is never bad, because the worst case scenario, you can always use it to recast your general. You know. If you have to cast, you know, Wrath like 3 or 4 times, yeah, that's fine. Okay. But by the same token, 32 lands, you know, 32 lands feels light. Yeah, if you count the MDFCs, which is harder to do because they're not always like, do I need Sink in a Stupor as, you know, as Soporific Spain, or do I need to hold on to it as a counterspell? Alright. So you're counting them as lands most of the time. 35 still seems a bit low to me. I generally start off with 38. But again, you have more experience with this deck than I do. Yeah. And you do have a couple of cards that go like fairly high in their mana value. Wait, what? Where's the triad? Oh. Because it's potentially as low as 0. Yeah, I'm not assuming it's going to be a 0. You know, I assume in it. Yeah, that's fine. But you're also talking to somebody who is not familiar with this deck at all. Yeah. If it's 0 to 4, then I would put it in probably as 2. 1, 6. 7, 8. I don't know. I still feel like this needs more actual lands rather than mana rocks, but again, you've played this a bunch and I haven't. I mean, Ancient Tomb, if you can swing it, would be fine in most decks. Yeah. Also, if you're even considering a card like Prismatic Lens, I'm sure there's much better than Prismatic Lens. Arcane Signet, you've already got. Energy Refractor is probably better. Where are we here? Mana value. Yeah. Yeah, Solar Stone. Yeah, Felwar Stone. Orthopter of Paradise? Is there a reason not to run Orthopter of Paradise? Okay. But don't you have, like, you've got Springleaf Drum in there. Do you have, oh, you don't have any of the lands that, that can tap a creature to do it. Yeah. Twitching Doll is crazy. Here's the Moxen. Opal, you should be fine. Mox Tantalite you could run. It would take you a couple of turns before it comes out, but Mox Amber you could also get away with. Although I would probably run, in your case, I would probably run Opal first. Incidentally, if you don't mind it being slower in the beginning, Pyramid of the Pantheon turns into Gilded Lotus actually fairly quickly. Yeah. I mean, Dowsing Dagger is fine. Getting it to flip, like, once you get it to flip, it's going to be really good. Because that's, was it Lost Veil, I think? Yeah. Equip it to, like, oh man, I know, equip it to Orthopter of Paradise. Oh wait, you don't have one. Yeah. Ideally you want it to come down before, you'd want to be able to do it before then. But I mean, yeah, Dowsing Dagger is 2 to cast, 2 to equip. Fairy Mastermind would work. Anything at 3? Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah. It's just if you're casting Wrath on 4, you're not really getting ahead on turn 5, and then turn 6 you're at like 7 mana. Assuming you don't get anything else of relevance out. You know, assuming you only get things like yeah, I mean, there's no reason you can't run both. You know, having a land that you can tap for more than 1 mana is always nice. It's better if you've got a way to make use of that. Oh yeah, rewind and unwind. Yeah, I'm gonna untap my my Lost Veil now. Oh, okay. That's one way to generate extra mana. I'm hungry. I should do something about edibles. But anyway, yeah, I don't know if I've got any other real suggestions at this point. At this point, it'd be like little tweaks here and there. I mean, yeah, this one is probably okay to call a 3 from what I'm seeing. I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me. Let's see here. Oh yeah, type. Do it that way. That'll be faster. One, 2. Yeah, technically it's a 2. I mean, the only game changers that you've got, from what I see, are Cyclonic Rift, and Enlightened Tutor. A 2 has to be comparable in power level to basically a current day Commander Precon. If you take a look at it and it's around that power level, then you're looking at a 2. If you're taking a look at it and going, this is still a lot stronger than a Precon, then you're looking at at least a 3. Because keep in mind, a deck doesn't have to have any game changers to be considered a 3 or a 4. It just has to be of a sufficiently high enough power level to be considered that. So I don't know. I'm not familiar with what's in it. And again, we're talking not a specific precon, but a typical precon. Yeah, I don't remember seeing what's like. I know I've seen what's in it, but I've forgotten a good chunk of it. And again, we're not talking a specific precon, we're talking a typical precon. You know, if your typical, let's say, if you could take a look at like any of the Bloomborough precons and figure they're around the same power level. No. No. Exhibition is like the really, like, because even Gavin Verhey himself turned around and said, you know, these are like the ultra casual. These are things like, you know, really silly themes in them, like ladies looking left, like the sort of decks that you might have seen like 10 years ago, when, you know, before Commander became really popular. But if you take a look at your typical, you know, Duskmorn or Bloomborough Commander Precon or something around that, that's what a 2 would be. The Eldrazi Precon, I believe, is based on Modern Masters 3 or Modern Horizons 3, which is going to, Modern Horizons 3 is stronger than a typical standard era set. I would probably assume it's a 3. So if it's a decent amount stronger than the Eldrazi Precon, you're probably looking something closer to 4. If it's around as strong as that, you're probably looking around a 3. If it's enough weaker than that, you're probably looking at a 1 or a 2. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, and the big thing about infinites is like in terms of, you know, in terms of 3s. If it's got a bunch of moving parts to make it go off, those are fine those are fine regardless. If they don't show up until like turn 7, or like if you can't realistically get them online till like turn 7 or so, for 3 you're probably fine even if it's only 2 cards. But if it's going off regularly on like turn 4, then you're looking at something closer to a 4. You're not looking at a 3 anymore, because they specifically point out late game, and turn 4 is not late game. So if people are doing that, then they've misread what it actually means. If it's like turn 8 and you've got some big powerful combo that's like even if it's only 2 cards, that can just change the game completely. Yeah. And I'm guessing he probably would have been like turn 4. Yeah. That's not a tier 3 deck. That's not a bracket 3 deck then. It's not it's not it's not. It's the typical play pattern. Oh, yeah. Which means if you hadn't put any effort into doing it, he would have gone off turn 4 or 5. And if his deck is capable of doing that regularly turn 4 or 5, it's not a late game combo. If it requires 4 or 5 pieces to pull it off, that might be a different story. But if he's consistently able to do this on turn 4 or 5, that's not a 3. You should be able to get to at least turn 6 or 7. You should be able to have a chance to actually play the game instead of just, hit a couple of land drops and maybe drop a creature or a mana rock and then the game's over. Your deck has to, without Soul Ring, be able to do it. If your deck can consistently go off by, let's say, turn 5, and if your deck can consistently go off by about turn 5, you're not looking at a late game combo. You're looking at something, again, if it requires 3 or 4 parts, even if those parts are relatively generic, if it requires, say, 4 parts to go off, then sure, maybe you can get away with it. But if it's consistently going off on turn 4 or turn 5, you should be looking at bracket 4. If it's like turn 7 and you're going, okay, now I have enough resources that I can do my thing, then sure, you can get away with that in bracket 3. Turn 7 is enough time for people to actually get their deck able to do what their deck is like, to at least get your past just out of the gate. You should have enough mana available. You should be able to start casting the stuff that your deck is based around doing. By that point, you should be able to have like a decent sized dragon, like a 5/5 or something like that out. You should be able to have somebody, you shouldn't be surprised if somebody goes Wrath of God at that point. Okay. Can I recover from Wrath of God? By that point, somebody should be able to wrath. Probably will be wrathing by then. And people still have the ability to recover. I would aim for turn 7. If you're looking at, your 2-card infinite combos, if it basically can't happen before turn 7, you're probably fine. If you're comboing off before turn 6, there's a problem. Or, well, I shouldn't say necessarily there's a problem, but there's probably a miscategorization. That I would say probably makes the most sense in general. So, I normally start on. So I'm in Canada. I normally start Tuesday evenings around 6 p.m. I've been on for almost 9 hours. And I figured I would have finished going through alliances by now. That didn't happen! I got about halfway through the set. That's okay. Stuff happens. That's fine. I don't get my... I've actually had more people chatting with me tonight than I commonly do. So this was entertaining. What is... Oh, do you stream as well? Ah. And then magic took over your life. Yep. Alrighty. Have a good one. Good night. Oh dear. After all that, distractions are distracting. Right. So yeah. Back to the Soldier of Fortune. Yeah, there's not a lot of cards that force a player to shuffle their library. There's Soldier of Fortune and like a couple of others. Again, most effects that cause somebody to shuffle require the person to search first, but a lot of the cards that that try and make people search they may search. And they only shuffle if they do search. Bestial Fury. This thing I always find, like, this I think is actually better than most people realize. So, first of all, it's an aura that draws a card. Yes, on the next turn. But it's an aura that draws a card. Second of all, giving +4/+0 and trample. Yes, only when the creature is blocked. But I mean, like, honestly, if I'm looking at this card, or if I'm looking at this list, this Ulamog is only in here basically as a reshuffle effect. And I would actually be okay throwing Bestial Fury in either. I mean, it wouldn't be much boost. Wow, it would be under efficient pump. The difference between the two is much boost. Wow is like, it's pretty cheap to cast. Well, it's less, it's pretty cheap to cast, and more, like, Claws of Valakut, Granite Grip, realistically are probably giving +5 power or more. Thunderous Might, even if it's the only permanent in play, the only red permanent other than a squee, that's going to be +3/+0. Sorry, no, +2, wasn't it? Yeah, +2. But, 2 other permanents in play, it's suddenly going to +4. Like, this is going to get really big really fast. These guys are all giving a healthy amount of pump for the cost. +2, +3, or thereabouts, for a relatively cheap cost. So I would be, oh yeah, and these two cards here, these two are here to basically say, hey, by the way, like, this allows me to blow up an enchantment, make them flip over cards till they hit another one. Non-land permanents in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. They try and put it onto the battlefield and can't. So it also goes on the bottom of the library. So basically, I basically kind of blow up an enchantment and then kind of mill them to the next enchantment and take all those cards and throw them on the bottom of their deck. So, but Bestial Fury, it's 3 mana, it's +4/+0 and trample. If somebody blocks my creature, that is a lot of sudden, oomph. Guerrilla Warcry. Cast only during combat before blockers are declared. Notice it doesn't say whose turn it is or whatever. Literally, anybody can be attacking. And this forces anybody that's trying to block with at least 2 creatures each. Oh yeah, and you draw a card. You know, really good if you're playing like a goblin strategy or something else that's got like a healthy amount of creatures out. Even dragons. Or, you know, this player is attacking this player. And you're like, what can I do here? I'm going to attack with these five creatures. Cool. Before blockers are declared, your creatures have menace now. Wait, what? Wait, what? Yeah. His creatures have menace now. Or her creatures have menace now. Their creatures have menace now. Now you can declare blockers. Have fun. Well, crap. Varchild's War Riders. 2 mana for a 3/4 with Trample and Rampage of 1. Cumulative upkeep. An opponent gets a 1/1 survivor. The funny thing is, if the same person gets all the survivors, you attack if they block with all their survivors. They're going to take, like, they can block with 1 easily enough, but everything else is going to carry over. No big deal. It's fine. This is a really good card, and this is even without, like, I would play this regardless of having, you know, cumulative upkeep. And here's the fun thing. A, the cumulative upkeep can be gotten around. Ether Flash. Whenever a creature enters, this enchantment deals 2 damage to it. Have that in play. Varchild's War Riders. Okay, 2 damage. Shrug. I've got 4 toughness. The survivors come into play. Come into play, Dad. Have fun with that. Pillage. Great card. 2 red, 1 other. Destroy target artifact or land. It can't be regenerated. Usually used to blow up, you know, really, you know, artifacts. Occasionally, like, you primarily use this to blow up land when it's stuff like Maze of Ith. That's like a specialty land. If it's just, you know, if you're just targeting a card like, you know, Island or, you know, Glacial Chasm or whatever, why? Unless you are playing a land destruction deck, in which case you should be looking at probably bracket 3 at least. No, this is a surgical weapon, or this is a scalpel. This is not, you know, part of Grape Shot. Burnout. Counter target instant spell if it's blue. Then draw a card next turn. It's going to be really good against, I mean, obviously against blue decks. This is one of those cards that, you know, you're playing red. I probably wouldn't bother with Hydroblast or not Hydroblast, Pyroblast or Red Elemental Blast. But I would be quite happy with Burnout. Now, some decks it won't really do anything against. But enough people play cards like Mana Drain and the like. There's Mana Drain, there's your various polymorph effects. You know, there's cards that are also blue, i.e. they're more than one color and are also instant. Let's do this real quickly. EDH rank. Counters a Cyclonic Rift. Counters a Growth Spiral if you really want to be that guy. Snap, Factor Fiction. Dramatic Reversal. Yep. Go, you know, largely oh yeah, March of Swirling Mist. Realistically, a lot of the stuff you're going to be looking at is bounce, counterspell, occasionally card draw, sometimes something else. But it's going to hit a lot. Gorilla Shaman, yeah, it's just going to sit there and it's going to blow up a lot of artifacts over the course of a game. Can't really complain about that too loudly. It's an efficient creature that sees play in... It sees some play in Pauper, because it is a common. It sees occasional play in Vintage, because it's 1 mana to blow up a Mox. It's 3 mana to blow up a Sol Ring. It's 1 mana to blow up artifact lands. Yeah, it's just efficient. Pyrokinesis. I'm less interested in Pyrokinesis than I am a lot of other colors, or a lot of other cards in this list, because it only hits creatures, and 4 damage depending on what you're trying to hit is only a single creature. You know, compare Fisher, which I talked about a couple of weeks ago when I did the Dark. It'll blow up any creature or land at instant speed for 5 mana. Pyrokinesis will do, at best, 4 damage to 1 target. And if this was any number of target creatures and or players, I would like this a lot more. But yeah, your best bet is it's going to deal 1 damage to each of like 4 different creatures. Is that enough? I don't know. Is somebody just cast Spluttering Suns and is somebody just cast Sweltering Suns and there's, some leftovers, then sure. But yeah, Pyrokinesis, I generally don't like cards that have to rely on damage. Fintorn Druid, now that we're in green. So this is a 3 mana 2/2 that when it dies, if it blocked this turn, you gain 4 life. It's fine. People would rather generally play is it Brindlebore? Yeah. 3 mana 2/2, sack it to draw to gain 4 life. What this has going for it is it's an elf and it's a druid. More realistically, it's an elf. It's fine, but you want this to have died blocking. Taste of Paradise. Do you care about gaining life? If you care about gaining life, this gains a lot of life. Think of this way. This has got a cost of 2 and multi-kicker of green +1. You don't gain any life for paying the 2, and then for every 2 mana beyond that, so the green +1 beyond that, you gain 3 life. If you care about gaining a bunch of life, this is a decent card. This is 4 mana to gain 3 life, which is on par with Stream of Life. 6 mana to gain 6 life. 8 mana to gain... and paying the second additional 2 mana. That's when you start pulling ahead. So it doesn't take much to actually pull ahead. If you're playing a deck where gaining a bunch of life is actually relevant, it's worth a consideration. However, a deck like that, I think black-white probably does it better. But Yavimaya Ancients. 5 mana for a 2/7, which averages out to a 4/5. Green. This gets +1/-2 till end of turn, which means that you can only activate this 3 times, at which point it'll be a 5/1. At which point any more activations beyond that will kill it. That being said, it does give you a way in a pinch to kill your own creature. Pay 4 green mana and it shrinks until it dies. But the interesting thing to look at is it starts off with a combined 9 power and toughness, and every green that you pump into it makes that number smaller by 1. Theoretically, if you could pump it 9 times, it would be a 11, 18, it would be an 11/-11. Yeah. This might make more sense in a Toughness Matters deck, but realistically speaking, if you're playing that, honestly, what do you call it? Indomitable Ancients is one less colorless mana in white, and it's a 2/10. It doesn't have a pump ability, but you're not playing this for that. You're playing it for high toughness. It's a tree folk. Are there better tree folk? Probably. Hailstorm. Hailstorm is a card most people do not do not expect rather. 2 green plus 1 instant. 2 damage to each attacking creature, and 1 damage to you and each creature you control. Okay. 2 damage will actually kill a lot of small creatures. Okay, I attack you with all these. Cool. I'll spend 3 mana, wipe away half of them. If you've only got 1 or 2 lords, if the lords are small to begin, actually, 2 damage to all these guys. Blow up 1 of your lords. Now everything is small enough that the rest just cascades into death. Wait, what? Yeah. And 1 damage to you and each creature you control. This can actually turn a game. Oh man. Oh dear. If somebody's playing with Sylvan Awakening. With reach, indestructible, and haste. Damn. They get indestructible. It's indestructible. Oh, da na 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 na. You're indestructible. If it wasn't for that. Okay. Nature's Revolt. Nature's Revolt works. Wow. Okay, I attack you with all my creatures. I attack you with all my lands. Okay, you lose all your lands. I'll take a damage. My creatures each take a point of damage. Oh man. Nature's Revolt? Oh, that's funny. You can Armageddon you can one-side Armageddon somebody that way. Whip Vine. Not a card I see a lot of people playing. 3 mana for 1/4 with Defender, because it's a wall, and reach. That you can choose not to untap normally. You tap a flying creature that the Whip Vine blocked. And it doesn't untap as long as you keep the vine tapped. Nice Dragon you've got. Block, tap. Yavamaya Ants. This was considered a green ball lightning back in the day. It was pretty close to the same thing. You know, it's a 4 mana 5/1 with trample haste. Cumulative upkeep double green. Nobody's gonna pay the double green. They're just gonna, on my first upkeep set after I play this, like I'm going to pay 4 mana, attack with a 5/1. If it doesn't die in combat, I probably won't pay its upkeep. Though you can keep it around for a couple of turns. If you're looking for a ball lightning effect in green, this was the OG as far as green ball lightnings was concerned. Splintering Wind. Splintering Wind was so weird because Okay, you don't say there. So, let's pull up Courier's briefcase. Do you actually say there? No. Okay. What? Are you... Oh, wait. No? They changed the rule about how tokens work. Spell or ability that creates tokens sets both its name and subtype. The spell or ability doesn't specify the name of the token. Its name is the same as its subtype plus the word token. Example, Dwarven reinforcements, yada yada yada. The tokens created as a result are each named Dwarf Berserker token. Okay. So, this now creates a card called Splinter Token. Or not a card. This now creates a token called Splinter Token. Thing is, Splinter is also a creature. Or sorry, it's also a card name. And at one point, before this change, you could have you could have you could blow up the creature token and use that. Was it Befoul that allowed it? No, not Befoul. Eradicate? Exile target non-black creature. Search its controller's graveyard, hand, and library for all cards of the same name as that creature and exile them. Then shuffle. Or then that player shuffles. So what you could do is, with Splinter in play, or with Splintering Wind in play, you make a Splinter token, or I have Splinter in play, you have Eradicate. You blow up my Splinter token, and because Splinter is also the name of a card, you could search my hand and all that jazz for any cards named Splinter and exile them. It was the only interaction, as far as I'm aware, that specifically allowed that. And they eventually changed that so that the name of what it creates is now no longer Splinter it's now no longer Splinter. It's Splinter Token. So that interaction died. As for the rest of what it does, 2 green, 2 other for an enchantment. 1 green, 2 other to deal 1 damage to target creature. You make a 1/1 flying token that has cumulative upkeep of a green, and when the token dies, deals 1 damage to you and each creature you control. So, if you have if your creatures are sufficiently big enough, let's say you're playing with dragons, or you have an effect that gives them all +1/+1, like Kesa, which I will come to soon because she's in this set, or Gaia's Anthem. Then you can just keep paying a bunch of mana, do a bunch of damage to a creature, not pay the upkeep cost. Sure, you might take some damage, but don't care. Actually, Splintering Wind, I might want to consider this for my mono green control deck. Not a card I thought about. Ew. Where are you? Gift of the Woods. 1 green, enchanted creature. If it ends up in combat with another creature, this gets +0+, like the enchanted creature gets +0/+3 till end of turn, and you gain life. For a single mana, that's not bad. But for a single mana, I think you can probably get you should be able to do almost as good. Actually, Web? Is it Web I'm thinking of? Web. +0/+2 and has reach. I would rather have that as a general rule. You know. It doesn't mean Gift of Woods is bad. And if you're doing something about Toughness Matters, 3 extra hit points, 3 extra toughness for a single mana as a permanent effect is pretty good. So maybe. Tornado. I grabbed a copy of this for my mono green control deck. I think I still have it. This is a weird card because this has 2 types of counters that it uses. First of all, it deals with age counters because it's got cumulative upkeep. Second of all, it has velocity counters. But what this allows you to do is regularly keep blowing stuff up until such point as, the tornado disappears. But yeah, 1 green, 4 other, cumulative upkeep of a green. Pay a green +2 and 3 velocity counters, or 3 life for each velocity counter on this. So 3 life per counter +3 mana. Destroy target permanent and put a velocity counter on this enchantment. Activate only once each turn. That does mean that for 2 green plus 2, 2 green plus 4, and 3 life, you can blow up a permanent on my turn and a permanent on your turn. 5, so if you want to do 1 per turn cycle, you are looking at 5, 8, 11, 14. Yeah, 14 mana, only 4 of which needs to be green, and 3, 6, no, 1, 2, 3, 6, 18 life. Yeah. Chances are you're only going to blow up a couple of things with this, and then you'll blow it up. It does allow you to blow up multiple things, though. Gargantuan Gorilla, 7 mana for 7/7. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sacrifice a forest. If you don't, sack this instead, and it's going to deal 7 damage on its way out. If you do sack a forest, cool. If it's a snow forest, the gorilla also gets trampled till end of turn. And then tap to basically take a look at the gorilla and something else and go, we gonna fight now, but I got my head in first. Bap, bap. Maybe I should pick up a copy again. Maybe I should pick up a copy of this for my mono green control deck. Gargantuan Gorilla. Deadly Insect. You know, again, one of the first creatures I think that had Shroud. Deep Spawn. Release date. Ascending? Alright. Enchant creatures got Shroud unless it's tapped. This gains Shroud until end of turn when it's activated. This gains Shroud till end of turn unless activated. Or if activated. This gives something Shroud until end of turn if activated. Deadly Insect is the first one to just plain and simple have Shroud. It's a 6/1 for 5 mana. The problem is it dies to anything. As you know, a 1/1. A 1/1 will trade with it. A 1/1 with first strike will kill it and live. And not hugely interested in. Nature's Wrath. Oh, and this is written, this even back in the day is written as two separate lines. 2 green, 4 other, upkeep, enchantment, upkeep cost of a green. Again, hitting on black and blue because it's green. Whenever a player puts an island or blue permanent onto the battlefield, they sack an island or blue permanent. Whenever a player puts a swamp or black permanent onto the battlefield, they select a swamp or black permanent. If you happen to be playing black-blue and you drop something that's black and blue, you are sacrificing 2 things, sir. Or ma'am. Or other. Have fun with that. Yeah. Underground sees both an Allen and a swap and skeleton ship. Yeah. Nature's Wrath cares about who puts the permanent onto the battlefield, not under whose control the permanent enters. Cute. So if X enters under somebody else's control. Pepe Wizard. Is there a similar effect in other colors? What, the sacrifice thing? Possibly. We are looking at ancient cards, so it is conceivable. There's a card like Raiding Party that kind of puts a dent in the white plans, if that's the sort of thing you're up for. You sacrifice an orc, and then anybody that's got white stuff, oh look, you've got 6 planes. So you can either you can tap 3 creatures, or for each one you don't, and they have to be white creatures, you're losing one of your planes. Sorry, you're losing 2 of your planes. Yeah, if you want to look for effects of that nature, you really want to be looking at ancient cards. You want to be looking probably stuff before Tempest. I don't remember about Tempest per se, but I think Mirage Visions Weatherlight had some of that. So you really want to be looking at stuff before then. There's there are other cards like this one I just had up a moment ago. Creature comes in play, deals 2 damage to that creature. So, an effect like that is, you can combine them together and give some people some real headaches. Elvish Bard, 2/4 for 5 mana with built-in lure. So anything that can block it has to block it. So basically what this means is you throw this in an elf deck and you go, I attack with all these guys. Okay, well, block this. No, you won't. What do you mean? Everything you've got has to block him. What? Yeah, everything you've got has to block here. All the rest of these guys are getting through. But yeah, all the rest of my creatures are getting through. Have fun. You want to make sure you can push through for damage? Elvish Bard. And here's Queso that I mentioned in passing a moment ago. She's not great, but getting to 5 mana in green is pretty easy most of the time. You can probably do this on like turn 3 reasonably. Amusingly, she's now an elf. And yeah, being able to get this on turn 3, maybe turn 4. Again, throw this in an elf deck, or hilariously start throwing it into like a sapling deck or a beast deck or something else that's got a bunch of creatures that are, you know, small cheap creatures, and that's like, small cheap green creatures, thunk. You could throw this into a sliver deck if you're running like mono green slivers, and just, hey, by the way, here's an extra pump. She slots into a lot of decks. Elvish Ranger, 3 mana for 4/1. I think you can get to a 4/2 nowadays for this cost. I wonder. Mana value equal 3. There. No, color equal green. Power equal 4. No? Sort by toughness. Ascending. Nope. Descending? You become a 4/6. Okay. So it's easy enough to get a 4/2 with abilities. You don't generally want a 4/1. And you can even get a 4/2 trample these days. Alright. But yeah, you can easily get a 4/2. You can easily get a 4/2 with an ability. For that cost. Okay. Bounty of the Hunt. This is the green member of the cycle. This card is a bit weird because it takes 3 +1/+1 counters and splits them up among, you know, whatever creatures you're targeting. But at the end of that turn, during the cleanup step, which is when damage comes off and everything else, you pick those counters back up. So the counters stay for now. End of turn, they disappear. Used to see a lot of play back in the day in like a infect style list or any other, you know, pump for a lot of damage. It's kind of fallen out of favor because, you know, giant growth, like it basically was like if you needed additional effects of like cards like giant growth, this gave you one that you could cast without having to pay mana. But there's been so many giant growth style effects now, and even, you know, even better, there's the one from, I think it's Masters, I think it's Modern Horizons 2 Scale Up. Which takes a, you know, which for 1 mana turns your 1/1 creature, which is generally your starting point, into at least a 6/4. Which is, you know, +5/+3. Bounty of the Hunt has kind of fallen by the wayside. For each +1 counter you put on a creature this way, remove 1. I think I think Bounty of the Hunt allows you... I wonder. What do you call it? I gotta double check on that one real quick. Hello, Unity. Are you a... Unity, are you a real person, or are you just faking it? Also, I'm usually not here by now. You hope you're real, do you? I am usually not on by now. Usually I'm done like 4 hours ago. I just happened to get some, but people showed up in my chat room. You know, people showed up in my stream, and we got chatting. And people were asking for help with, you know, with commander decks. And hey, by the way, what do you think of this? And what kind of deck is... Yeah. Are there any cards that you would recommend for... You know how that goes. Bounty of the Hunt, I will get back to you guys on. Gorilla Chieftain, I like Gorilla Chieftain. It's, you know, it doesn't look anything amazingly powerful, but it's, you know, it's a 4 mana 3/3 that regenerates. Yeah, it's 2 mana to regenerate. But it's not, like, it's not actually bad. And, like, giving creatures the ability to trample, for example, is a lot easier to find cards for than, hey, by the way, regenerate this creature. So I don't mind paying a little extra for that. And if you're looking at doing like Ape Tribal, I don't know. How many apes are there? 30. There's 38 of them. Druid of the Sacred Beaker, creature deer, bird, ape, druid. Okay, so you could pretty close to run this. You could build an Ape Tribal deck with about 30 odd creatures. Yeah, Gorilla Chieftain's probably going in if you decide to do Ape Tribal. Speaking of which, Gorilla Berserkers looks kind of weak. You know, 5 mana for 2/3 trample, but then it has Rampage of 2. And Rampage gets silly. it's also got Mega Menace. It has to be blocked by at least 3 creatures. So, you're either not blocking it and taking 2, or you're blocking it with at least 3 creatures, which is 2 more than 1. So 2 times 2, so it's going to get +4/+4, which means if you are blocking it, you're blocking something that's at least a 6/7. And it has trample. I think most of the time I would just, you've got a 5 mana creature, I'll take the 2. I think that's generally the smarter move there, is just take the 2. Nature's Chosen. Basically another twist on Instill Energy. The difference between this and Instill Energy is that you can throw this on a white creature, and then you can tap the creature to untap an artifact, creature, or land. Keep in mind, it doesn't have to be mono white, it just has to be at least part white. And then the Elvish Spirit Guide. Plain, simple, easy. You can pitch it from your hand for green mana. Oh, that's cute. That feels like Elvish Spirit Guide. You know, 3 mana, 2/2. You can pitch it from your hand for green mana. Stuff that has some color identity greater than just one color. Oh yeah, so I mean, obviously Elvish Spirit Guide, if you're playing a deck that wants green mana, it's basically a lotus petal oil in your hand. If you can get it and you have a use for it, you should play it. Phantasmal Fiend. 1 black, 3 other for a 1/5 illusion. That is such a weird looking art. Like, this is one of the things that's really cool about ancient art. Like ancient cards, is they had such weird, crazy art. It's like, you don't get these nowadays. Did you get? Yeah. When they went to the theme decks, they changed the art. Oh no, that was the old. Oh, there's 2 different arts. I missed that. So pay black to swap a point of power and point of toughness around, or pay a blue +1 to just swap the power and toughness around completely. So if you really want it to be a 5/1 till end of turn, you could just you could pay 4 black, or you could pay blue +1 and go thunk. I think I'm more than likely to play it as, like, this first ability. If I don't know, Illusion Tribal? Worth it? It can attack as a 5 power, but for 4 mana. I don't know. But I'll bet you I can build Kirchner.deck. Oh, maybe not. 45 cards. Sort by color. Let me see lands. Salt Flats, black, white. No, you have to play. you'd have to play at least 2 artists, because you need somebody for additional lands, because you're playing black white, and yeah. Sorry, Scott. Keldorm Pride. I've always loved the art on these. 2 mana. It's basically holy strength. But for 3 mana, you can move the aura to another creature. It's kind of got an equip cost, which is really fun. You know, you don't normally see auras that allow them to be moved around to another card, to another creature. So and unlike equipping, it doesn't have to be done at as a sorcery. This is just any time you want. Yeah, go and put this over here now. Wait, what? Yeah, go and put this over here now. If you have use for an aura that you can move around by itself, yeah, it's not bad. Soldevi Heretic. 3 mana for a 2/2. Pay a white to prevent up to 2 damage to target target creature. And target opponent may draw a card. So this is weird, because like you're preventing damage. First of all, blue at this point was known for pinging. Tap 1 damage to any target, or whatever. So suddenly it gets damage prevention through Soldevi Heretic. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. It's different. But then target opponent may draw a card. Are you building a deck that's along the lines of Nekusar that runs white? Yeah, that's also an option. Yeah, you could put it in a group hug style deck. And if that's the kind of deck you're going for, maybe it's a thing. Target opponent may draw a card, so they can choose to draw the card or not draw the card. You still have to target. So here's the thing. Yeah. You have to target both the creature and the opponent. So you do need 2 legal targets. So that's the thing to watch out for. Wandering Mage. Wandering Mage is one of those Feldegriff style cards. White plus blue plus black for a 0/3. Human Cleric Wizard. But white, blue, black for a 0/3. This would not be a 0/3 nowadays. However, pay white and 1 life to prevent 2 damage to target creature this turn. Pay a blue, prevent 1 damage to be dealt to target cleric or wizard this turn. Pay a black and put a -1/-1 counter on a creature you control. Prevent the next 2 damage to be dealt to target player or planeswalker this turn. So, the black ability shrinks a creature to prevent damage to players. The white ability makes you pay life to prevent damage to creatures. And the blue ability turns around and says, oh, you're a cleric or a wizard? Cool. I'll just continually pay blue mana to prevent damage. Wait, what? This is a strange card. Has a cost this me. I think the cost causes the creature. Oh, okay, yeah. I think Devoted Druid. The counter goes on. Has a cost. I think that still interacts with Solemnity. The cost requires putting counters on an artifact. Oh. So Solemnity doesn't work. Devoted Druid and Vizier of Remedies works. So this Vizier of Remedies turns this into black : prevent 2 damage to a player or planeswalker. And you're already playing at least Esper. Okay. That's adorable. Blue : prevent 1 damage to me. Black : prevent 2 damage to your controller. Entertaining cards are entertaining. Oh yes, Balduvian Dead. 4 mana. Pay 1 red. So 4 mana for a 2/3 zombie, which is fine. I don't know, are you playing Zombie Tribal with this? Maybe. Pay a red +2 and exile 1 of your creatures from your graveyard to make a 3/1 black-red hasty creature token that you sack at the beginning of the next end step. You want to do you want to be able to activate this a few at a time, or sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. In response to the sack triggers, you Sundial the Infinite and end the turn. If the ability is activated during a turn's ending phase. Okay, yeah. So if I do this at the end of your turn, at the start of the next person's turn, they'll at the start of the end of the next person's turn, they have to get blown up. Yeah. But I think you get to keep it around. Winter's Night. 1 white, 1 red, 1 green. World Enchantment. Snow lands tap for additional mana, but don't untap the next turn. So you get a temporary boost, and then you have to wait for the land to thaw. You could cast this and then tap a bunch of lands, assume they're all snow, tap a bunch of lands, generate a bunch of mana, cast a bunch of stuff, and then basically you skip on tapping them next turn. Yeah, if you suddenly need, the problem is because this is Snowland, you have to build around that. You have to have all your basics be snow. Alternatively, use this as a sort of a hate card. Misfortune. Oh, Misfortune is hilarious. One of each junk color plus one sorcery. Hey, opponent, which one are you gonna let me do? Do I put a +1 counter on each of my creatures in game 4 life, or are you gonna put a -1 counter on each of your creatures and take 4 damage? Yeah. If my... if this deck was not non-black... Oh yeah, for reference, here's the list, here's the link to the decks I'm looking at. Every time I swap over to a spreadsheet, that'll get you straight to this page. I choose an opponent. Fortunately, this doesn't target anybody, so that's great. Bypasses Shroud, bypasses Hexproof, bypasses Ward, bypasses all that fun stuff. But if that deck, if that was not non-black, I would be playing this in a heartbeat. But this is also damned if you do, damned if you don't. And the funny thing, the fun time is when you turn around and throw this on a bunch of... your opponent's playing with a bunch of 1/1 tokens. Okay. You gonna kill all your 1/1 tokens and take 4 damage? Or are you gonna make my stuff bigger and let me gain 4 life? The gain 4 life part doesn't matter. It's basically there for symmetry, realistically. But a +1 counter on each of your creatures is lots. Surge of Strength. Surge of Strength is like... I want to play with Berserk, but I want to be able to keep my creature around. What do you mean you want to be able to keep your creature around? I want to keep my creature around. Can I keep my creature, please? I want to keep my creature. Now, fortunately, because destroy, making it indestructible saves it. But if you don't want to have to worry about that, fortunately, this is discard a red or green card. This is not discard a red or green card at random, which used to be the thing of a large chunk of Magic's early history. Basically, anything that existed before where Modern starts. A lot of the red cards wanted you to discard at random. Surge of Strength didn't care. And, instead of being based on the power of the creature that you're doing this to, this is, the mana value of what you discard. if you are playing red-green and want to pump spell and have a lot of big creatures, especially if you've got big creatures like Hooting Mandrills, which is, 6 mana, 4/4 trample. Still really decent. With Delve. You pitch that to, you pitch that to Surge of Strength. Hey, guess what? Get +6/+0 to end a turn. And trample. That is a huge boost. Yeah. Can I make use of discarding cards? Probably. Can I make use of, can I run creatures that I can cast for cheap? Even though they've got a high mana value? Probably. There are so many ways to just break this, break this right here. And you go, hey, by the way, Limdual's Paladin. Limdual's Paladin was always weird. Start off, just don't read the paragraphs, just read the rest of it. It's a 4 mana 0/3 with trample. The beginning of your upkeep, discard a card. If you don't, you sack the Paladin, but you get to draw a card. If it's blocked, it gets +6/+3 till end of turn, which basically makes it a 6/6. And if it's not blocked, it deals no combat damage, but defending player loses 4 life. Again, this, what was the other one? Oh, Keeper of Treasure Horn. Yeah, which I did earlier. The 6/6 that if it's not blocked, defender loses 2 life. This, if it's not blocked, they lose 4 life. So, yeah, if you want a card, if you want to play with cards that can get through for damage and not care about fog effects, Limdual's Paladin and Keeper of Treasure Horn are always a good place to start. In fact, sort by color. You can actually make a pretty decent deck based around, I attack and you're going to lose life even if the damage is prevented. Black, red, white. Black, red, white means I don't play with Vidalcan Ghoul, but I can play pretty much everything else. Apologies. Something else came up. Anyway, but yeah, so you can easily build a deck around Limduel's Paladin, and then people playing cards like Fog and like Angus Mackenzie. This would largely be a Mardu deck. Likely a Mardu deck. Black for sure. Yeah, I think I would build it as Mardu. And then just... Oh, you're playing Angus Mackenzie Turbo Fog? Okay, I don't care. You're still you're still losing life. Nature's Blessing? Nature's Blessing is interesting. Notice that, the creature gets one of these three abilities permanently. Are you playing green-white and you have reasons for discarding cards? If you do, this does so much work. Paying 2 mana and discarding a card to permanently give something first strike or trample is huge. You should be playing this more. Agent of Strong God? Pay a red mana to convert into black. Are you playing a red deck that has some black to it? You can generate a lot of red mana. Your mana base basically goes, yeah, let's say, hypothetically, I have let's assume just basics. Let's assume 38 lands. Let's say I've got 30 mountains and 8 swamps. Run Agent of Stronghold. The times that you're going to need to be able to turn around and go, hey, by the way, extra, I need extra black mana, just filter it through. It's a single red mana to convert mana from red to black. In a deck like that, it's going to be really useful. It's going to be less useful if you are heavy in black. And you need some red. This also gives you a backup in case, Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth isn't coming up or gets blown up or whatever. And Blanket of Night, you don't play Blanket of Night for whatever reason. To be fair, most people don't even think of Blanket of Night because they can run ancient. They can run Urborg in their mana base. If your deck is heavy on the red and some black, look into Agent of Stronghold. Undergrowth. Undergrowth is a fog that has a red kicker, basically. If you pay the red kicker, red creatures, Undergrowth is not affecting red creatures. So what you really want here is you want a deck that has a bunch of red creatures in it. Like, as an example, a goblin deck. And you want a fog effect, and you want your red creatures to occasionally be able to get through for damage. Yeah, you're going to find a lot of the cards, at least, I shouldn't say a lot, but I'm finding a lot of the cards and alliances that are two-colored are, one color. If you're playing heavy on one and some of another, you want to be considering this effect. Lord of Treasurehorn. Lord of Treasurehorn is a 10-4 because they were going to make him a little bit smaller. But way back in the day, before most people knew what the internet was, being able to communicate with people over longer distances. Well, you had a land telephone line, or certain people, like truckers, for example, would have a CB radio, which was permanently mounted to their vehicle, and it would have a button on the side. And there was some speak that was specific to people that use those, and even the police occasionally. I don't know if they still do. Last I heard, they still use some of the same kind of lingo that you would hear being used by truckers on the over the radio waves, because that's how it traveled. And you would hold down a button to broadcast to people and let go, and when it was let go, you could listen for a response. So truckers would commonly be, actually this is a more appropriate size. They would be driving with one hand and talking with their CB radio in the other hand. And I think they were going to make it a 9-4. And then they decided to make it a 10-4 because 10-4 was, there was a series of codes called 10 codes, and they all, 10-1, 10-2, 10-3, and different codes meant different things. And 10-4 was, acknowledged or something of that nature. Message received, etc. And you didn't speak all in code. You spoke mostly normal with, the sprinkling of 10 codes, like, I think, 1020 was asking what your, where you, like, what's your location. But yeah, they end up making it a 10-4 instead. And this was a general that used to see a lot of play back in the day. It was a cheap, efficient creature. It was, 4 mana for a 10-4 regenerating creature that only required a single black to regenerate. Losing 2 life, no big deal. Target opponent draws 2 cards, okay. You sack 2 creatures. That was the only hoops that you might actually reasonably have to jump through. But for all that, you got a 4 mana 10-4 regenerating creature. And the number of ways to get around that was you could stifle the common playability. Or you could counter it with something like Torpor Orb or a similar effect. If it boils down to a one-on-one game for whatever reason, maybe it's only you and one other person that's interested in playing, you drop you drop this and they have Shroud or Hexproof. Well, it only has a single target. You cannot target the opponent, so you literally end up with a 4 mana regenerating creature with no drawback at that point, because you cannot target, and this ability only has a single target. And if it's all its if a spell or ability, if all its targets are if it has targets and all its targets are illegal or can't even be, like, if you try and put an ability on the stack and it has targets and there's no legal targets, the ability just disappears. Doesn't happen. And none of it happens. If somebody plays Gilded Light, okay, I can't target them till end of turn. Cool. Now I'll play Lord of Treasurehorn. Sorry, I can't target you. Suddenly you get it. And even if you don't do all that, losing 2 life, who cares? An opponent drawing 2 cards, maybe you're building around that. And sacrificing 2 creatures, oh well. Hey, by the way, are you playing Grave Pact? We'll come back to that later. Primitive Justice. Primitive Justice really wants to be cast with most of the additional cost. Again, this is basically kicker. 1 red, 1 other. With multi-kicker of red +1 or green +1. For casting it, and each time you paid the essentially kicker cost, you blow up an artifact. And for each time you paid the green cost, you also gain a life. So if you paid the green cost 5 times, you gain 5 life in the process. Shatter was already back in the day. This was Shatter at sorcery speed, but so much better. the problem is the problem here is if you're casting Shatter and you want to blow up more than one artifact, two red plus two, destroy all artifacts. They can't be regenerated. Pay this once. One red, so two red plus two. You blow up all artifacts. Do I want to hit specific ones, or do I just want to pop Goes the World on them? I think if you want to blow up specific ones, Primitive Justice is not bad. You're obviously playing green in this. You might want to look into yeah, okay. I had it right. Icefall. This is basically pillage for an extra mana. But when creatures die, when a creature hits your graveyard, at that point you can pay double red to bring bring Icefall back to hand. If you don't do it at that time, you exile Icefall and you're not getting it back. But if you don't want to go that route and you just want to go ping, 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 Primitive Justice is actually pretty decent. Although there are better cards for that effect nowadays. But it's still fine, and other effects, if memory serves me correct, won't actually gain you life either. Energy Arc. One blue, one white, instant. Untap any number of target creatures, prevent all combat damage to be dealt to and by those creatures this turn. This is commonly, my first impression is to give creatures sort of vigilance. I attacked with them earlier. I'm going to untap them now. And so now I can block. But my creatures aren't going to deal damage, but they're not going to take any. Hilariously, dealt to and dealt by. You could just simply use this as a fog. Untap all attacking creatures and then prevent all damage they would deal this turn. So, if you're already looking at a fog if you already want a fog effect of some sort, Energy Arc is not bad. Oh, and speaking of Feldegriff that I mentioned earlier, compare the Wandering Mage up here. And then here's Feldegriff, the purple hippo. One of each band color plus one for a legendary creature, Feldegriff. Not a legendary hippo, sadly. Each time you use its ability, a target opponent is getting a benefit. So this was like one of the first group hug commanders. 4 mana for a 4/4. Pay green, give a trample till end of turn. Somebody else is getting a 1/1 hippo token. Pay white to give it flying till end of turn. Somebody else is gaining 2 life. Pay blue to bounce it back to hand. Somebody else is drawing a card. Oh wow. You could do this if you've got a silly amount of mana, you could activate this in response to its own ability make somebody draw a bunch of cards, and potentially mill them out that way. All 3 abilities are now targeted. Target opponent, target opponent, target opponent. Yeah, they already were targeted. But yeah, you could use Feldegriff to mill somebody out. That's funny. And then Limdale's Vault. Limdale's Vault is kind of tutoring. It's tutoring without tutoring. Oh, I apologize. I got distracted. Not like that never happens, right? So, blue-black, look at the top 5 cards of your library. And then you can keep paying 1 life. Send these cards back down to the bottom. Look at the next 5. Send these back down. Look at the next 5. Send these back down. Look at the next 5. When you get to a batch of 5 that has something that you want, you shuffle your deck, and then those last 5, you put them back on top of your deck in any order. That is a really good card. It gives you tutoring without tutoring per se. This is really good if you're looking for something that fits a general category. I need a removal spell. I need a threat. I need a land. Not I need Swords to Plowshares. Not I need Blightsteel Colossus. Not I need City of Brass. So you're not looking for a specific thing. You're looking for something that's broad. Oh, I'll be back in a moment. Please hold. we okay, almost done. So, Floodwater Dam, 3 mana artifact. Tap 2x plus 1. Tap X target lands. Does not sound great unless your lands can somehow generate more mana than your opponents do. So, if you have enough Ancient Tomb effects and Lotus Veil and Lotus Field, then, you know, to tap 5 lands, you need 11 mana. Can you do that quickly and efficiently? You know, if you have an effect like Sarah's Sanctum or Gaia's Cradle, you know, where you can generate a lot of mana, then it's like tap a land and then, you know, tap a bunch of your opponent's lands. But is it really worth it? Generally speaking, no. What you would rather have realistically is an effect like Candelabra of Tawnos, which is 1 to cast and X to untap X lands. So this is like basically 3 times as much, at least twice as much. I'd say twice as much plus 1 to tap lands. Steam Beast. Five mana for a 4/2 that can regenerate for 2. Whenever it becomes tapped, your opponent gains 2 life. There's better. I mean, just as a plain, you know, no abilities, you can easily get a 4/4 for 5 mana. And usually you're looking these days at 4/4 with an ability. Whirling Catapult. 4 to cast. 2 and excellent top 2 cards of your deck to deal 1 damage to each flyer and each player. If you want a hurricane effect and you're not playing green, this will do it. How much of your library are you willing to eat at a time? If you have ways to get your stuff back, this is suddenly a lot better. If you don't, are you looking to eat your library on purpose? Or is it just you need an effect like this and, you know, without going to green, you don't have a lot of other options? Phyrexian Warbeast. Phyrexian Warbeast has basically a dies trigger. It's a 3/4 for 3, which sounds good. But when it leaves the battlefield, which could be, you know, it gets destroyed, it gets exiled, it gets returned back to hand, you know, sacrificed, whatever, you're losing a land and you know, getting pinged for a point. And if somebody does some kind of crazy shenanigans to you, like Eldrazi Displacer, and keeps flickering this in and out, you're going to end up with no land. You're going to end up with no land and taking a lot of burn. Would not play. Mishra's Groundbreaker. 4 to cast, tap and sack it to make a land into a 3/3 artifact creature. Not the most terrible of ideas. It's a shame it doesn't give the land a creature type, which unfortunately it didn't back in the day, so it doesn't have one. Ashnod Silex. You want, if you're looking for weird millstone strategies, this will fit. You know, 2 to cast, 3 tap. Target player looks at the top 3, puts 1 back on top, and exiles the rest. So every time you activate it, you're exiling 2 of the top 3 cards of your opponent, of somebody's deck. This can get, like, especially when somebody's, like, it's bad enough when you mill somebody's cards after they've, searched and put stuff on top or whatever. If you then do this, it's like, oh no. Yeah. If you want if you want more mill effects, Ashnod Silex might be worth thinking about. Astrolab. Always liked this card. Remember, like, the couple of weeks ago when I was talking about the cards that were in Fallen Empires they try to be card X and they're almost there. Yeah, like trying to be Giant Growth, or trying to be Dark Ritual, or not Dark Ritual, Black Lotus in that case. Implements the Sacrifice. 2 to cast, 1 tap and sack, 2 mana of any color. Astrolab. 3 to cast, 1 tap and sack, 2 mana of any one color. Draw a card next turn. So if you're looking for quote-unquote eggs, i.e. stuff that you can sacrifice to get mana. Well, actually, eggs is a bad wording. But if you're looking for artifacts that you can sacrifice for a boost of mana, Astrolab is not bad. Especially if you can get the 3, even if you bring the 3 down to 2. If you bring the 3 down to 1, this is like pay 2, tap and sack it. 2 mana and then draw a card next turn. That ends up being really, really good. I would say if you're playing at least 3 cards, at least 3 colors, you might want to consider this. If you're looking for some kind of one-shot effect, consider it. If you're looking at 4 or more colors, you might want to actually look into it. 3 colors, you might want to, you're looking at any sort of storm deck at all, especially if you've got cost reducers, this could end up being really good for you. Esther Glider. Bird Construct. 3 mana for a 2/1 flyer that can't block. It's okay. You know, 3 mana for a 2-power flying creature is not bad, especially at common. But I mean, there's so many cards I'd rather play. Like there's the 3 mana, like there's enough 3 mana 1/1 creatures that have flying, that have some kind of bonus ability going on to it. I'd rather run those instead, generally speaking. Urza's Engine. It's a 1/5 trampling juggernaut. So 3: target creature gains banding till end of turn. You want to pump that ability. 3: all creatures banded with Urza's Engine gain trample till end of turn. Band a bunch of creatures together. Actually, no. This creature gains banding till end of turn, so you need to already have other creatures that have banding. But if you've got even some, this, you know, suddenly giving them all trample. Although banding is harder to make work when attacking. When blocking, like this works really well on blocking duty. Soul Grail. Soul Grail used to be okay. Like, the problem with Soul Grail is now that we have so many mana-less, you know, 3 casting cost artifact, tap, add 1 mana of any color with some kind of something else added on. Honored Heirloom is a favorite of mine. You know, and it's one of those cards I keep referring back to because 2 tap, exile target card in a graveyard. You just keep eating your opponent's graveyard when you don't need the mana. And because of that, Soul Grail, the problem with Soul Grail is it's locked in when it comes into play. You know, it comes into play, you choose a color, and it's locked in. Gone. It used to be a good card back in the day, and then they started making Darksteel Ingot and variants thereof. And once there was like, say, 3 or 4 of them, there really was no reason to run Soul Grail anymore. even in monocolor decks. It just didn't need to be. Mystic Compass. The interesting thing about Mystic Compass and a handful of other cards over the years is they say target mana producing land, and they've changed it. They've technically functionally changed it to say target land. Because lands that did not tap for mana were such a rarity in terms of, you know, cards that people actually cared about playing. The distinction just wasn't relevant well over 90% of the time, probably 98, you know, probably closer to 99 point something percent of the time. Because basic land type of your choice to land a turn. I don't have a reason for this in most decks, but I have a use for this effect in my, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, hours and hours ago. God, it's been 11 hours. When we're looking at my mono blue deck, you know, my mono blue ramp deck, going down, you know, fast forward all the way down to my master removal. You know, volcanic eruption combining with an effect like where are you? Unstable Frontier, to take one of my lands and turn it into a fort or into a mountain, so I can actually pop goes the world for some amount without having to rely on my opponent's stuff. But that's on their land. I am fine with that. So in some cases, this might be useful. Two to Scarab of the Unseen. 2 to cast, tap and sack it. Return all ores attached to target permanent you own to their owner's hand. It doesn't care about who controls it. It cares about who owns the permanent. So you could go and you know, you have your commander out and somebody has stolen it, you know, with some effect, and it's got like 3 or 4 R's on it. Maybe one is control magic or bribery or what have you. Well, maybe not bribery. Volition reigns maybe, and you know, then there's an aura to give it in fact, and another one to give it, you know, flying or what have you. You sack the artifact, you bounce all those auras back, you get your, as a result, because the control change is now ended, you get your general back, and draw a card next turn. This is one way in a mono brown deck where you can get if somebody has cast something like Kenra's Transformation on your general, you can actually get your general back to activated, you know, back to active duty. They still get a chance to recast it, but hopefully by then you've got some way to protect it from being recast. So some way to give it, some way to counter the spell, some way to give it hexproof or something, you know. Hopefully by that point you can go, okay, fine, go away. Do this, okay, go away. Let me have my general back. So that's an option. Soldevi Sentry. Years ago, I came up with a mono black group hug deck. You're going mono black group hug. Wait, what? It wasn't for Commander. It might work nowadays, but it wasn't for Commander. And it was a typical, 60 card, 4 copies of any yada yada yada. And this was in that deck. Because, 1 mana for a 1/1 creature that regenerates for a mana was really good. The only problem is you have to be able to target the opponent when you activate the regeneration ability. But this, hey, look, I do this thing and you get to benefit, and I do this thing and you get to benefit, and I do this thing and you get to benefit. Until I cast like Marlin of the Morn Song, which said players can't draw cards. And then instead of drawing, they get a tutor up any card they want. and put it into their hand. But they lose 3 life for doing so. In a 40 life format, that sounds like 13 turns. But in a 40 life format, by the time this really starts to kick in, somebody's probably already down to like 21, and this is going to be dealing them 3. This is now a 7-turn clock or faster, because that 3 life is going to stack on whatever other people are also doing. Oops. But Soldevi Sentry, yeah, you need a cheap creature. There are worse. There's better cheap creatures. But for 1 mana, you could do worse than this. Plus, it also wears the Skull Climb fairly well. Soldevi Digger. The first card I remember ever seeing that let you get like cards back from your graveyard to your library, but like surgically, as it were. I.e., Felden's King turned around and said, shuffle your entire graveyard back in. But you exiled the king to do so. So Devi Digger, no, just keep paying mana and you can keep shuffling cards back in. This thing ends up being really good, and if you're looking for this kind, like nowadays you have, I mentioned it earlier, was that 3 mana 2/3 with reach. It's a changeling and has this kind of ability. Bark Form Harvester. Yeah. Yep. That thing is really good. And put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. Put the top. Yeah, this was the start. This is the start of that kind of effect. Realistically, the ability to just put specific cards back on the bottom. You know, you combine this with, I don't know, like Lion's Sash, or what are you called? Scavenging Ooze. Or even, what was it? Withered Wretch, I think, also does something vaguely similar. Eat the cards that you don't want and just start shuffling the rest of them back in. But yeah, Barkform Harvester does so much heavy lifting for so many different decks. You know, plus the fact that it's got Changeling. Means that any tribal synergies are also going to kick in. You know, that 3 mana for a 2/3 with reach is really strong. Yeah, it's going to do so much for so many different decks. There are decks that I've already got built that I'm like, okay, now I have to take X out and put this thing in instead. Phyrexian Portal. Yeah, no, it is not. See, there's a portal to Phyrexia, and there's a portal made by Phyrexia, and that's probably the difference. And this is probably the portal that's made by the Phyrexians. So, 3 to cast, 3 to activate. Your opponent looks at the top 10 cards of your deck and splits it into 2 piles, face down. You don't get to see what either of those piles are. You exile one of them blindly. The other one, you choose one of the cards that's in it and shuffle, put it in your hand and shuffle the rest. You better hope that if you're playing this card, you are hoping that you have somebody that you're tag teaming with. You know, you've done enough favors for somebody else that they're willing to give you this as like a stack of 9 and a stack of 1 or something to that effect, and they say exile this small pile so you can find something that's actually useful out of the 9, and hope they don't screw you over. This is a very iffy card in any format to make work well. Now that being said, if you're playing a deck that's got Battle of Wits, this is probably a lot safer. Yeah, I'm not going to assume anything there. Bloodstone Bowel. 0 casting cost artifact. After the Moxen out, 0 casting cost artifacts were not really a big thing. 1 tap and sack. Put up to 4 target basic land cards from a player's graveyard on top of their library in any order, and they draw a card beginning next turn's upkeep. If you target yourself with this is basically up to, so you can choose 0, but if you choose 1 and that's made an illegal target, the rest of the ability fails. So either choose 0 or choose at least 2. Yeah, this feels like a card that's designed for combo deck, combo shenanigans. Playing a deck along lines of Cheerios, etc. might want an effect like this. Keep in mind that waste itself is an artifact. Yeah, it's harder to make it work well. You have to build the deck appropriately. Yeah. Oh, in a 60 card format for sure. But this is Commander I'm referring to, and it's really hard to make that work well. Goes the Scepter. Ghost of Scepter tries to create you a second library. Or sorry, a second hand, I should say. So, 0 to cast, and when you lose control of the artifact, anything that's exiled with it goes to its owner's graveyard. Tap. Exile a card from your hand face down. You can look at it as long as it remains exiled. Tap. Return a card. Return one of those cards back to your hand. So you could end up exiling your entire hand, putting it exile face down. You still get to know what everything is, and then once it turns, just go like, yeah, no, take this one. You can play technically empty-handed and technically not, and you can have a hand that's under the scepter, and you can have an actual hand. Yeah. This is one of those cards where you really want to... Yep, Mind Slicer. Anything that cares about you being hellbent. You know, anything that works. I mean, hell, a Time Twister, or not Time Twister. Well, yeah, Time Twister effects, Wheel effects. Anything that lets you basically dump your, say, pitch your hand, and then redraw 7 cards. Well, your hand's exiled, you have nothing. Anything that wants, if you are looking to play Burning Inquiry as a mill spell for whatever reason. The cards are going to go from your hand directly into the graveyard. Okay. Yeah, so you can make use of this. You just have to find the right home for it. Phyrexian Devourer. Six mana for 1/1. Power 7 or greater, sacrifice it. If you can find a way that you can't sacrifice it for whatever reason, exile the top card of your library. Put X+1 counters on the Devourer, where X is the exile card's mana value. There are ways to manipulate this. In fact, I seem to remember back in the day. In Vintage, I think it was. Might have been Legacy. One of the really big old formats. There was a way you could combo with this. You could exile cards in response to its own, sacrifice trigger. And you ate the counters for something. It feels like this was like the precursor to like the Heliod combo that a friend of mine refers to as the Sun Gun. I don't remember exactly what it was. Phyrexian Devourer combo. Laboratory Maniac would work. Laboratory Maniac, Thassa's Oracle, and all that jazz. No, this was like a long, long time ago. Dynasty Navigator, Phyrexian Navigator, you have the same. No, this was more. This was more compact than that. This was like a 2-card combo. I think it was Necrotic Ooze. No, was it Necrotic Ooze? Phyrexian Devourer. Because this is like a long time ago. I don't remember. And I think it was Necrotic Ooze. Oh, it might have been Necrotic Ooze and... Oh, yeah, no, I think it was Necrotic Ooze and Triskelion. Yeah, well, again, I'm talking like years and years ago. Walking Ballista is newer than what I'm talking about, but yeah. I think that was how it worked. But yeah, Phyrexian Devourer always gets used as a combo piece somehow. You never play it fairly. You play it to do combo shenanigans. In the case of Necrotic Ooze, you know, you're copying the Devourer's ability and something like Walking Ballista or Triskelion, so that you can throw a bunch of counters on the Devourer. In response to its sack ability, you toss the counters, and then you exile more, and you just keep doing a whole bunch of that till you basically kill the table. Helm of Obedience, there are 2 combos in Legacy that that require 2 cards each that basically mill out an opponent completely, and between the 2 of them you only need 1 card that has a color to it. There's Painter's Servant and Grindstone. Painter's Servant makes everything the same color. Grindstone mills somebody for 2, and if they share a color, which Painter's Servant makes everything in all zones the same color, you repeat the process. And then you get Helm of Obedience and either Leyline of the Void or Rest in Peace, both of which say that if a card would get put into a graveyard from anywhere, if a card would go to a graveyard from anywhere, it gets exiled instead. So, Helm of Obedience, you even just Helm of Obedience for 1. That repeats this process until creature card or X cards have been put into the graveyard this way, whichever comes first. The thing is, the cards are never going to the graveyard. The go to the graveyard gets replaced with being exiled. So, Helm of Obedience plus Leyline of the Void or Rest in Peace or another similar effect looks and goes, well, nothing's hitting the graveyard, because it's all getting exiled instead. Your library is gone. And you only need one. X can't be 0, so X equal 1. If you have a way to untap the Helm with, I don't know, Karn the Great Creator or some other similar animating effect that only needs to last until end of turn. Toymaker works, and some way to, untap it like Voltaic Construct, or just other ways to untap it, period. Voltaic Key, Galvanic Key, couple of other Manifold Key, a few other similar cards exist that basically all do the same thing. You can just kill the entire table in a single turn and not care. Helm of Obedience can be played fairly. Most people that are playing Helm of Obedience are not playing it to play it fairly. They are playing it to go, cool, you're dead, next, cool, you're dead, next, and basically within a couple of turns, anybody that's not them, unless the entire table turns around, gangs up on them right then and there, yeah, game's over. Storm Cauldron. Storm Cauldron was such a fun card. 5 mana artifact. Each player can play additional land each turn. Whenever land is tapped for mana, return to its owner's hand. So the land keeps going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It is lots of fun when the lands that you have in play have utility other than just tapping for mana. Bojuka Bog is a great example. Oh yeah. This allows you to play cards like Bojuka Bog without having to worry about playing your various Karoo effects. To be able to replay them. Plus, yep, Talon Gates. This also allows you to play. Well, the problem with Talon Gates is because it's 4 mana to put it into play without using a land drop. You're probably tapping 4 lands. Is that putting you ahead? I don't know. So you'd have to have something like, Soul Ring and Mana Vault or whatever else to do that. But, and Storm Cauldron ends up as a combo piece in a lot of decks as well. And Shield Sphere, it gets played because it's a 0 mana. It's a 0 mana creature. It literally has no other reason to see play. It's a 0 mana creature, so anything that Glimpse of Nature, you know, or what is it? The Cheerios combo, Goblin Bombardment, or stuff like that. Just, you know, combine that with Enduring Renewal. I think it's Enduring Renewal or Enduring Ideal, I forget which. I.e., when a creature dies, returns back to your hand. And just keep and just kill people at the table that way. And then, last but not least, let's go through the lands. And there are only 8. And they are a cycle plus 3 more. Let's try and get through the cycle first. When X comes into play, sacrifice a land of the appropriate type or bury it. Heart of Yavimaya. This comes into play, sack a forest, and if you do, the Heart of Yavimaya comes into play. If you don't, Heart of Yavimaya goes to the graveyard. Taps for green, or tap to give a creature +1/+1 till end of turn. If you're playing anything that's got a healthy number of creatures and enough lands, Heart of Yavimaya, you're playing an elf deck, you're playing a sliver deck, you're playing this, you're playing that. You care about creatures and you're playing green, you should be looking at it. Red. The difference between the green one and the red one. The green one says forced. Balduvian Trading Post says untapped mountain. By doing so, the Trading Post, instead of just tapping for green, it taps for red plus one other, so it actually taps for 2 mana. And then pay 1 and tap it, 1 damage to target attacking creature. You can use that to do the same tricks that you can with Desert. Like the original card actually just called Desert. Black got the most brutal of them. Sack a Swamp. Taps for black. Tap it and sack a swamp for 4 black. You don't want to be sacking your lands every turn, but every so often that you do, because you'll eventually end up with like no lands other than Lake of the Dead. But every time you do, say, every like 3 turns or whatever, you suddenly go, oh, and hey, by the way, thunk. Here's another big threat to play with. White got you Kyodorn Outpost. Doesn't say it has to be tapped, untapped planes. This was the first land, as far as I remember, that actually spit out creature tokens every turn. Taps for white. Tap white and tap it. 1 white, 1 other, and tap it. Make a 1/1 soldier. Really, really good. And in fact, in Magic's ancient history, this was a win con for some control decks. And then the blue one was an untapped island. So if you take a look, red and blue specifically say that had to be untapped, and the other 3 didn't. But for doing so, taps for blue plus colorless. So taps for 2. Pay 1 and tap it, scry 1. That's a pretty efficient scry. It's not a lot of scry. Again, it's scry 1. But it's just 1 and tap on a land that taps for 2. Then your other 3. Thawing Glaciers, as far as I remember, the first fetch land we ever had, because this is before even Mirage, and Mirage is the cycle of OG fetches that people think about. This is before that. This is basically the first Evolving Wild / Terramorphic Expanse. But this enters tapped. It's 1 and tap it, but no sack. But at the end of turn, this goes back to your hand. This is a land that can get around Storm Cauldron because it doesn't tap for mana. So, and you can do this like I think it's every other turn and just keep fetching basics out of your deck. And if you do like I do, and not saying you should, not saying you should, not saying you shouldn't. Where are we here? Basics. I have 20 wastes in this deck. Most of my commander decks sit in the realm of 20 basic lands, which sounds like a lot and might sound like too much for some people, but I like to run about 20 basics because, I don't want to be getting caught with my, caught not having anything when somebody goes Path to Exile, oh, and Ghost Quarter, oh, and Assassin's Trophy, oh, and these don't all have to be from the same player either. I've seen people run 10 basics and actually got run out of basics, especially when they combine them with some kind of fetch land. I just want to make sure I don't get screwed over. Plus, they also always come into play untapped. Barring an effect that says otherwise. But yeah, they'll always enter untapped. They're always fetchable. Etc., etc. So, yeah. But Thawing Glaciers, generally speaking, there's other cards that I would run instead of Thawing Glaciers. But the fact that you can, if you've got some ability to play extra lands each turn, you can play your land for a turn and play Thawing Glaciers and just keep doing it every turn. Especially if you're, now I was going to say especially if you're playing green, but if you're playing green, you have better ways to fetch lands. Run Amulet of Vigor. You run an effect like Amulet of Vigor. Whenever a permanent you control enters tapped, untap it. This entire first sentence essentially disappears, and then you can start fetching every turn. What are the other two? Oh yeah, School of the Unseen. School of the Unseen looked kind of meh, but it did have some benefits over previous options. Relevant to modern day Magic, it taps for colorless on its own. It enters untapped, it taps for colorless. Pay 2 and tap it, add 1 mana of any color. Now, there's enough filter lands as is that part shouldn't be relevant, but if you really need more options, that exists. But if you're looking for cards from back in the day, if you're looking for lands that tapped for, if you're looking for lands that could get you any color, School of the Unseen, there weren't a lot of cards that could tap for any color. Off the top of my head, I only remember like City of Brass and Rainbow Veil. And Rainbow Veil, when you tapped it for colored mana, got passed around to another player. I think this is a third one. And hilariously enough, the time-relevant comparison for this would have been Celestial Prism, which was a 3-mana artifact. 2 tap, add 1 mana of any color. 2 tap, add 1 mana of any color. But this is a land, and back then, I think, we even had an impression that a land was worth an artifact that cost 2 mana. So now imagine this is a 2 mana artifact that tapped for colorless mana. This already would have been light years ahead of Celestial Prism. And this only came out like 2 or 3 years after the game came out. And then the last one. Sheltered Valley, its first ability is not relevant realistically. Land taps for colorless. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 3 or fewer lands, you gain 1 life. And basically, while this is in play, if another, if you try and play another card with the same name as this, which you're playing Commander, you're not. You sacrifice the others and then put this into play. This is basically a slow life gain deck for a low land count colorless. Where colorless matters deck. Where, maybe you run like 20 lands and a whole whack ton of mana rocks. You get like 2 lands and you are off to the races. But you have to run so few lands, and you have to have ways to get rid of your lands. This is hard to make work well, and which is the reason why it's like the second least played land. But I would probably play School of the Unseen before you played Sheltered Valley. School of the Unseen has more actual application. It's just that to do what School of the Unseen does, there's other options that are more efficient. Anyway, I have been at this for almost 12 hours. I started at 6 o'clock local time in Tuesday evening. It is 5:45 Wednesday morning. I was not planning on being up this long. I'm gonna close up. I'm gonna go to bed. Have a good night, people. I'll see y'all next week. Hopefully Homelands doesn't take me nearly as long. Right. And on that note, good night, people.